Jobs data incoming here this morning, 30 minutes away from December non-farm payrolls print that could be a market mover. We'll bring that to you when it does come through. We're also getting some productivity data that's going to come through at 8:30. We'll touch on that coming up. But futures back to the upside here ever so slightly, just creeping back into positive territory for the S&P and the NASDAQ anyways over the last couple of minutes here after a very, very choppy session yesterday. That was the SPY yesterday. Lots and lots of back and forth action. We might get some oil narrative back in play once again today with CVX anyways. Some oil execs at the White House today to talk about Venezuela and a possible plan forward. We're also maybe going to get a Supreme Court ruling on these tariffs at some point today. So lots of question marks floating in the background here for the market heading into the weekend and what has been a uneventful week, I guess, to start off the brand new year. Adair back beside me here this morning to talk about these jobs data specifically. I think a lot of people have that in focus, but for the most part, really not expecting a massive surprise.
I think it's just because we usually get all of this jobs data at once that it becomes this exciting buildup, and then we get a whole bunch of different numbers. The ADP earlier this week in Joel, now we're at home basically. So we see what the print ended up giving us. Might move the market a bit because you're right, we did have a lot of still trading yesterday. Could have been people waiting for this print. The Oklo up a massive way here. With regards to power campuses, data centers. Donald Trump posting on X social once again, both about the housing space or the mortgages. We have and these also here. It went well. He praised the company. He praised the investment.
Yeah, getting a little bit of boost. What is to come coming up at 8:30? Some housing data. This is the headline today. Down here, 60,000 was the prior print on this number. It depends on what you look at, but this is throwing out 40,000 on the expectation. I've seen higher than that. I've seen that, so we'll bring that to when it comes through. Employment rate 4.6%. To make that a little more legible. There we go. 4.6%. 4.6% is the forecast. So flat month-to-month print expected there. We're also going to get building permits, housing starts data, government payrolls, non-farm payrolls on the private side of things. And then worth noting as well, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, University of Michigan sentiment as well, which also has a inflation tie-in to it. So we could get a double whammy here potentially as far as the macro side of things. I mean, we've been talking off and on about this Supreme Court decision that could be a huge catalyst for the market going forward into 2026. May or may not come today. At some point, we may have a market move, we may not. But I mean, another thing to just kind of keep in your mind on a Friday.
Yeah, and I think it's really worth noting that point you just made. We are not at all guaranteed to get this today. Like, this is not a guarantee, because I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat asking me, like, what's it going to do to the market? I'm not even sure it'll come out today. The other thing, too, that's, I think, worth noting is we do have a lot of Polymarket and Kalshi. We know sometimes these prediction markets can be a good gauge of sentiment. Both of those have very low odds of these tariffs being upheld, but also this is with the timeline of 2028. Like, do you think the tariffs will be upheld by 2028? So just be aware here. This today could give us some insight or it could give us absolutely nothing. Either way, you know me, I'll be watching it for you guys.
And the other aspect of this is we could get the situation where if it does come out or if some sort of decision comes out, it's not necessarily a blanket type of decision where it's all or nothing kind of direction, yes or no. It could be individual, it could be different parts of the market, therefore, affected by that. So lots to consider here as far as that is concerned. But yeah, oil execs at the White House. We have tariffs to think about today, guys. Obi is in for Sean. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing?
Oh, it's a lot. I don't think we usually see a Friday with this much to sort of contend with. You know, jobs, like you said, jobs numbers will be coming out. We'll see about the Supreme Court decision. But you got to consider two big deals by Meta has a couple of things moving. Oklo, most people are probably like all excited because Oklo up 18%, and then SMR is going to be up in sympathy to that. But the other deal was with Vistra Energy. They're up 15% on their own, a little more, just a little bit more expensive, much bigger company, obviously, as well. But catching a huge bounce yesterday, the oil-related names. Today, it's the nuclear names. And then on top of that, you have the president making two declarations. One of them was praising Intel's new chip after a meeting with the CEO, possibly causing some movement in Open Door and some housing-related names, as the government's going to look to try to find a way to lower some prices. And so this one goes from terrible 2 days ago to looking like a potential breakout. So there's really a lot to cover. And we didn't even mention, well, we knew they weren't going to make any money. But it wasn't about whether they made money or not. It was about whether revenues are better than before. So tail rate, believe it or not, up 10% here. That's going to be in play. Volume is not incredible on this, but it did just reverse split like a month or so ago. So, it's not as thickly traded as it used to be, but yeah, it's on the move today. So lots to watch. Should be an exciting Friday, of course. And Obi, you got the green on.
Yep.
Feeling bullish?
I don't know, man. I think maybe a little bit on some of these smaller mid-cap names for sure. Yeah, I'm still running through some of my morning scans here, and yeah, Oklo and Vistra look great. But I was also looking at RKT here with another bit of a push into this prior level here. Just looking at higher time frames, you know what I like better than yes, Vistra's running, SMR is also running. Both Oklo and SMR are coming into some prior resistance levels, and as well as RKT. So yeah, I'm going to be looking at a few different names for daily, weekly breakouts here. Let's go up to, let's see, we can go up to daily here. So we can see here in the pre-market session, we're coming up into this daily breakout of 2256 here on RKT. When we go to OKLO, right here, once again, another daily breakout. This is the pre-market price. This is already broken out of this prior day high from December 4th. That's coming in at 114.29. Similar story when you go to SMR. Another daily breakout on the horizon. Hasn't really got there. Well, I think it did get there on the reaction, but 23.35 here for SMR. So you can see here, actually, no, it did not get there on, it got to 22.49. So close, about $1 away. So a few daily breakout levels in play for sure. VST not really looking the same as the rest of them. When I go to the daily chart here, you can see it was a bit of a quadunk over the past couple of days. Some strong selling off of this bit of a range breakdown, 160, but we're swiping right back up. So yeah, the daily breakout has already happened in the pre-market, 172.50s. You can see there's a lot of noise here. There's like, it might be gapping up into this resistance as well. So VST, I'll have it on watch, but Oklo, SMR, RKT, definitely ones to watch out for. And previous runners as well, Neil. We saw that Oxy was running like crazy yesterday. Like, what was going on here? Yeah, exactly. CVX, another one. I tried to take a bit of a reversion here. It did come in going into the end of the day, but CVX as well. This one here, nice little pull back in, but take a look at where we're opening up on the day today. We've already gapped up above prior day's highs, and the pre-market consolidation is holding much higher. So some of these names as well for a day two potential continuation. I have no idea. I'm willing to go both ways. Let's see what the market brings us, especially with some of those some of those macro numbers coming out later.
Absolutely, and just speaking of runners and smaller mid-cap type runners, on this ONDS pricing a $1 billion offering of 19 million common shares. This has not seen a red day in a week or so. Another fresh high was made yesterday. It's up 4%, mostly because it found its top in the morning yesterday, and then ended up closing. It closed obviously up yesterday, but losing some of those gains. So you're going to see it up 4%, but still very much in the range underneath that 15 high that it put in yesterday's trade. I also see Rigetti has some news in here as well, although for now, Rigetti is trading lower, it seems. So Rigetti revises date for availability of its 108 qubit system to end of Q1 2026. They're taking more time to test and optimize the system to ensure the performance is up to their standards. As you can see, it dropped about $1 initially, getting some of that move back. Notable here because this one had a lot of resistance yesterday. It was kind of trend up in the morning and then falling back for most of the afternoon here on RGTI. So there's a lot to watch, and the thing in RGTI, like Rigetti's just been chilling out in the same range for a while. I'm not sure that news is going to be able to make it break out. But yeah, as I said, there's going to be a lot to watch, like headlines all the way through. And of course, we'll get the jobs date at 8:30 if like I can already see, like there is always like focused on the news. If we get anything out of the Supreme Court, trust me, she'll be all over it and interrupt instantly. Although we'll probably see some market movement. There could be very name specific. I think a lot of the expectation is that any decision that gets made won't be like completely binary. It'll be like kind of a mixed sort of decision. So you might want to look at some individual names when that comes. So let's get back up on it. Back up to the desk. As we said, a lot to cover. It's going to be a busy Friday.
Just noting CVX starting to move back to the upside here. Pretty good day yesterday for Chevron. Ended the session basically on the highs around this 160. We're higher here again today. Again, if you're just joining, we will have oil execs at the White House today talking about the Venezuela situation, including Chevron. If you haven't read yet, Chevron, the only one currently with manufacturing operations in Venezuela. I mean, I feel like this conversation is more or less just going to go, how much more do you want to spend on setting up infrastructure and setting up manufacturing in the country? And then he'll gauge on whether or not how many other companies will be able to do the same.
Yeah, it's an odd one for sure. And I think what's also interesting too is I've been reading some reports yesterday suggesting that they're going to make Chevron fight for this contract against like VTOL, right?
Yeah,
So it's like it's not going to be guaranteed. But yeah, you're like you said, I'm kind of curious as to what their qualifications are going to be or what they really want to see from people today. I'm not sure if this is going to be televised. I'll have to check quickly on the schedule. But sometimes even if it says it's not televised, it can be. So this is kind of not a be-all, end-all. This is on Friday. This will be, it looks like it's going to be on camera. Say closed press. So we could get some insight on this, which I also think can help for those who are trading oil and trading these oil companies get a sense of how things are going to progress going forward.
I was going to say, given the magnitude on the global scale of this entire situation,
Better be televised.
of course it's going to be on camera.
Yeah.
Speaking of China, we'll just jump right over that. And talk about China here. XPeng, interesting move here this morning. Initially downside. I mean, it was negative over in Hong Kong, I saw. The company coming out today saying they're going to rebrand and want to be seen as a quote-unquote physical AI company, not just a car maker. So think autonomous ride-sharing, think robots, think Tesla, but the China version, I guess. But XPeng has been by far the most successful. I mean, had a pretty good year last year. Had by far the most successful EV company, specifically in China over the past 12 months or so. Now saying, you know, let's move into the robotics, let's move into the AI side.
Well, I mean, we're kind of already doing that a little bit of that pivot anyway, so this isn't that shocking, but I really want to highlight the wording here, physical AI, because we've heard this term before. Earlier this week, ARM came out and they said they're restructuring their unit, including a brand new physical AI unit. So the fact that we have two stories within a week here, within like literally a couple of days, with this physical AI headline, I think that's definitely going to be a term to watch out for in 2026 with these companies. I mean, I think they're all going to have slightly different definitions of it, but I think as we get the robotics push, which we still had at CES this year, as we get again ARM and now XPeng with this physical AI, I think maybe watch out to see different interpretations of what this means and what this is going to mean like for the market, but also these individual stocks.
I just saw an article posted. I can't remember which website it was. I'll double check, but it was all about the robots, the humanoid robots that have been at CES this week long, and kind of outline every single one of them. So there's a lot, and it looks like XPeng is going to jump into that. I mean, we have to really, I guess, define physical AI going forward.
That's my concern.
Yeah, it seems like a very vague term. Also on the China front, the information just reporting DeepSeek is going to release their next flagship AI model, which is version 4. Saying that it has much, much stronger coding ability. So a couple of different China angles there, guys. But XPeng, pretty good stock last year.
Yes, sir. And we were just First of all, you got to show the X. Well, Xpeng has a couple of robots. I felt like you guys should have shown it. I'm just going to throw this up here. This is one of them. Ooh, thank you, Randy. This is one of them. I don't even know what this is, but I'm going to guess. All right. I can smell it. It's going to be like an egg sandwich.
Yes. The thing is, I already had my breakfast this morning. Would you like?
Obi rolls in here with like a loaded croissant breakfast sandwich, which was
Yes.
like he opens it up. He's like, yeah. He apologized in advance. He's like, I'm sorry. This is gonna smell really good.
Yes.
And we're just sort of chatting and like looking at the markets, whatever. And like 90 seconds later, I'm just like, oh my! Like, once it hit me, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me! I can't
It's the
eat for another
croissants,
20
man.
minutes.
The croissant sandwiches, they're just like, oh,
Yes,
real
this is
good.
not a croissant sandwich. It's like, oh, there's bacon, egg, and cheese. It's pretty basic. I'll try my best not to eat that on camera for you guys, but gotta eat. No, just like,
This is Xpeng's robot?
this is one of them. They do have like, there is like another one like that looks very different, but
Is there a male version?
I mean,
Now I guess we're
oh, there is. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can find a different image. Here, there's this as well. There's also this, which I suppose is like the nuts. That's would be like, I guess, the bare bones, and then they can do whatever they want with it.
Yeah.
But like, it's just wild to me that they all look the same.
yeah.
Like the basic, like where's the imagination? Why do they all have to look like the movie?
I get it, but like that one's pretty imaginative. The one with the purple face and other assets.
Yeah. Okay, fine. That's a little.
It's definitely a marketing ploy. I would say so. Why you gotta give like some sort of feature, like those unnecessary features to a robot? I don't know. Just maybe is it making? I mean, maybe. I don't know.
But what is interesting is that look,
It's Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Of course, you said other assets. The chat's gonna have you guys are probably already having a field day with that comment. No, but in all seriousness, robotics is gonna be it's a major theme already. Yeah. I think sometimes, like a stock that gets a little bit boring and is not doing much, and then one day this is gonna break $20.75, and then we're gonna be like, oh my god, look at Xpeng, and like just low vol, like the volume decreasing as it hangs out in this range, just begging for a little bit of a break. And I think like the day it breaks, you can get like 5% out of it right quick. I just don't know what the catalyst is going to be here for like next for Xpeng, but it's definitely starting to show some signs of accumulation, in the between 20 and 21. So I think it's worth kind of being on your side radar. The Chinese stocks give you a long-term risk, but sometimes these short-term moves can be fantastic. Like what I would point to is you can probably see in the middle of the chart. See what happened at the 50 period here? Like it just sat around there, very boring on absurdly low volume, and then you got this breakout, and then look how good the break was technically. So it's starting to do something similar at the 200 period moving average, and if it does something the same, like you get that break, you start looking for the structure long. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that kind of a setup. Just you have to wait for this day to start confirming that you're getting a move, and then I think Xpeng gets very interesting. I don't think that Xpeng will be on the options list as we slide on over to Joe, but I do know a few things that'll be on there because Joe was dropping some hints last night for us after we finished the afternoon show.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday. Yes, a lot of activity once again in the options world. So let's get right into it, guys. We have APLD at the top of the list. Reporting Wednesday after the bell. Volume relatively high and open interest as well, too, guys. So 13.3 thousand current open contracts with 18.1 open and closed on the intraday session. But that is going to be expiring next Friday. At that specific zone, yes, the $35 mark, surprisingly so, in APLD, bid and ask relatively tight. But the at-the-money IV, considering after reporting earnings, you're going to see that increase in implied volatility. We're sitting around 103.9%. Considering it's an out-the-money contract, the delta 0.274. So every $1 change in APLD, you're going to see the change within the contract likes of $27, and your gamma around 50 cents. Now, as for some of the other options activity, yes, going across the board and asking the folks what they wanted to see, XOM making the list, and ONDS, another mover yesterday, guys, at that $14 level, sitting around 26,600 contracts still open. Once again, expiring next Friday, volume 24,500. And then we have XOM, the energy sector, moving substantially and as a collective unit. So we wanted to take a look at what we had going on here because we find that it can be relatively choppy at times. But yesterday, that was not the case. As for the open interest, this is going to be the largest amount that I've personally seen here on XOM, 49,500 contracts. Neil still currently open. That was Neil's pick from yesterday, with volume of open and closed contracts around 6,730, and that is going to be at that $125 level. So keep an eye out on that zone, guys. That open interest can work in many, many ways. It's our job to look how the price action reacts around those specific zones. Now, as for Apple, guys, at that $270 level, 26,700 contracts still currently open, expiring today with volume around 13,800. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Thank you, Joe. And if you're wondering, well, you know, Oxy moved more than XOM, and CVX has been the better trade, possibly in terms of movement, and probably in terms of movement recently. But if you look at XOM and 125, this is a monthly chart. On the monthly chart, like 125, 120 to 125 has been a huge rejection. Like we basically, like right now, just even being here and holding above 120, and all you have is wick tops. Like this is a pretty big and important move that the stock is trying to make. And obviously, like a lot of you are going to get the Venezuela bump and then coming back underneath. But any regain of the 125 is absolutely massive. And the month that this closes above, you're looking at a breakout. But going into it, all you're doing is dip buying the 50-period moving average on XOM. Where's Randy? Like he'd be salivating over this. Dip by the 50-period and then hold into this breakout that looks like it's looming here on ExxonMobil. So throw out all the other stuff aside. Just the technical setup here looks fantastic. I think this is one that you're buying the heavy dips into the 50-period. It's unlike CVX where you're buying a support level at 140 lately. You're buying clearly the 50-period on the daily, and then just looking for this sucker to hold at 125. And once it does, moon time for XOM.
Yeah, I like that Tesla look there, Neil, because we've been holding a bit of resistance this week. Coming in on Monday, yeah, a little bit of a bid, but strong flush on Tuesday. Those 430s look kind of interesting here as well, because that was that Tuesday day low. We kind of wicked that prior day as well with a little bit of selling pressure, but we could not get through. We're as of right now, can't get through this 438. Let's see if that can potentially come in. Those 430s potentially I'm watching as well, because again, bigger picture, bit of a downtrend since we failed to push through that 500 after a strong bid all the way up into it. That bid came all the way from a little bit of a double bottom from 380. So we went from 380s over the course of a few weeks all the way up to 500, almost 500, 489.83s. But since then, we've been taking a bit of a pullback here. So the question becomes, I'm asking, can we pull back into some of those prior levels? And yeah, some of those options, chains around 430 definitely are looking pretty interesting. I think so.
Exactly. But remember, everybody, it's not just about what we find interesting or what's on the free watch list or maybe what's in our trade plans or on Joey Options option segment. Upcoming, we'll also see upgrades and downgrades. It's also about what you guys are interested in. That's why we've got the visualizer here, and I see a great job there. Almost everybody in the chat is throwing those dollar signs in, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, first of all, you got to be in the chat. And to be in the chat, you have to hit the subscribe button. It's the subs-only chat, so hit that subscribe right now. Hop on in, and if you see a name that's moving or you're interested in, you just type $, SMR, Open, Oklo, and that's what it's about. So we can see what is leading the charge right now. Pun not intended, because Oklo and Plug. It's Plug in power. SMR starts taking it, and see when something pops up like there, it gets like I think it's like 5 in a row. I have to ask Fabian, or I can just do it because I think I can make Oklo. Oh no, it's Nvidia now. Well, you click on it, you can see
Oh wow, you can see the chart and everything.
see the chart and
Okay.
everything. And
Nice.
if you hit H, you can make it do that. VST is going to be there. Open makes sense. Plug's the only one. Is Plug even in play? Sometimes I feel like we'll see things on the you guys will be asking about them, or someone will bring it up because, yeah, like they really care about the stock, but nothing is actually happening. I feel like that's the case with Plug Power today, and I feel like that is confirmed because Oklo, obviously, we talked about the Meta deal with Oklo and Vistra. That's why they're going to be there. Nvidia, possibly seeing some traction with it. Traction's probably the right word in terms of getting their chips into China. That hasn't mattered. Had a very rough day yesterday. It's always going to be up there. The one name I don't see right now, usually, Tesla is near the top of the board, and that is not on the list. I see Tilray, I see Broadcom, I see Silver, but not as much interest in Tesla today. But this feels like a day where it's broadening interest as opposed to when you have that more constrained and look at the sector that might be moving. Tech wasn't very strong yesterday, so you got to be looking a little bit else.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at like all of these. Like we talked about all those daily breakouts. Yeah, I think I like you with 4 U's a few days ago, coming back up in some prior levels as well.
No?
Watch me.
There we go.
Rank that so far. All right. 1999 is high of the day today. And I think, well, I might have tried to short it at some point on Wednesday or Tuesday, or maybe it was sometime last week. I don't quite remember. But yeah, definitely a bit of an uptrend here. Strong selling prior day, and then we're wiping right back above some of those prior days levels. So looking at this or even the weekly, you can see how it's moving. It's already this bit of a run up here, pushing up into prior levels. So let's see if we can break this 1957, which is the current high of the week intraday session, with relative to the intraday session. So we'll see if that one kind of breaks. But I do like SMR the best here, not only because of this daily breakout, but just because of how it's setting up in the pre-market, a little bit of higher highs and higher lows. I like this in the consolidation. Now, when you compare this to something like an Oklo, now this is actually doing more volume, 5.26 million shares. Now, of course, dollar volume. I think they're around the same. Just by eyeballing it, they might be slightly different. But Oklo, about 2 million. And you can see here we've already hit 21. We've already kind of broke that prior daily high. So going up to the daily. So the prior daily high was 114s. We've already gone to 121s all the way up here and pull back in on some volume. So I am going to be watching Oklo, but SMR seems like it's poised for more of a breakout. And then Neil was also pointing out the daily breakout on Oxy. I really like this. Take a look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Not only is it a daily breakout that happened yesterday and pulled right back into the range, also a monthly breakout. Because you can see that was the high of the month. Maybe not the high of the month in all of October, but definitely the high of the month in November and December as well. Now coming into January, we are trying to take a bit of a turn. Maybe some of the oil names moving around as well. But yeah, I guess CX last one. Did buy, man.
Yeah,
We're saying that.
Just didn't go for. Just didn't dip far enough.
Yeah, it didn't go all the way back down, but this was quite nice as well. I guess some of the other stocks in play, you'll have to keep a watch on some of the different stocks as well, and we'll cover those after we get back from Brendo.
All right, we'll come back to get a look at what the reaction is to the market, but just crossed over a minute here before the December non-farm payrolls number to come. Again, just to recap, I've seen as high as 60,000 on the expectation here, 60 here on consensus, 45 the forecast, 64 the last print. Again, December non-farm payroll coming through this morning for anyone joining. 4.6% on the unemployment rate expected on this. Still about 30 seconds here. Whole bunch of other data to come as well, including September and October building permits, housing starts, building permits on the month-over-month number, and then same story. September and October down on the month-over-month number. Participation rate could be slightly the last time in the employment data. I'll also touch on government payrolls, non-farm payrolls on the private side, and we'll get Michigan consumer sentiment as well. So a couple more. There is 0.4%. Nice downtick on the unemployment rate. It was in 50,000. So 50,000 on the December NP rate. A little bit later than expected. Again, depending on where you were looking, there was expectations from 45 all the way up to 60. So exactly 50,000 average earnings year over year, 3.8%. A little bit of an uptick there versus 3.5%. Private payrolls, 37,000 versus 69,000. Guys, you want to touch on the market reaction here?
Our next bump here in both the ES and the NASDAQ. I mean, we'll get about a buck here out of the Q as we get 0.4% from about quarter on the upside. So there was some action I was looking over just there, because if you looked at hourly wages, it did seem like it's not all huge, but let's be real. At the end of the day, I kind of think a few things are going to be true about jobs this year. You're going to have this period for the next few months where we're like let the data catch up, and then trying to digest like how much credence we want to put to it. I think we've been seeing that with the pushback to this current potential hike. We're not going to get one. It doesn't seem like in January. We're kind of pushing out a couple of weeks. But if the market's going to continue to show this much strength, I think we're kind of headed toward a scenario where we're looking at potentially a couple of cuts this year, and we see like still a bull market. And everyone's like, yeah, the market's hot. Why do you need to cut rates? Why? Because the job market's not perfect. Certainly, the GDP number looked great, but again, that was a lot of it trade balance. You get that big GDP number, so you still have a kind of teetering job market. It's not terrible. There's some signs of strength, but it's not that the market's holding up and kind of staying on course. So I'm not overreacting to this up move at all. We got a buck back in the queue, and we're right back to where we started. Actually,
A little bit of a pop and drop right there. So yeah, initial reaction was definitely, yes, got bid up, but you can see here both futures strong top weight here on the 15-minute candle, with still about 12 minutes left for it to go. So yeah, nothing too crazy yet. We'll see how the rest of the day kind of digests some of these numbers. Yeah, interesting nonetheless. Here on the day, what were we going to talk about? Okay, we got some. Those are the numbers right there on the screen. 50K actual versus 64 previous. Estimate was 70, so the estimate was actually higher.
participation rate was slightly down. Average weekly hours was slightly down, and average hourly earnings was up. So it's like you have this like offsetting, like nothing burger. In my opinion, like that's kind of the thing, which is probably why we're right back to where we are. Like just look at the week on the futures. It should, like, okay, I'm looking at the NASDAQ here. Let's look at the ES. People always say, don't say the market when you're talking about the NASDAQ. You should really look at the ES for that. So just for now, we'll look at the ES, which has been much stronger. But if you look at this week, and obviously Friday was the start of the year, but just if you look at this week, it was a slight grind higher and then complete like chop the last 2 days. Kind of strong chop, but it's still chop on the ES the last couple of sessions. You know, the real movement was in the early part of the week, and then we've been chilling out. Very much individual names that you got to watch. Let's go back up to the desk for more with Brendan.
All right, we have Michael Noss standing by here, so let's just do a quick recap and we'll get to him on some technicals. So here we go, starting at the top here. Building permits, excuse me, September and October, basically the same here, 1.415 in September, 1.412 in October. Housing starts pretty much the same, 1.2, 1.3, both on the green side. That's the headline number right there this morning. Again, if you're just joining, 50,000. If you're just joining, we start at 8 o'clock now. Remember, come at 8, and then we'll get this every single time it comes out. 45,000 was the forecast. 60, the estimate across the board. Prior was 56,000. So decent print there. 50,000 market, yeah, kind of shrugging it off at this point. 4.4%. So a nice downtick once again on the unemployment side of things. The forecast 4.6%. Hourly earnings month over month 0.3%, 3.8% year over year. both to the upside. Private payrolls as well to the upside, 37,000. The consensus, however, 64,000 there, so a little bit of a miss. Keep in mind, coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll get University of Michigan sentiment, more inflation data there.
I find sometimes that's the one that moves the market a bit more. Excuse me. I think, and part of that is because we do have that inflation part of that. So it's like 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. So keep an eye on that. You guys know I will give that to you with some quick analysis right at 10 a.m. I do want to mention as well here, here's just like a quick kind of recap of all the data we got at 8:30 a.m. This is going to go on X at TTV Research right now, just with an update of how everything compares to the estimate and the prior print. But as Neil said, Brendan, it kind of feels all like a wash. We have some stuff that's a bit better, some stuff that's a bit worse, some stuff that's exactly as expected. So mixed bag. Let's see if you, Mish, at 10 provides us with a little bit more clarity.
Yeah, just seeing a couple of analysts with comments here pointing to the fact that this is probably soft enough to keep rate cut hopes alive, but also in the same sense strong enough to keep the recession comments in the back for the time being. So as mentioned, let's bring in Michael Noss here on a Friday morning and talk a little bit about the word rotation has once again come back to the forefront and back to the beginning. Hey, there's Neil. Back to the top of mind here a little bit when it comes to the end of last year, and then I don't know where. Hey, Michael Noss, and I'm over there. There we go. When it comes to the end of last year and then coming into this year, we saw not only the Dow get to record highs, we saw the S&P get to record highs. We saw the NASDAQ, however, Michael Noss, struggling a little bit to keep up with both of those for the first time in a long time. And I'll call myself out here. I even caught myself a couple of times over the last couple of days even going to the NASDAQ first, when maybe we should actually be looking at the S&P and talking about the Dow a little bit more here. For the first time in a long time, but you're going to tell us why, maybe what's under the hood.
Yeah, talk about a long time. I can't remember the last time you could say that small caps are outperforming the NASDAQ, but it's interesting. And I remember, not to my own horn too much, but we talked about in my whole seasonality rant that's on for a month, talked about this January effect. And it's supposed to be that small caps outperform large caps. And we talked about the idea behind that was very simply that we have this tax loss selling that goes into the end of the year. Small caps are usually the ones getting sold because they're small caps for a reason. They generally underperform. And then surging into the beginning of the year, you get this small cap rally. But it's only supposed to be like 1.5 or 2% performance. But when I looked yesterday, we had the Qs down nearly 1%, and then we had the IWM up nearly 1% at one point. So there seems to be something going on under the hood. So I brought some ratio charts where we can try to maybe pair this out just a little bit. So this first chart, these are all ratio charts. So this is a CMT thing us nerds love to do, where instead of just taking Apple and comparing Apple to the US dollar, which is essentially what you're doing if you just bring up a chart of Apple, you're comparing one security, or in this case, one index to another. So you're saying, okay, is IWM outperforming or underperforming the NASDAQ? All these charts are essentially year to date. So for the first couple days of the year anyway. So this is IWM, which is small caps, versus the Qs, which is NASDAQ. And this really goes to show the pretty insane outperformance that we've been seeing here, where if this line goes up, essentially IWM is outperforming QQQ. If you zoom out on this chart, it is not good. All right, the Qs for years and years and years have been just beating the pants off IWM, but this is a pretty swift reversal. So we are seeing, again, these small caps beat the pants off a lot of these larger caps or mega caps. And, some of these charts might help illuminate what's going on under the hood. The next one here is one that I always look at for just overall health and strength. And we're not looking for clean trends on this. We're just looking for general line direction. So this is RSPD versus RSPS. A lot of technicians love this for general health in the market because RSPD is discretionary. So think of people buying things that they don't really need to buy. And then RSPS is equal weight version of consumer staples, which is but people buying things that they need to. So in scarier markets, or if people are getting a little bit of risk off behavior, this line will point down because the stocks that, Campbell Soups and General Mills and Coca-Cola will be doing better, where Tesla and Amazon and these things will be doing worse. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing a nice, good outperformance when it comes to this ratio. So it's not like we're entering risk off, because that was my first thing with IWM being so many banks and things. Maybe we're entering a risk off territory. This next chart was another thing that I was thinking, oh, maybe we're moving from the big semiconductor makers, maybe money's flowing out of those and into other places. And this is a chart I'm going to have on watch, I know, all year. I had it on watch last year. So this is SMH, which is semiconductors, versus IGV, which is software. So the idea is, at some point, you're going to get this, hopefully, all of this CapEx spending and this AI semiconductor build out is going to trickle down to these software companies that are going to then be able to use AI to make their software better and see that rolling around as well. But you're not seeing that either. You're seeing semiconductors still outpacing software, and pretty handily. It's been choppy for a few days, but right off the bat, pretty handily. But this last chart, I think, is probably the one that's telling the story and creates a very interesting story as well. So this is MAGS, which is a Mag 7 ETF. It just holds all the Mag 7, your Apples and your Nvidias and all these guys, versus RSP, which is your equal weighted S&P 500. So this is a very simple way that traders can look at what is the Mag 7 versus the other 493 stocks in the S&P 500 doing. If this chart is going up, that means the Mag 7 is continuing to outperform the way they have the last few years. Money is flowing into Nvidia and it's flowing into Tesla and all of these things. If this line is pointing down, it's almost like a potential passing of the torch. So far this year, which isn't, only 3-4 days in, we have seen a relentless selling of this Mag 7 and then a buying of everything else. So this is the best chart that I can see to kind of show what's going on under the hood. This rotation of, and the reason we do this in ratio charts is because not like Nvidia's or Amazon or any of these things are getting killed, right? They're doing just fine. It's the fact that they're on a relative basis now underperforming the overall market. So more than we've seen kind of last year, more than we've seen, I'd say, in the last 2 years, this rotation is kind of showing its head. So this is a good kind of chart to just put on your screen and keep an eye on it, because if this continues to go down, it means there's other sectors out there that are doing the heavy lifting. They're holding up the S&P 500, and that to me is why we're seeing the Qs underperform. So is this a passing of baton? Is this something that's going to stick? I don't know, but it's something to watch. And if it is, we got to start thinking about what sectors is it going into, right? I mentioned finance and healthcare a whole bunch, but might be time that we get this kind of passing of the baton, and then we change the name from Mag 7 to, I don't know, whoever else was left. Or you probably still remember when it was FANG back in the day too, don't you, Brendan?
Yeah, based on Facebook, if everyone remembers those days. It's a great concept in that, really, I guess you got to go back to COVID maybe, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. That was really the last time we had an obvious change, or coming out of COVID, maybe we had an obvious change in leadership as to what was really driving the market and the engine behind the actual move that was moving the market. From a trading standpoint, from a way we're approaching the actual market, the longer we keep fighting that, and the longer we keep saying, it'll bounce, Apple will bounce, don't worry, it's fine, it's Apple, it's going to bounce. And look, it might, but the longer we keep fighting that, not only are we potentially missing other opportunities that, we're not looking at because we're concentrating on what has worked over the past little while here, but how do you approach that shift? Because I think a lot of people get stuck in that mindset of just same old all the time.
Yeah, and it's recency bias, right? People, if you talk to the famous quote for recency bias, it's basically just a bias that says whatever happened most recently has a higher probability of happening again, right? And the idea is that people are going to often be stuck in these names. And it's not that, I think Nvidia is going to crash and it's going back down to $20 or something like that. Hopefully not, because that would be bad for kind of the entire market. But it could be that these are entering dead money states, which is almost as bad. It would suck to see another double-digit gain in the S&P 500, to see other sectors carry the torch and do very well, and then you're still holding your Nvidia and your Apple and your Amazon and these these end up just going nowhere. So the way I look at it is that people aren't necessarily dumping NVIDIA. They're just not seeing the opportunity there that they were before. So they're taking their money and they're putting it into other places. So what I do is I'm go under the hood and try to go sector by sector and industry by industry and see what's really outperforming. You know, we saw a great move in defense yesterday with Trump announcing even more defense spending than there was last year, which was already a huge increase in defense spending. You have to find these other areas. And again, doesn't mean you need to sell your NVIDIA if you really like it, but you just need to understand that you could be entering this dead period. I try to remind people that Microsoft only hit an all-time high, I think, back in 2016 after the dot-com bubble. Stocks can go up and they can go down and they can go nowhere. So if this is going to continue, I don't necessarily think it's because of a big crash in the Mag 7. I think it's just that people stop caring and they just shift their attention to whatever's next, robotics, quantum computers, whatever it's going to be. But that's kind of our job to try to figure that out ahead of time.
Yeah, and let's be honest. I mean, it's also, you know, good for the market to see other things coming back into play and other things that are taking over some sort of leadership. To your point on that, has done nothing. That's a weekly chart. If we can there, Andre, that's a weekly chart of NVIDIA. So that is August of 2025. So we are basically sitting on that last high that it put in way back in August of 2025. So this thing really hasn't done anything in better part of 6 months here.
Yeah, so it's just it's the bias of people talking about all of this thing. Now, the one major benefit I think here is it should dispel a lot of bubble talk. I remember the bubble talk was crazy for a while there. Everything was a bubble. This was crazy that it was a bubble. That was crazy that it was a bubble. But if you have 6-8 months now of NVIDIA doing nothing. You have a lot of these mega cap spenders doing nothing. You have nice pullbacks in Apple and Meta, and the market didn't fall apart. People are just investing their money in other places in the market. That to me helps dispel the whole bubble fears. And again, I could think it could continue. I came here on Monday and said midterm years are generally speaking the choppiest years that we have in the market. Now, we got to remember that the market right now is mostly the Mag 7. It's a large percentage of the market. So we could have that choppy period of the market, which we're seeing here because of the rotation. But that is unfortunate for people who are just holding the S&P 500. But for us that are, watching shows like this online, we should hopefully still be able to find opportunities. Because if NVIDIA is not doing anything or moving down slightly, the market's not going to go anywhere. But that doesn't mean that healthcare didn't have a nice pop or some regional bank broke out or some weird biotech mergers are taking place. Choppy markets, again, are unfortunate for people who are just holding the index. For us, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity under the hood. We just have to kind of maybe forget the old guard, at least for a little bit.
You mentioned the IWM there, small cap specifically. Is it purely from a technical standpoint? Is there an area of the market that's really just screaming right now that screaming, look at this versus everything else that you're seeing?
Yeah, the two sectors that are the majority of IWM and I think are the most interesting are carry, which is your regional banks. Those are very interesting for a couple of reasons. A, they're on a nice, clean potential breakout here, and biotechs. And I think both of those might be for an administrative reason, where the last administration seemed to be more anti-mergers and acquisitions. This one seems to be more pro. That could be igniting this as well, a little bit as well, because if you're a early stage biotech, you're generally not going to try to be the next Eli Lilly. You want to get bought by the next Eli Lilly. And same with a lot of these small regional banks. They want to merge, they want to get bought out, they want to do things like that. The other component there could just be interest rates. Both of those things are very interest rate sensitive. We know that whoever is going to be the next Fed chair is going to be someone who is interested in lowering interest rates. So that could be what the market is betting on, is a more merger friendly and a lower rate interest rate environment. Those two sectors are really interesting. XBI, which is the biotech, has already been screaming last year, but it's got a way to go to all-time high. And KRE just looks like it's really, really close to a breakout.
Fascinating theme, I think, going into the remainder of not only this quarter, but into the rest of the year. The interest rate side of things and the the builders, even home builders, a group of stocks we very rarely ever talk about outside of when they might or might not report earnings around here. So anyways, great stuff. Michael Moss, have a great weekend. We'll talk on Monday.
Have a good weekend. See you Monday.
All right, guys, welcome back, and fantastic stuff from Mr. Noss. As always, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to start with some of the downgrades. And once again, at the top of the list, we have Adobe by BMO Capital getting its price target lowered to $375, going from an outperform to a market perform. And then we have Mattel, the toy maker, with a $21 price target, but going from a buy to a neutral weight. You're down 1.76% here this morning. Now, as for Plug Power, guys, going from a buy to a hold, no specific target on this one, but you're still slightly positive, even with a downgrade by TD Cowen. That is iHeartRadio, down 5.7% this morning. Price target being lowered from $4 to $3.50 by Goldman Sachs, but also going from a neutral to a sell rating there, guys. Now, as for some of the upgrades, let's take a look. Airlines getting the nod, guys. American Airlines getting the nod here. AAPL up 1.14% here this morning, and the price target, no specific one, we're going from a neutral to a positive, no specific level on there. Cleveland Cliffs getting the nod as well, too, guys. $17 price target by Morgan Stanley, going from an equal weight to an over weight, and once again, 2.5%. Now, as for an additional airline company, Southwest, a substantial increase, $36 to $60 by JP Morgan and Chase, and going from an underweight to an overweight rating. And then we have Marriott International going from $285 to $370. That's another big increase. And then going from market perform to outperform. But also, I want to touch on some of the individuals that didn't make the list and are worth noting. LMT getting the upgrade, UPS and FedEx also getting upgrades with price target increases.
Those upgrades and downgrades, and our segment with Michael, as always, a fantastic one brought to you by PDS Biotechnology. There, everybody, it's PDSB. You can find them on the NASDAQ. That's the ticker. And they're transforming the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focuses on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. You can learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com. Check the link in the description and shout out to them. Find them on the NASDAQ, PDSB. Those upgrades and downgrades, it's kind of funny. I know you pivoted to another stock, but we kind of looked at the same one
at the same time. Yeah.
And it was.
Okay. I thought you were going to talk about iHeart.
Oh, well,
yeah, the iHeart with the downgrade. You're just like the radio. I know they have an app.
Okay, we can get to love for a sec. Yeah, because I didn't even realize this was a. Do you know
a stock?
A stock? I didn't know.
I've heard of IHRT. Like, it's had moves in the past, but it's just like, yeah, I mean, good on them. They're still trending in an environment where maybe people are not listening to as much radio as before. But I'm sure they're still helpful. Because aren't they on Sirius XM or something?
You know what? I'm not even gonna. I don't know enough. I was just surprised. Like, I didn't really even know that it was still a stock, that's bad on me apparently. But if you knew that it's been trending for the last year off $1, congratulations. But like the first thing I saw was, yeah, look at that. It's breaking the trend as we speak. It's not doing any volume, so there's no trade there. It just kind of, I didn't know they're still there. Whoops, I didn't want, see, muscle memory is unbelievable.
What did you type?
I just instantly, so I'm like, okay, let's go back to talk about Southwest.
Yeah.
The second I type an L to put a symbol in my thing, my body just goes lily. Because it's a stock I own. I'm more apt to look at it, whereas I'm not looking at Southwest very often. It is insane how often this happens to me.
That happens with M for me. Whenever I type in anything with an M, I just go MSFT. Just boom, boom. Yeah. It just goes.
idea. Trust me, you guys, it's bigger problems like no one there. It's completely insane how often I do that. Like you guys will be talking about a certain name, and like I haven't really seen it before, and based on the letter that it starts with, I'll just start typing a regular symbol that I know. But Southwest, they're catching the upgrade. Big breakout. Consolidation, and we've talked about this before. If you have consolidation, don't consider it boring or don't consider it bad when you're following an up move like this, right? Because this is a topping tail at 43, and then it pulls back pretty decently, and then proceeds to consolidate. The fact that it never broke down after this to maybe retest some of those highs, that's pretty bullish. And now you got a breakout looming here in Southwest. I think there's so many things that can be deservedly on a watch list. I know once you get past like nuclear names and some of the energy names, and then housing names, and then maybe like Intel is a chip name, and there's IBIT, and silver is moving a little bit here. There's a lot to try to pack in, so I get it. But for anyone looking at this, just to show you, I guess a weekly is not good enough. Sometimes I think I'm going far enough out. That's not going to, the monthly chart's going to be better here. So just to give you an idea of the next gap that Southwest is currently doing, like this potential break that you're seeing, if it holds over 44, there's a lot of room to get in another 10% here, and that's on the monthly chart. So yeah, you have an active break happening in Southwest, regardless of the upgrade or downgrade. Pretty sparsely traded so far today, but still a good one. I think we got to go back to the desk for a second before we come back.
I just want to mention, shout out to our friends over at PDSB. Neil, you were talking about PDSB there, just going into this. There was a move on this stock this morning up to 115, and there is a headline to go along with that that just came out at 8:45. So one of the reasons we tend to work with companies like this is because they're doing very important work. This company, PDSB, is working on a treatment for head and neck cancer, and they've made some progress, positive progress, with the FDA in regards to a phase 3 trial. The phase 3 trial, potentially phase 3 trial, coming on the back of positive phase 2 data around this drug, again, which is showing promise for head and neck cancer. So that's the headline this morning for PDSB. There was a news announcement there this morning, sitting at $1 now, but a little bit of volume and move behind that as well. But shout out to them. Congratulations.
Sure, but I know you have a name up there that, look, we just talked about Southwest.
Yeah.
You have a name up there that I'm pretty sure you don't hear as often on the show as well, but of course, look at the chart. Yeah, look at tech, you can find some winners.
Of course, yeah, no. Joe mentioned that there are some upgrades that were on that list, and I heard the name FedEx, and I kind of knew where it's sitting at because again, just daily, it's part of my daily scan that shows up every now and then. And yeah, beautiful stock here. Strong pullbacks over the past couple of years, but pushing all-time highs with a bit of an upgrade on the day-to-day. Pre-market 313.62s. I have the ultimate high. This is a monthly chart, by the way. 315.40 on FedEx now. I don't know how much the daily volume is, but it's not too bad. It's not necessarily untradeable. Definitely does a few million shares a day. Yeah, 1.68 yesterday. Did 2.5 million shares on the day, doing some relative volume as well. So I'm curious to know, do we get above those prior highs there? Prior day's highs. Wow, what a beautiful reversion on the day as well. Prior day makes sense. It kind of did a lot of volume there, but wiping right back up to that. I do like that. And some of you in the chat were asking about Tilray. So let's take a quick look at Tilray. Yes, so Tilray had earnings. Wow, see, I totally missed this. Tilray had earnings today, or overnight, and it's up about 12% to the highs there at 10:45. Maybe a bit of a daily breakout, maybe some downtrend breaks as well. We had that run up at the beginning of December, or mid-December right here, with that push all the way up to 1569s there, but slow and steady bleed out all the way back into $9. Maybe be looking for the next leg here, but I like this bit of a bounce here off of $9, Neil, on this name. I know you've been watching this here as well on the daily. What do you feel like?
Yeah, the only thing I don't love about Tilray is I generally don't like being bullish on things that recently reverse split, because I feel that the general overall winning trade on the reverse splits has been to look for the backside. And then
after split squeeze.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But-
yeah. That was post-split squeeze.
which is exactly what it did, and like, it's in the backside of it. So like, I kind of feel like usually I'm gonna find the lower high, and then it's just like short forever. So without there being any specific news in space, just them getting the revenues, and they're still losing money, right? Like I think almost looking for a fade. Like when I wrote down, I do like a couple of things in my prep. Unplug that. I always do this plugged in. I always start with like my iPad, which this is like the oldest piece of whatever. It's like as about as old as can be. And I start with like I'll have like the core symbols in there, and it's gonna be really hard to see here. See the top? I always have this Mag 7 on there. There's nothing written next to any of the Mag 7 names today because none of them are in play for me today. You have like the chip names, and I think I have like levels and stuff written down for Intel. And then look at the bottom. It'll usually be the stuff that's new in play, like if earnings or whatever. And basically I have notes on all of that because that's more interesting to me. Tilray's on there, but I essentially, I was like, I look at it at 11 for potential like short opportunity. Like I'm kind of more thinking start a short or look for a short at 11. And it's more of a back idea because it does look bullish. It looks like a breakout on the daily. So it feels bullish to me because this type of stock I favor short. I'll be like, oh, well, I'll wait for a short to set up, maybe starting at 11. But because it looks strong, I'm not going to put it on my main list. It'll be more like a back burner idea. Then I'll come back to like oftentimes you'll see me look, Obi might be talking, or Sean might be talking, I'm looking up my chart, or I'm doing this, and I'm just refreshing, going back through to remember all of the names and all the levels, so that when another thing, one thing's not working, I can quickly jump over the table, is it setting up the way that I want it to? If SMR is not giving me the juice, which right now it's not, easily tell, yeah, right, I just looked over, I'm like, yeah, SMR is back underneath 22, it's going to be important to see 21.5, so it's losing a bit of the long structure. So I have to pivot to another nuclear name that I'm watching today. You just have to be able to do that, I think. Like, whatever works for you. Like I'm very much, I want to find something that has a good setup on the higher time frame that can be a trend all day kind of trade. Now, whether that's a false break of the high or just hold the low and then start going from VWAP is another trade that I like. If that isn't setting up on a stock that I like, I'm not going to keep trading that stock. And to each, everyone's going to be a little bit different. But if I see it not doing the thing I expect, I got to move to something else. And then I'll have a longer list of things that are on the list. Like I might only have 4 things on the note that I post, but I have at least 6 or 7 other symbols that I am watching, and you'll usually see me trade those as well.
For sure, I definitely agree with you there. Like I have usually, you guys have seen my splay that I usually have open. I have about 8 stocks on there right now. A lot of them we've already talked about, but some of them we haven't. So we can go through all of them real quick. I got Oklo, I got Vista, I got NewScale, SMR, I got XLV as well, right? Intel had some news as well. After hours, we heard that the president was talking to the CEO, Chevron, Oxy, and RKT as well. Now, that's alongside the whole chip sector, which I have my own kind of basket for the chips, and that's also alongside the Mag 7. So like I'm kind of cycling through these, adding and removing names as we go, because again, where is the next trade? How do you kind of answer that question? It's like a lot of it is just sitting on your hands, waiting for things to do what you're looking for, and then going with the plan there as well. But yeah, no, we'll tackle that as the day goes on.
You said it the best there. Sometimes it's waiting for the next opportunity. If a stock is not doing what you want, then you shouldn't be trading it. One place that you can start, which is easy to do, and it's free, by the way, is our daily watch list, which we go over right about now. So let's get onto the desk. We're getting on time, past 9 o'clock. We'll start out by looking at the names on our watch list created by Adara.
Not a heck of a lot as far as individual news catalysts today, but we will touch on why the overall market could be moving as well. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Again, link is below in the description of this video. Top link will get you to the sign up page for said watch list that, yes, has absolutely everything on it that you need to know every single day. Then come join us at 8 o'clock now, not 8:30 anymore, 8 a.m. we start. Let's touch on the biggest mover of the day here to kick things off, as you guys were just talking about this OKLO, VST we can look at, as well as Obi was mentioning there, also included in this absolute monster move here. VST better part of $25 to the upside at this point so far this morning. Going to potentially provide some power here for Meta.
Yeah, I mean, VST and OKLO here, both of these deals. So for Vistra's part, Meta's going to be purchasing 2,176 megawatts of nuclear energy from their Perry and Davis Best plants in Ohio. There's an additional 433 megawatts here of capacity from uprates at this location. Notably, apparently 15% or more of this contracted capacity represents new generation that's been added to the grid. Then with regards to OKLO, this agreement's going to involve a 1.2 gigawatt advanced nuclear power campus in southern Ohio. So they're focused here in Ohio. The VST deal also mentions Pennsylvania. Here's the stocks to watch. As Brendan mentioned, VST, a great one to look at, but Constellation Energy also moving on this. They are a competitor to VST. They have the 3 Mile Island deal with MSFT. So there's other plays for this as well. SMR also got an unrelated upgrade. So this whole space is really strong today.
Yeah, Meta is moving around a little bit here this morning as well. Not a heck of a lot in comparison to those two, but worth noting a little bit of relative strength here versus, the rest of tech at this point, guys.
Yeah, it's a nothing burger for Meta. We'll get Meta out of the way here just because, look, it's doing, you can probably put up the tape of what I said yesterday and it's still the same thing and it's not looking good for Meta. It's riding downside the 50 period simple moving average on the daily. All you're doing is holding on to this level every single day while rejecting the 200 period moving average. So it's almost like it's doing that while the 200 flattens out here. So there's really nothing to see. You're not even getting productive bounces off of that 50 period lately. You've had one recently, and then that's about it. So you got to look at the other names here now. Oklo, this is a clean break, but it's already, like, you've already seen this gap. So forget about the 100. If you see 100 today, then some things have seriously gone wrong. We got other fish to fry, and hopefully you're not trying to buy a dip if that happens. But we have seen that. Think about like Palantir when it was gapped up yesterday. So the 112 level, which I was just here, I was pointing it out, but I didn't say it. So this area 112, the prior high, going back into the early December, that's going to be key. Well, I want to see that hold. It's held once, but you're very much sideways. So this is like gapped up 18% with a condensing range and lower highs in a pre-market. It's going to have to convince me that we're holding the 112, especially on a Friday. That matters even more because sometimes you get those early rinse outs, and then you can start going. So it's not that we have Oklo and then we have the nuclear trade. So maybe I'll save SMR for a minute from now. But no, I think you have to look at I do think you have to look at the entire group. Like if Oklo's not holding 112, but SMR is holding 22, then guess where I'm going to go? Like I don't mind either. In fact, I put both of them on my note. And with that same thing, I'm going to look for that false break of the low for that trend up trade. But if SMR doesn't do it, I don't mind going over to Oklo and vice versa. So I'm pretty ambiguous between the two. Vistra, I don't know. This one I didn't see for a trade. It's not as liquid of a stock. It looks gorgeous on the daily chart. I feel like this is setting up more like a swing trade if it holds these major moving averages on the week than a day trade. So my take would be that Vistra looks pretty solid for a swing if it holds 175 today. But the other two I'd rather trade.
Yeah, I'm watching all three of those names here, Neil, but I think the main thing we need to focus on is that Meta made a deal with Vistra, and the rest of them are just moving as a sympathy. You can see already, like NewScale is kind of pulled back into its VWAP. VWAP has been holding on NewScale, on SMR. Oklo VWAP's holding as well, but Vistra is the one that's catching the bid. It has some of the most relative volume as well. So I'm going to be watching. Yeah, I like that 175 hold as well. You can see just prior day's high all the way from December 17th. There's a bit of a wiki action here into 180s, more resistance into the 180s. So the question I'm going to ask myself is that, am I going to have any sort of opportunity on the day today going into a shorter time frame, being like, okay, if we do pull back, am I going to get the opportunity to take some inventory at places to buy with reasons to buy into 180? That's the idea here on Vistra that I have. Let's see if it pans out. I don't know which way it's going to go off of the open, but I would like to take some inventory into and through 180 ideally. But if this is all she wrote, we already made a pretty significant move here, about a 17 almost 17.2% move here on VST, gapping up into some prior resistance in and around 180. So the 180 is going to be interesting. I do want to participate if we get above it and hold it with any sort of distinction. But we'll see what happens. Vistra Corp and Meta and the nuclear names moving alongside as well.
I'm going to make a switch on the fly here and disappoint Neil. I mean, it's the same story. It's the news is the news. So, I mean, yeah, SMR, the rest of the group, all moving around here as far as the nuclear play is concerned. Let's talk about some semiconductors here, because I think it's important to keep an eye on these always, let alone on a day when we have, overall market news. So NVIDIA, a little bit of a bounce here to start things off. Intel, I mean, there is a headline on TSM we can touch on as well. NVIDIA with a little bit of a bounce here after a pretty ugly day yesterday, as did most of these have a pretty ugly day yesterday. Do we get a retracement here today? We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's interesting here. I didn't see much on this today, or yesterday, but apparently Alibaba reportedly ordering, potentially at least, a massive amount of these NVIDIA H200 chips. Now, whether they'll be allowed to order them is, of course, a question. We know now we're kind of hearing reports that NVIDIA is going to be able to sell these chips to certain companies in China, though China and the US government both don't want NVIDIA touching the government side of things. I can talk about TSM, though. They basically just, as they always do, at the start of the new month, they release their sales data from the prior month. So TSM sales up a little bit over 20% for the month of December. And this comes ahead of their earnings report, because, guys, they report earnings in less than a week on January 15th. So Thursday pre-market.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we're right back into earnings season next week as well. So strap in for that. The semiconductor trade, Neil has rejoined. Neil, I'm sorry to disappoint, but we made a decision. We made a switch there. Let's talk about semis.
Oh, it makes sense, because we're going to talk about nuclear again that we already said 3 times. No, you're dead right. Someone actually was like, can you go over the technicals? Before I got to go to the bathroom, they're like, can you go over the technicals in NVIDIA? Well, this will be easy. It's not doing anything. That's the technical description for what is happening here. Much like Meta, which before I got up, this is exactly what we were saying, riding the 50, the only bad thing for NVIDIA is you can barely even see it. If I zoom in further, it's losing the 50 period today. It lost it yesterday. So while it's riding that little support line in this consolidation,
look at that range,
unfortunately, it's losing the bid. So if you zoom out here, it's lost this bid of support, 86 to 87, and definite selling in the low, 191, 192, 93 that you can see. So that 50 period that it consolidated on, it started to lose that structure. So if it doesn't, if it doesn't get back above 187, this looks like a short. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know why. As a matter of fact, remember I said I didn't put any of these things on my list, the Mag 7 names. So I'm just going to put it on my iPad there. I'm not going to alter what I'm looking at for the open, but that 187, I'm just going to throw. If we fail the 187, this looks like a short to me. Specifically on NVIDIA. Intel's at the end of the list. That's the one I'm watching today as the chip name, because it has a positive catalyst and is doing something distinctly different. The NASDAQ's 0.29, NVIDIA is 0.34. So yes, it does look like a little bit of a, sell any positivity and fade at that price. It's still only doing exactly what the market's doing, and why Intel's of interest is it's up a couple of points, has been insanely volatile the last 2 days. So you're getting outsized moves in Intel the last 2 days, and it's doing something the market isn't doing, at least for now. And then now all of a sudden the market is reversing a bit here.
Oh yeah,
of course. So
I mean, pop and drop off of those numbers in the morning. I think we kind of saw anytime we have some strong action and then it just gets slammed or stuffed or however you want to call it. I think that's sometimes a signal. Yeah, we kind of observed earlier that the pop did get slapped right back in. But when it comes to chips bouncing, question mark, I'm looking at AMD. AMD has had a pretty red week here. You can see here coming in on Monday, aggressive selling from 234 highs. Next day, same, right off of the open, sellers step in aggressively. Wednesday, sellers step in, not as aggressively as the prior 2 days, but then yesterday as well, sellers step in pretty aggressively. Later end of day price action for pretty much the whole week has been sideways and consolidative, stepping down through prior days lows almost back-to-back days. So is there going to be a bounce? On AMD, I have no idea, but let's see how we end the week off. We're also coming into this area as well, most recently, where, yeah, we did sell off in and around the same area. You can see that supply has been here, 233s all the way down into 200s, 225s all the way down into 200, now 234s all the way down into 206s right now, Neil. So maybe we get down to 202s, maybe we get down to 200s. This weekly chart on AMD is looking pretty red here, wiping back into the lower end of the range that we've been holding over the past couple of months. And yeah, I mentioned that NVIDIA as well is kind of starting to lose that bit, but take a look at the price action over the past couple of sessions here. You can see clearly that it was stuck in this range, 192s to 193s. There's definitely a little bit of a supply zone, and then 187s. 187s in and around there, a bit of a demand zone where it keeps on getting bought up. And yesterday was the day we finally broke below that. So yeah, I'm looking for that 187 as well. That break of range. Let's see if it's a false break of range and step right back in today. 187 is definitely going to be a little bit of an inflection point for me.
Like that inflection point. Now, before we talk about stocks, I think we might have, I don't know if we mentioned Novo is going to be up because, well, a couple of things. There's firm issue coverage on them, but also Amazon Pharmacies announcing the availability of their Wegovy pill. So that's going to give it about 3.5% for Novo, and this just continues the move that has been going on since the pill gave it a bump, and of course it's gapping right into the 200-period moving average. Stock is on a recovery, no questions asked there for NVO. We'll watch out for that big massive level on Novo. Let's talk some oil stocks. Nothing moved more program trade yesterday than that group of oil names.
Just a recap first. A few people just joining a little later this morning. Let's just talk about some of these numbers that came out at 8:30. If you missed it again, December non-farm payrolls 50,000 was the number. Consensus was for 60,045, the forecast. So basically, center of the road kind of print there for non-farm payrolls. Yes, it was positive, which is good. 4.4% down on the unemployment rate, which did cause a little bit of buying initially. It was a bit of a head fake, though, for the overall market. Again, up at 10 o'clock this morning, we'll get consumer sentiment. That's really the next stop on the economic calendar. Also at 10 o'clock, I saw a couple of people talking about this Supreme Court decision. Again, this is not guaranteed. They may not. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not anything comes of this today. Just keep that in mind. Michigan Consumer Sentiment definitely coming at 10 o'clock this morning. Let's touch on some of these oil stocks because, yeah, they could be in play today because executives going to be at the White House today talking about this Venezuela situation.
And that's coming here at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll be here with you guys covering all of that for you. As I mentioned, it is going to be on camera, and I'll certainly be reminding everyone of this throughout the day as well. But basically, I mean, we're going to have Chevron. I know COP CEO has already confirmed he's going to be there. So ConocoPhillips, I'm getting the sense that ExxonMobil, from what I've seen as well, they're going to be there, and they will be with Trump with regards to Venezuela. Now, what we know about the Venezuelan oil situation, we've heard reports apparently they're already trying to prepare to ship some of this oil back here. We know Trump said 30 to 50 million barrels they're going to be having here from Venezuela. We've also heard some reports that actually could be a lot more oil. So the oil is going to be like one of the, I guess, the biggest things to keep an eye on here with regards to the Venezuela situation. It's crazy that started less than a week ago. The capture of Nicolas Maduro, former leader of the country. So we're going to wait and see what happens in terms of how the market reacts to this. But oil names certainly have been volatile. They've been gapping up. They've been moving lower. And we're going to have to wait and see how they react today.
Yeah, huge day yesterday for CVX. Goes out almost on the highs. We get a nice gap up here this morning. Our fading back in pretty quick, guys, before Chevron at least.
Yeah, there's some fading going on, but not so much in Oxy. What I think stands out a little bit for Oxy is I buried the lead. Is what it is. I want to show you. I'll show you XOM and CVX. You'll see the difference I'm trying to make here. So Oxy was insane yesterday. Look at how that looks on a monthly chart. It's like nothing even happened. I think that gives it a little bit more potential. When you look at yesterday's trade, look at the potential breakaway. As long as we can hold on to 43, and I even just tweeted this one out, it's not even the 43. It's essentially this zone. Like if we just hold on to this upper end of the band, so call it this high at 72.75-ish. And onto that, I'm just looking long on Oxy today because I think it has a lot of potential. If it loses it, backfill, don't fight the stock, because if you lose a level like that, it starts trending down, and you're like, oh, I'm going to pick the bottom. You just long for like 2% and hoping it bounces. But I don't like that notion. But some of why I like it does have to do with the difference between it and, say, look at XOM on a monthly chart, literally breaking out as well. It's in the top end of that band. And then you look at, say, CBX, maybe not as good, but still distinctly different. Like, it's in the top end of the range, and it's looking to break out at the top. I mean, Oxy's done nothing by comparison, so it's more to go. There's just more room for it to continue. So it's the first one of the group that I'm looking at today. They were all essentially just rocket ships that looked like this yesterday. So you got to pick one to start looking at. And for me, it's going to be Oxy just because it has more potential runway that I can find on the daily chart.
I think all of them were running like crazy, but Oxy came onto my watch list because it was really extended compared to the rest of them. The overextension was almost I think a decent chunk of its ATR, maybe even a couple like a multiple of it as well. But Chevron, I like Chevron again. One of the ones directly affected by the Venezuelan news at the beginning of the week. Coming into the end of the week, we're finally catching a little bit of a bounce. The initial day, we did catch a strong sell after the gap up, filled in that gap, held that gap over Wednesday and Thursday, and then now catching a bit of a bid once again, gapping up above prior day's highs as of right now, above 160s and some change. Right there, we've made a high of 161.85, pulling back in, kind of giving us that 50% reversion of the strong sell-off that we had on Tuesday, with a little bit lower on Wednesday as well. So I like this look. I'm just going to take this pre-market range here. I'm going to take some of the prior day levels, such as the close, prior day high, the prior day end of day range low as well, which happens to coincide and confluence with Wednesday's opening area, as well as the initial reaction low, or the opening range low of Monday's opening session. So there's a lot of confluence in and around this 160, 159 level. Let's see if we can hold and trek a little bit higher here. Was this a little too far, too fast? I don't know, but I'm going to be waiting for some of this price action. Yeah, Oxy, of course, and there was another name you were talking about as well, Neil, XOM. XOM looking very, very similar to that of in terms of price action. Now we broke below that prior week close on this one, so yeah, it is a little bit different. But since the week has happened, you can see selling reversion on Monday, strong selling on Tuesday, holding some lows on Wednesday and Thursday. And then yesterday we saw a strong and steady grind up on a lot of these names. So I'm asking the question, are we going to get that continuation of that prior day action? Are those buyers not done? Because that was distinct buying. You look at some of those charts on the 5, 15 minute and the 30 minutes, and even the hourlies is just consistent buying, which just shows a lot of demand. Now the question becomes, if we closed at highs, is that buying finished, right? So maybe looking for the continuation, and if that's not going to be there, maybe we'll trade it just from a price action perspective to the downside. I don't know.
A couple more to go here, but just as an aside, the Nasdaq's now almost given up all the gains from this morning. ES as well, trending back toward flat on the session after our little gap up. So they are reversing the move after the early numbers so far. Let's talk about some of the memory stocks if you want to. Reversing the move. Yeah, a couple of those did that yesterday.
Yeah, everything back down now in a pretty good way. Just be aware. Hassett speaking currently, White House Senior Advisor Hassett, talking about some Trump decisions, a wide range of different things, but overall the market coming back in anyway, I would think. Here is the what happened yesterday. If you missed it on SNDK, we'll talk about these memory stocks. Pick one. They were all pretty weak right out of the gate yesterday. I mean, it kind of looked like we were trying to recover here so far this morning, but taking a pretty hard right turn now back southbound.
Yeah, the bounce yesterday afternoon wasn't that either, at least for SNDK. But I want to talk here about this story. So Digitime's reporting that apparently SanDisk, their plan is to offer 1 to 3 year NAND supply contracts that basically requiring 100% upfront cash payment. So interesting look there. Apparently this is going to be the goal of this, I guess, to shift price and inventory risk towards customers and off of the company. This does reflect, again, the tightening of the NAND supply. So interesting look here for SNDK. all cash ownership or all cash upfront deals. Kind of interesting look.
If you zoom out 2 days ago, we had that huge move to the upside. This thing came right back into almost exactly to the number 50% retracement, just saying, yesterday, and had a nice bounce. So trying to hold that still around this 340 area for SanDisk, guys. But what a wild ride this has been the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, SanDisk.
Wild ride for weeks on end.
I mean, yeah, this has been the wildest ride of all of them for a while. Is this the back end of the trade? We're going to find out. The first day can be telling, but it's not the end of the story. We had a similar thing in November, and then it bounced for a couple of days, and then the bigger follow-through was yet to come. You got to keep that in mind, because I think usually that's how the structure will go. You'll have a first big pullback, and then you'll get a confirmation a couple of days after that, because the last time we did another big one, it immediately bounced off support. So I want to see today. It's going to be huge. And it's exactly that 340 that you just mentioned. That's the only thing, I don't want to say it's the only thing that matters, but that's exactly what matters in here. Opening range yesterday failed at 340 level when it tried to bounce, and then we got a V-shaped recovery. Essentially, as Obi was just saying, a 50% retracement, and it either holds it or it doesn't. If it doesn't, I've got locates that I'm paying for as we speak. So it'll be key. I want to see that first 15 minute, and if we're above, stay away from shorts. If we're below, then I think you're kind of in all systems go on SanDisk specifically.
Thank you for reminding me. Can I get some of those as well? I'll get the usual order.
Do it right.
Thank you. Yeah, no, Micron and SanDisk are what I'm looking for when it comes to memory stocks. Not only that, I was talking about this on the midday yesterday as well, where I was just like, okay, well, I went online to check for hard drive space, and that sector, that's also moving. So it's all sorts of memory, right? So that's why SanDisk is moving, right? So I want to take a look at not only just RAM, but hard drive stocks as well. So Micron is a memory one, strong sell yesterday, a bit of a pullback here. Yeah, roughly 50% retracement happening here as well. SNDK, another one with a 50% retracement of the strong flush from yesterday. Funny enough, this strong leg, about a 50% retracement of that as well. So this price action is absolutely beautiful in the way it's kind of stepping up and kind of digesting this this pressure, this demand, I guess, that we've been having over the past few weeks. And WDC as well, Western Digital, kind of similar in the same sector. Look at that strong selling, got below that strong bid area from Tuesday. So this one I'm watching as well. This one looking slightly different than the rest of them here. SanDisk much stronger, but this one has a bit of a range here, and we've dropped right back up onto the top of this prior multi-week range. Let's see if we can get back into the range here. But yeah, I'm looking for both ways on these. If there's buyers on them, I definitely want to participate. And if there's any sort of structural breakdowns as well, I want to participate in some of those as well. Now, I don't think we need shorts for Western Digital. If I'm not
sure
mistaken.
It's just SNDK.
Yeah, it's just SNDK. I remember, was it last week? Or earlier on this week, I was just like, oh man, this is definitely something I want to get into. I hit it for the short, and I'm like, oh, I need locates for this. And by the time the move had already happened, by the time I got them, so it's like you got to be prepared. It's part of preparation in the morning, being like, okay, well, this is part of my plan, and even if I have a long bias, I still want to have inventory. Or short inventory. I want to have some shares borrowed just in case.
Exactly, and just in case Intel's part of your plan, let's see what the deal is with this name.
It was a True Social post, essentially, to that extent, really. President Trump saying that he met with Lip Bhutan or had a conversation with him. There wasn't much detail as to what came from said conversation, and I think that's why we're seeing this thing fade that move that we saw after the close yesterday.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to note, and I said this last week too, when Trump basically moved the market on a month-old post about Amazon that he just repurposed. Like, I think it's really important to note that he will just post old things whenever. Like, he'll just get into a jag where he finds an old article and he'll post it. So always be cautious, because much like what happened with Amazon, this Intel story moved the market. But as Brendan said, the only new thing here is I guess they met up again. We already knew the story with the processors that came out, their Panther Lake chip, on Monday at CES 2026. So Trump resurfacing old news is not a new phenomenon, but I think it is something that as traders definitely be aware of when it's not brand new information, which in this case is not.
Remember, 10 o'clock this morning, we get University of Michigan sentiment that could potentially move the market. We're also going to get potentially a Supreme Court ruling. We'll see if that actually comes through or not. And then oil stocks could be in play as well later on this afternoon. A lot of executives meeting with Trump at the White House also. So a lot to be aware of, and keep an eye out for today, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Lots to go over. And the imbalance is pretty quiet. Nothing over 1 million shares this Friday morning, as you can see. At no point was there anything that was that big, unless you're into Stocks S, OCG, small one. Novo, we talked about, that's a 280,000 imbalance. SMR is in there for 280,000 as well. Oscar, 250, but nothing crazy. Intel, like the rest of the market, is losing the bid. And my note's like, you got to hold on to 42 for it to be a go. And it's underneath, so I might be passing on that one early. Oxy's headed to the upside already as we ring the bell for the last time this week. Right about now, without the cool sound, unfortunately. So good luck, everybody. The first move, at least over on NVIDIA, is to the downside. So, yeah, maybe no test of that 187 that we were just talking about. I do see Occidental, which is looking like what's moving up. Oxy's pressing through the high, so there might not be that dip. I was 42.75. You can't dip into 42.75 if you're breaking out yesterday's high. So Oxy repeating its strong move, at least early. Shoot, Open Door, we didn't talk, well, okay, the president also boosting some of the housing stocks. And you're going to see Open Door, I was looking for dip and rip on my note. So Open Door up 15% now. This will make Eric Jackson quite happy.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, looking at some of these nuclear names, Oklo pulling back in, breaking down its range there. So we'll wait for that one. VST, kind of the leader of the group, I would say, on the day today, because that is the one directly with the news as well. So using that as maybe an indicator to trade the Oklo and the SMRs perhaps. And yeah. Oxy continuing to push. 43.70s was that high from yesterday. We pulled up to 43.78. So just being patient here. Market tailwind to the downside as well. There goes SMR. What a trend break, pulling right back in. Let's see if we can find some support down anywhere in the 20s as that pulls right back in. Let's see what the Mag 7s are up to. Wow, Tesla coming right into that 431. That 430.
It's getting.
We looked at those. We looked at the options chain. From was it this morning? I was going to say yesterday. Joe came with that 430 chain right there. That's coming in right away. So that's looking interesting.
No
to me
catalyst,
as well.
and it's just flushing
of course,
here.
yeah. Sellers have been dominant on this name back to back every single day.
It's not just them. NVIDIA with a heavy candle as well. One of yesterday's darlings, the defense names, not as bad, but my guess is you're not seeing it as bad in like a Palantir type name because of what happened already in this stock. So here comes Open Door back in. It's going to be pretty key with that little bit of a flush it's not a flush. I mean, some names had flushes. The market is down 0.1 on the NASDAQ, and the ES is actually still up. But it's going to be key if it can hold on to this 7. The problem you have going is it's now a big-time false break of the high. So when you have a false break of the high, you can't just step in blindly to buy or you're going to get hurt. The thing that looks the strongest right now, Obi, and for everyone out there on my list to watch, is going to be Oxy. Like, Oxy's actually setting up much better for long than literally everything else. So if it can do anything like pull back and any consolidation, that looks like the one to chase a little bit. And JA in the chat saying Rocket is looking pretty good, Obi.
Yeah,
that was on your list. I don't think. I mean,
RKT. I'm watching that as well. Got involved with a little bit of Oxy here. Let's see if it kind of continues. We did kind of pull back in, step back up, but I'm going to keep it tight. Let's see if that works. SMR pulling back in. Oklo with more of a sell there. ES with a bit of a bounce happening here, but the NASDAQ still, I guess NASDAQ's making a bit of a bottom wick as of right now. Intel, is that one going? Yeah, it is. 42.
Turn on Intel?
Yeah, swipe right back up. So
that is insane.
Looking great on the long there as of right now. The shorts on these nuclear names. Wow. And we talked about CCJ, man. That's the one I'm missing. CCJ is at all-time highs, 212s right now on CCJ. So that's another name. Cameco Corp to the upside here. Not that much volume though. Okay, that's why it's not really showing up on my radar just yet. Only about 790K shares traded right now. Okay, there goes Oxy stopping me out there. That's fine. I'm gonna be a little patient with this one. Nothing too crazy, just waiting for things to just fall into my lap. But as of right now, it seems like the nuclears are falling down. So if you took any sort of a breakdown of that morning trend, yeah, Amazon as well taking a beating to the downside here. Yeah, I did. That was your elbow?
That was my elbow.
Man.
I just cracked the you-know-what out of my, I was stretching, I just cracked the crap out of my left elbow.
Oh, man.
That was intense. Apparently my mic stinks, so it's one of these days I have to show you what Fabian or Ramin and Andre tell me to do with the mic whenever it's giving you guys issues. They're like, yeah, can you touch your mic, Neil? I'm like, oh, goodness. So well, hopefully it's getting a little bit better. No, Intel broke out that 4250.
Yeah,
it's not so much that it did break 4250, it's how it broke 4250. Look at the reverse. There was no chance. No chance, because that's what you got, like Vince McMahon says, to get this breakout of this. Like, look at the trend break. Like, you had to have it literally before the open. That's before the open, the trend break. And then it rinsed the bottom and then tried to break out here. You couldn't get the 42. I couldn't get the 42s on the way back through. I said we need to clear that. So we end up with the 42.5 break. I want to play this. I'm buying dips into VWAP, and we're playing it into 43. While that was happening, ooh, Oxy. Right, Oxy's trying to pull back as well. That's pretty heavy. It doesn't hold on to prior day high, so that might be no good. Open door, which was strong, is now, yeah, that's starting to hold a little bit better as well. So I want this candle to close above the high, and then I would get involved in it. But unfortunately, like if you're looking at the bottoms here, okay, fine, like Intel's going, but you really just 430 on Tesla. Yep. Yesterday's low on Nvidia held, 430 holds on Tesla. You could have one of these little V-shaped type moments. So I'm going to stick with Intel. That was on the list for sure, guys. And I see in the chat, hey, if silver is going, don't hesitate to type $SLV in there instead of just saying silver, because oftentimes like it'll get missed, like especially in the Bitcoin names. If you type IBIT, we'll get it, but people will say like Mara and then and BTC. But if you type the actual ticker, then it shows up in the visualizer, which we have up, and then I can know what you guys are interested in. Silver breaking the highs as well. So a bit of a recovery for the market here. I just happen to like Intel for the next even dollar, and then we'll try to buy the dip. So I'm essentially playing here to here, and then ideally, maybe there's even like a 43 to 43 half play. But until we break out of that range, I'm gonna try and stick with this first like 1% move here on INTC. Hey, if the president likes them, it's usually been a good bet in the past.
Another one that we talked about this morning that is ripping to the upside alongside some of these other names, Neil, is SNDK. Take a look at this one here. Up 350s all the way from an open in and around 341. So that's a bit aggressive there, pulling right back in. So yeah, maybe reverting a decent chunk or more of the prior day's action there. Prior day's high is coming in at 360. We're still far ways from there as well. Market taking a bit of a bounce here. You can see both of these 15-minute candles with about half of them left to print, 7 minutes roughly remaining on this first 15-minute candle, guys. So yeah, market with a bit of a bounce here after that initial flush. So Amazon coming in with a reversion all the way back to its high. So as soon as I spoke of it, it was all the way down at 243.50s. When I was talking about it just now, 245s, wiping right back above opening range highs, back up into pre-market lows, but not really doing relative volume. So I'm going to wait and watch. Yeah, sure, maybe some price action scalps are in store there, but again, patience is a virtue. VST coming right back up into VWAP as well. So it might be the time to start looking back at these nuclear names if I was looking for a long, which I was, and they did not do what I was looking for off of the open, so I kind of left them alone, just waiting for some structure to form, waiting for some price action to form at the same time. CCJ, another one. Amoco, where are you doing?
We're getting a wow. Yeah. Look at the market. The ES is back to the high. The Nasdaq is almost at high. It's so hilarious that in the moment that the Nasdaq just pulled back into the high, literally the opposite just happened in Intel. Like Intel, well, lucky, a lot just happened. The market pulled in back into the highs. Intel dipped back into prior high, so was able to reload it, not at the same price, a little further away from the 42.5. We got 59s, and now it's right back in and trying to make that press into 43. So this continues to rally to the upside. The NASDAQ, that's not bad. Hey, if you like longs, hopefully you're able to find something at the bottom. NVIDIA with a nice bounce, Tesla with a nice bounce. The only thing that doesn't look great is, SMR here trying to go. So it doesn't get to that 22 at all. And I just heard in my ear the defense names.
Oh yeah, we were going to talk about those.
Oh,
yeah.
KTOS. That's what I'm like, what the heck is that? Kratos here with a nice bounce, so that's breaking out. So yeah, market looking pretty good on the bounce. Got the reload in Intel, still the only thing I'm in. I haven't been picked up on the bid at all in Open Door. So that hasn't gotten back close to that $7 level. But Intel looking pretty good to try to get into 43. I'm going to try to hold a piece for the 43 break and see where it goes, but I'll trail out if we fail that 43 break for sure. Let us know what else you guys are watching. I haven't checked in on any other Mag 7 names. Well, that's not going to help Apple. Apple's not doing anything to help the market. Boo, Apple, boo. The stock can't get out of its own way. Look at that daily chart.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, some selling, yeah. Back-to-back sellers on Apple as well.
It's going to be an opportunity at some point.
For sure. I think
yet.
There's a lot of opportunities happening here with the market wiping right back up. I got a little bit involved with CCJ, but again, chasing into it, so not really sized accordingly to the chase, not really sized too well, I would say. The pre-market high was good there at 111s, but again, not really doing that much volume. So let's see, it's got to work for me a little bit more, maybe some pullbacks as well as it continues to make higher highs and higher lows. Wow, there's a little bit of buying here happening. So 313s, let's wait and see. What was that prior high, you may ask, there on the weekly? That's 110.16s, and that came in right off of the open there, 110.16. But like I said before, not really doing any sort of crazy kind of volume just yet. So wait and see if this one can hold 313 with any sort of distinction and then pull any higher. But all-time highs, right? All-time highs, you got to give it a little bit of room. It's not doing that much volume either. So I'm being patient as well, looking for the next trade. SMR actually got back to VWAP here. I was looking at this dip down here at 2120s, and I was like, all right, maybe this can get back in, especially if the market starts to pull and VST also goes, and both of those things did happen. So a quick little scalp there, miss on my part, but from 21s to 21.5s here on SMR at the same time. So wait and see. Wow, that was a little bit of a fill there. Okay, cool. So 13s, just kind of teetering in and around 113s here on CCJ. I got to take a look at
so much stronger.
Yeah, it is. I mean, all-time high break, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. Maybe some more pressure there. Okay, we got a super chat from Danny's boy. Thank you very much for the super chat here. Don't sleep on the VIX today. This market looks good right now, but the VIX isn't falling. Supreme Court fear?
Well, the thing, yeah, uncertainty is going to be a bit of a play because we don't even know if first of all, we don't know if we're getting a Supreme Court decision, right? Like it could come today, it might not. Certainly the president could always opine on something, but yeah, you're not really getting much of a fall. Like we're actually bouncing off of some support in the VIX, but the price action's still looking pretty. Look, it depends on the stock you're watching. Because I'm sitting here saying the price action looks bullish because I'm looking at Intel, Open Door, and Oxy. So that's actually a little bit deceptive because we're still kind of failing prior highs here and unable to really bust through. So, and even as I say this, Oxy is not holding VWAP, so I can't bring myself into this. This is still a false break, prior high on Occidental, and a lower high being put in. So right now, it's really just the Intel story because I got to slap the fail on myself, and I'll show you guys what's going on in Open Door in a quick little second. So holding through on the break of 43 on Intel, and now just going to watch tape. If we start to fail, just keep in mind, Intel, you've got some big highs here, like the 52-week high. These are not all-time highs. If it breaks 45, not even close. But you do have 52-week high, which lingers at that 44 level, but we are running into yesterday's resistance. So that's the failure that I'm concerned about up top here on Intel. If it does happen, then I want to make sure I jump out. And again, that's just my style of trading. Like I like to play the gap move, and if I can get that, move on to the next opportunity. And Intel, if you can get a point, usually pretty good.
Yeah.
Percentage.
Yeah, percentage-wise. Yeah.
Right.
If you can get $1 on Intel, that's absolutely
That's
solid.
2% on Intel. Like, keep in mind, Intel's a $40 stock, right? So like Tesla moving 1%, you know, like it has to go $4, let's just say. This one only has to go 40 pennies. Keep that in perspective.
That one's a bit finicky as well. Like I like to trade it often.
Matters.
I mean, liquidity matters. And then like sometimes what happens is like the spread will be like 1 or 2 pennies. And there are times where the spread opens up to 10 pennies, and then the average kind of range of the minute candle, or the average range of a shorter time frame candle might be like 5 pennies at a time, and then it starts swiping 10, 15, 20 pennies, and it's just like, okay, well, I'm sized for one kind of average range, and then it starts to swipe even harder than that.
But the good news is you can usually tell what type of a market it's in.
Yeah.
I just trailed out of it. Oh, so anyways, this just happened on the 5-second chart. Psych, as it dumped off this level on the 5-second. I'm like, okay, it's kind of trending back into it. If it loses it, that's where I'm going to trail. This was kind of the area that I was going to get out anyways on Intel. But I like to look at that 5-second, and it's holding a 1-cent spread this entire time, which is pretty good. But again, to my style, I'll go back to the dip if I can. I like that opening range trade and then try to get the next one after that. But I promised I would show you guys Open Door. And yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity. Like Open Door already bounced. I'm sitting here waiting for $7 anchored to an even level instead of just doing what Intel did. Like it gave you multiple bounces off the volume weighted average price, and now this one doesn't look as good for obvious reasons. Like look at that, like that pullback. Like these ones are individual 3-minute candles that are holding, and then you're getting a 20-30 cent pop inside the range. This one was a big sell candle. I'm not going to jump into this bid as quickly. Again, next available dip on Intel, because that's been an absolute rocket ship today. Outside of that, if you look at the rest of the Mag 7, Alphabet was really strong. And again, it's looking like it's got some strength. So you have this battle going on between the likes of Apple looking bad, Google looking good, NVIDIA looking right in the middle. Kind of like Goldilocks there.
Yeah,
This
in
one
that
is
in that
just
zone.
right.
Yeah. So CCJ is kind of trailing up there. So I have 113s. We're coming into 114 here. Let's see if we can push a little bit higher. Wow, straight through 114s. So 115, I like 115s as well. A little bit of a psychological level for me. I like to work in 5s as well as 3s and 9s. But let's see if that 114 can hold. We held 113 with some distinction. We're holding trend pretty well as at the same time. So let's see if we can continue this bit of a trend and accelerate. Again, an all-time high breakout. So, you know, a lot of participants could be you know, interested in this name. The sector is good as well. So let's see if it comes into fruition here. I am kind of piecing off slightly as we push higher, but yeah, it just looks like every little pullback gets bought right back up. So I'm being patient. Let's see if it can kind of follow through. But already, you know, it's extended a little bit there. I'm looking at that 110 level, and I'm getting involved at 113. That's $2. Sorry, $3. Quick maths. Way too late, man. Come on. Bit of a chase, but you know, all-time highs. I'm willing to get involved in higher consolidation.
Sometimes
hey, Neil, guess what? I'm trend trading.
What? I think so. OB is trend trading. Okay,
Oh,
let's
boy.
back it up. The
It's
apocalypse.
the end of the world.
Rebecca, I love you. Aaron, it's been my pleasure and privilege to be your dad. If you're watching this,
Oh, boy.
I want to say goodbye to my parents. If OB's trading with the trend, we're screwed. We're all screwed. It's all over now. You've unleashed the Kraken.
Oh, I'm telling you, I'm trying to expand my skill set, right? You gotta get a little gooder every day, you know. So that's my goal. But trend trading, definitely. You guys have been here with us for a long time, but getting a little bit better with getting involved with trend more often than not.
The word of the day.
But what's the word of the day?
No, we have a graphic for the word of the day.
Right. But what I'm asking, is it trend trading?
No, didn't you say like gooder?
Get gooder. That's not a real word.
Of course it's not. That's exactly my point. It's not an actual word. You can't say get gooder, but I don't have that. Sorry, I don't have that key.
All right, that's the break of trend.
Intel might have just turned at 44, but I am now for the first time into open. So effectively, I wanted it off this prior high, so I'll just take half and keep a tight stop on it. Because I feel like it's given you the move twice, and I probably missed it. So this one I cannot possibly like as much as I would have liked it earlier. As I said, Intel's pulling back potentially because, well, the market's dumping is not the right word. The market is dipping back in pretty heavily. I see NVIDIA heading back into the lows. This could be causing a bit of a dip for sure. But that wasn't enough of a dip to wow. That dip didn't even want any part of the prior high. Intel looked like it was pulling back off 44, and I was going to try to get back in off that prior high. No mas. Not even close. This thing is going ham. 7.5% now on Intel, as it is now at, okay, never mind. It's close to 52-week highs, but this is a wick. If we can break, 45 is going to be wild on this stock, Obi.
Yeah, all right, guys. So savvy Canadian traders who are looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, so
about Tilray.
Yeah, exactly. So, Tilray, yeah, back to the downside. So we kind of lost a bit there. Here's a beautiful thing, Neil, about like I love reversions, and if I'm trading with the trend, guess where I know when to sell.
See, that's
right?
actually
I'm just like reasons to buy, reasons to sell.
a very good point.
It just comes in. I'm just like I know if I wasn't in the long right now, I would definitely be trying to slap a short right there.
There is the one downside to this. Because it
Which
happens,
is?
because I do it all the time. You know when there's an uptrend and you're like, this is a reversion, that's a reversion, and you look at like on an uptrend 3 or 4 different places where you would get out.
Yeah.
What will end up happening as well is then when you're in a long, because if you're a good reversion trader, what will happen is you'll be in a long and you will get out early because it'll show you what looks like these pullback reversion trades. I'm just gonna, and I'll show you exactly my point here. Again, that's just my style. So oftentimes I see this move up, and I will see that as a possible reversion for VWAP. Well, when I got out the first time, there was no guarantee I was going to get VWAP. I just happened to, because it's like if I'm thinking short, I would have shorted this. But instead, I was long. But then you see these reversion levels, you get there, and you're like, I'm going to get out, and then it's going to revert, and I'm going to pull back into the long. But as someone who likes reversions, great. They make money for you when they work, but they will also get you out of some long positions by having that sort of mentality. So again, you can always say like a win's a win, but I know exactly why I got out here. It gets pretty obvious because I was thinking that was the next dip, and that would be my chance to play the trend. And then it goes absolutely bat-ish crazy to the upside. So we'll see. There still hasn't been a red candle on the 3-minute. I can try to wait that one out instead of look for a top. But if it does look like a distinct top, yeah, there's probably a short incoming. Oxy finally holding above. It took forever.
Funny you're looking
Oxy.
at that. I'm looking at that right now.
Like it's finally holding above VWAP. So this could be the chance. The other thing Oxy's got going for it is you've now got, so I got a couple of higher lows, and then this trend that it's setting up can start to set up a trend that'll hold a volume weighted average price. So I'm in open door, trying to scalp into the high. Intel's going to be in play. Oxy as well. A-Rod said, I thought you like silver, Neil. I do, and I do like it as a trade. It's just, it can't be on your list every single day. Here's the thing, like I actually found silver was much better in this range, in like the low 60s range, because you had a pretty clear support level, like you had some like top end like resistance, and then since it's gotten back to here, it's just been really choppy. It looked like it was breaking out, then disaster day. You kind of thought, okay, they can just give you a fade off of this level, and then at the open, it was nowhere close. I just have not been able to find it in a range that I've liked. So I stayed away from it the last couple of sessions. But maybe that's a mistake, because silver is up 3% on today's session.
Yes, the silver move has been kind of slowing down, kind of breathing a little bit, pulling back in. We've heard kind of, I wouldn't say rumors, but people that are taking the swing short on silver, SLV. But kind of going back to the point that you were making earlier, getting involved a little early. That's why sometimes when I'm trying to revert things, I see certain signals where it's like, okay, well, sellers are starting to step in here in something that's trending up, and I'll get involved a little early on the front side of the move. But what I'm starting to realize is that when that happens on the first sign, I don't necessarily have to react, right? It's more of an observation now where it's just like, okay, sellers are stepping in. Now let's see what happens after the sellers step in. But sometimes there are nuances for certain reversions where it's just like, if it's been going absolutely crazy, I do probably want to get involved in the first sign of selling, right? And right away, if I see a distinctly different kind of tape action, I'll be like, I'm putting on a starter right here, and if it starts to continue to work, then I'm going to add with more conviction there as well. That's been working out okay. But silver on the day today, yeah, 72s coming in here. Got involved with a little bit of oxy. This chart on my side does not have a volume-weighted average price, so I am going to throw that on there.
We're all contractually obligated at Trader TV Live to have VWAP on our charts. That's how we roll. As a matter of fact, hit the like and subscribe right now, and Obi will add VWAP to that chart like we all need. Only 22% aren't subscribed. Should be 100% subscribers. But I like that 22. Let's get it down to 22 is like one of my favorite numbers, but that doesn't mean I want to see that, unsubscribed in the teens, everybody.
5 is my favorite number. Let's get it down to 5. We'll do a split of 95-5. How about that? I think that can be a goal. Why not? Let's make it a goal to have 5% unsubscribed, and then 95% subscribed, and then maybe we can have a little celebration if we can get to that goal, achieve that goal there. So that only happens if you guys participate. Those of you who are not subscribed, all it takes, whether you're on your phone, and on your phone it's even easier. Thank you, Manta Desgutis. Did I say that right? Degutis. Mantis. Degutis. 3354. Thank you very much. I just subscribed, guys. MDG. So all it takes is a little bit of a mouse movement and a click, right? And then you're up to date.
You gotta move your mouse. That's too much.
Oh man, is that too much effort? Well, I don't know what to say about that.
You kids in your.
I mean, if it's on your phone, mice. It's just less effort if you're on your phone. You just gotta poof. I don't know.
Which around here you can't leave your phone around anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise you get locked out of the studio.
You gotta. You need that. Like it's.
I frantically ran back to my other desk, and
he left his phone here. So like Obi was literally locked out during the opening rundown at one point, and someone had to run and go get him because he forgot his phone. No, was it the market? This is so weird because I know like you're long Oxy, Intel went ham, Open Door starting to work, but I pull over and look at the NASDAQ, and it's not all roses. Here, I'll just show my black chart because I don't want to get away from individual stocks too much there. But like we're in this crazy rinse back and forth here on the Qs that's overall looking kind of weak because we're off of those highs that we made at 8:30 when we got our jobs data. So yeah, kind of weak, but VWAP is held. I haven't been able to reload on this. Like every time I try to snag the bottom of one of these 3-minute candles, I do not get it. I don't need the other order in there, but we're trying to reload at VWAP. We're halfway to the high here on Open Door, which is going to be the target. It's going to play inside of the range. And the other thing to watch, those nuclear names, some of them are going, others are like SMR here. We're just kind of languishing a bit. What is at least interesting for me on SMR is now we got this wedge. Right? Like we put in a couple of higher lows, so patience in SMR, and have a pre-market downtrend which can break above VWAP as well. So that's what I'm eyeballing for SMR here. Yeah, we're going to have Kashkari. He's not a voting member, but he is speaking at 10 o'clock. So Fed's Kashkari speaking at 10. That could move the markets. And for everybody worried or thinking about the Supreme Court tariff ruling, Maybe we get it today, maybe we don't. We will keep our ear to the ground. I can see Adara's right there. She will not miss anything. Trust me, it just doesn't happen. So we'll keep you guys abreast of any developments we do see. But the next thing coming up, we're going to have Neil Kashkari speaking, and I believe also at 10 o'clock we get U Michigan.
Yeah. Apparently, one of my pod members just reminded us that around 10 o'clock we get that decision on potentially that decision on tariffs. Maybe. Perhaps.
Just a big maybe, because like if we don't get it today, I don't want people saying, "Well, where's the tariff decision?"
I mean, a lot of things are just maybes, right? That's what we're here for. Probabilistic. What's the probability that it will happen? I have no idea.
You know, I couldn't find that on the betting markets. On the betting markets, they seem to only have data. Like you can bet whether it'll be reversed by 2028, which is kind of useless to bet on when there's a potential decision today. So, if anyone knows what the odds are,
you can bet on real estate prices.
Literally bet on anything, man.
That was crazy. I mean, I know XLRE doesn't really do much volume, but that's the first thing I looked at. I was like, oh, maybe something's happening here. Nope.
Fabian just said in my ear, you can bet on how long the press secretary is going to talk for. Like, it gets a little bit out of hand.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, there's probably like, you know, if you were to study every single time they talk for, maybe you can get something out of it. But I think we have numbers right now.
Almost 10 o'clock. We're going to have numbers at the desk with Adara.
We do, guys. In 5 seconds, we're going to get the University of Michigan consumer sentiment, 53.5, coming in at 54, so higher than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment print. So again, 54 versus 53.5 forecast. University of Michigan 5-year and 1-year inflation also in a good direction here, a little bit here. 5-year inflation, 3.4%. That is a little bit higher than the forecast of 3.3%. 1-year inflation, 4.2% versus the forecast of 4.1%. So we're expecting a little bit uptick in inflation, which is kind of a mixed look there, but better than expected consumer sentiment. That's an odd kind of number combination here. Here is the NASDAQ as we do try to find a little bit of a bounce here, slightly higher lows that we've been making since the pre-market at 10 a.m. We are expected to potentially get some kind of update here from the Supreme Court as they weigh some decisions. This could include the tariffs, but as I've mentioned, and Brendan's mentioned, we've all mentioned a couple times, absolutely nothing is guaranteed. If I have any link to watch this or any ability to tune in, I will, of course, keep you all apprised, and I will certainly be keeping an eye out on X as well. We have to talk as well here about this meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and oil company executives at 2:30 p.m. Obviously, that has not happened yet, but I'll keep you guys posted on anything I see in here. OPEN, speaking of Trump, moving higher here alongside the likes of OfferPad and RKT after U.S. President Donald Trump's announced via Truth Social a plan here for $200 billion mortgage bonds, basically apparently going to get representatives, is not clear who, to get involved in this space. Then last but not least, INTC, also in a Trump-related headline with U.S. President Trump meeting with CEO Lip Bhutan of INTC yesterday. And apparently the meeting went well. He praised the company. He's grateful for the U.S. government's investment. Now, before we send you back to the guys, I'm going to take a moment here to read thank our friends at Origenics, because there are millions of concussions but zero approved therapies. And Origenics is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead and book a meeting today. Back to you.
Yes, thank you, Dara.
Let's see. I think, have you seen this SNDK, man? This thing is straight to the upside here.
Is it though?
Yeah, so that continuation from yesterday, we had a bit of a bid here coming right back in. Wow, there goes SMR. So I kind of got a little short there against the VWAP, pushing right back into the lower end of the range here, just being kind of active. Let's see how it comes in here. Market maybe with a little bit of a pullback, but I do have to be a little bit nimble on this one as it kind of, it's chopping around 30, 40 pennies at a time in this range. But the past couple of times that we've got up into VWAP,
Tesla's about to break 440.
You can see here, we've been 440. Wow, what a bounce.
That is absurd.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure this isn't a trap at all. There's no chance in the world that Tesla breaking 440 after a parabolic $10 move up is a trap. There are some traps that it's insane to walk into, and there are other ones that you're pretty much going to do every single day. Tesla's going to be one of those kind of things. So like, I fully think that there's a decent, I call it like 50-50 that it false breaks 440, and then you're either looking back at 438 or like VWAP's all the way at 35, so maybe prior close is gonna be higher than that. So if it doesn't hold 438 in a false break, you'd probably be looking for like the 35, 36. But this is too much of a. I mean, look at the level. Look at Tesla down here. Like if you're not taking this break on Tesla, then you don't take Tesla breaks. But I don't mind trying to get involved in this. Like if this candle just closes supporting 438 and then inventory into 440, I might jump into that. But I just also got, okay, well now Oxy just came in. So Occidental finally dipped in, obviously dipped into VWAP because that's where I'm sitting. Oh man, boo. I was all excited by Tesla, and I got the dip because I was sitting on VWAP, but I just realized as I just drew here that I'm getting the dip as it's trying to break the trend line. So it's not the best timing in the world. I'll probably need to jump out of this. No, you know what? I cannot be sitting in that trade. It completely violates an entry strategy that I would normally take. It's only like 8 cents or so, but it doesn't matter. Like that is 1, 2, 3. That's a break of trend. Just because I liked VWAP here doesn't mean I want it there. Got to jump out of that trade. Again, it might only be 8 cents, but a good friend of mine always said, principle is priceless. It's the same thing with your trading rules. Sure. Like the price, yes, but that was 10 minutes ago, and in this moment, it violated that entry plan. So I'm going to try to focus back in here on Tesla. If it doesn't break 440, look to see it hold a higher low off the pre-market high, and then try to work into that. Open door, I was able to get 2/3 out, but looks like it's trying to work through VWAP as well. So the market's trying to come back in here.
Yeah, so the market's kind of choppy here. SMR, man, I mean, I don't even know what my fills look like on this thing. Wow, okay, so Oxy got stopped out of that one there as that pulled back in as well, but I wasn't really watching that one. I set the stop and I was just like, all right, cool, do your thing here. But yeah, no, this SMR coming in with a bit of a chop here as we just chop in and around VWAP. So I have definitely sized down into this. I did get aggressive back through this 40, but you can see here I did get a little aggressive once again here. But now just holding on to, I guess, the least there. But because we are making some higher lows, I got to be involved closer to VWAP. I think that's the issue here. If I have better prices, then maybe I'm not acting kind of like this. You know, buying all these swipes up on the ask. Wow, look at that one.
Just do it or don't do it. Netflix continues its malaise.
Coming in, man.
I'm not gonna be that guy, but I'm still waiting for 83.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying.
I mean, the
Netflix,
chart speaks for itself.
That's exactly the point.
Yep.
On Netflix, and I'm still sitting on a 5-second chart from earlier. No, this chart speaks for itself. It is trend down. There's nothing until you get to $83 here. So if it's in a downtrend, let it get to your price. Why compromise? Inane investments, Netflix, I'll ignore Netflix, you have lost more in value than WBD is even worth. It is out of hand. I do believe it's oversold. Thank you for the comment. I don't disagree. I think it's a little bit overdone here. That said, you can still wait for it to get to a better price, right? So yeah. I'm still thinking the low to mid 80s.
I like the dip buy, man. I mean, I'm waiting for it, but it's just like it's definitely like it's been reverting, right? We took a look at that chart yesterday on the midday as well on the weekly. Just take a look at the weekly or the monthly. You can see even before all this WBD shakeup, it was already selling off. It was a multi-year trend.
That's the point. And the other thing is the market can remain irrational longer than you can remain.
Oh, it's definitely not irrational.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's just, even you can disagree with how a stock is being valued or the market's being valued, but it can continue to do so, longer than you're able to hold out against the grain. And so that's what you're doing if you're just sitting there hoping for a Netflix.
I think when people say that, it's just irrational relative to your perspective. Yes. Right? The market will do what the market does. We talked about this yesterday. The market don't care.
So basically, there's like nothing's holding up right now. Nvidia is ranging back to the lows. Remember, Tesla was trying to break 440. Now it's pulling back in. It completely ignores the pre-market highs. It's pulling back into the volume-weighted average price. I'm trying not to sneeze here now. Nvidia is pulling back into some of the lows as the NASDAQ is right at the bottom. You know what? This could be one of those, do you really want to keep loading into longs? So what's obviously happening here is it's working on open door to go long off the pre-market highs on the dips, but getting lower highs. That's why I have my offer. Like, my offer is literally the high of the day, because this either breaks back out by breaking the trend. Like, there's no point offering here. If it breaks that trend line, that's almost an add into 750. So it either holds 720 now or it doesn't. It's gotten pretty binary as everything is coming back in. Does that mean that, yeah, Intel's breaking trend as well? Where's SNDK? My first thought was, where is SanDisk? And then SanDisk is also breaking trend. So I'm hopping out if we lose 20s on open door, and then, you know, the early longs that have worked, that's been despite the market looking weak. You got to keep that in mind. So, you know, you're getting away with it. Intel was a good long, Open's been a good long, but you know, you got to watch out as the market doesn't seem to care. So even your strong names are starting to come back in here. Although I saw a lot of people in the chat, day 2 earnings play APLD has been pretty strong.
Okay, APLD, all right.
I thought that might have been on your radar.
Yeah, for sure. No. There was so much off of the open today. I was just like, okay, you know, definitely easy to forget about some of the things there. So let's pull up APLD. I was talking to a couple pod members about the CCJ all-time high breakout trade that I definitely chased. But look at that, Neil. What a reason to sell. That was the reversion. 114 failure to follow through. Like, I'm expecting that with the aggression that we pushed through. We held 13s, we pushed all the way up to 13 halves, and then pushed into 14s. Like, if that momentum doesn't continue, and we don't hold like 14s at all, that's a failure to follow through. And the market's bleeding that right now as well. And I'm just like, yeah, great reasons to sell. I got to get out of this, because if I wasn't in it, I'm definitely selling regardless of what I'm like, whether long or short. Reasons to buy, reasons to sell, doesn't matter. Right? And then if you are position neutral, if you're bias neutral, then you can just make decisions. Right? Reasons to sell, okay, I'm selling. If I was in a long, that means I'm closing the long. If I'm not in a position, that means I'm getting short. 114 gives you all the way back down into, what is this? 111 73s now. 112 is VWAP. So great little pullback there on that, but yeah, bit of a miss on my part.
For everyone in the chat that is asking, there has been no tariff decision as for the reason why the market is pulling back in, right? So maybe look, it could be the lack of a decision, or the fact that nothing has happened here. But we have been dropping since the 830 numbers that we got, kind of mixed numbers in the labor market there. But we're still range bound. We're basically yesterday's range. We haven't broken the bottom. We failed to break the top, but it seems to me like it's just we didn't get anything, and maybe we needed to see something to get a little bit excited. So if your longs are still working, then I think you got a good one. It's the best way to think about it. Like, Intel's still strong, Open's still holding up pretty well. Some of the chip names are not doing as well either. But my next opportunity is very likely, you know, looking for this to break trend and then add and then move my trail, move my stop. So my stop right now is underneath like 720. I want to add to this on a break into the high and then move my trailing stop. So yeah, nothing yet on tariffs that we can see whatsoever. Look, I like that SMR because it looked like it did.
Still knocking around.
Yeah, but so this is the trend I was looking to break. Because I initially was looking long on these. I was kind of thinking you'd break this trend line and go to the upside. It broke it down and is now just hanging in the bottom end of the range, where the downtrend is confirmed under VWAP. So if it fails here at 21.4, that would be literally confirming the same short you're in, but that's a short setup for me. Do we have to pay for it? No, we don't.
On what? On
SMRs? No. I wasn't planning on going short, so I didn't even realize. I didn't know if we had to pay for locates today.
I was just like, well, I was planning on going long, right? And then I saw that, look, every time it goes up into VWAP, selling. How much more do I need to see? Like, the chart is telling me something, and I'm just like, okay, well, you know, I just have to get with the flow there, go with the flow. And just a little bit of a scalp. Yeah, it's only like, I got like 20 pennies. Yay, great. But whatever it is, I'm just willing to take whatever the market is willing to give me here. If it's going to consolidate. Wow, look at the wick. Bottom wick on the 15s there. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, so again, apparently we're not going to get that Supreme Court ruling here so we're not going to get the tariff ruling from the Supreme Court. Apparently June's the next opinion date after today, so we're not going to find anything out here now until June. Back to you.
Thank you. Adara, you are good luck because Adara comes on screen and Open Door breaks trend heavily and gets to the high of the day. My target was, I was sitting at 49 like the whole time, pretty much all morning since I got the long. But this trend break was, I don't know, violent-ish. I'm buying next available dip. So this worked. Thankfully, the market, I think the market making this bounce that we're seeing here is probably the reason why we got it. It's like, we can't break the range. I said we were in the range. We held the low, so your longs that were good, hold on to them to target, but we still haven't made any higher, these highs, we have no higher highs on an NQ. Like they're still lower highs even with this. The second we start making some higher highs, I think you got to look for some re-entries. So you've got some strength coming back into a whipsaw day. If it's trending up, congratulations. Most things have not been. I just saw in the chat. This penalty box stock, ooh, AMD, back into green. So you are getting a nice bounce here. NVIDIA is not quite green yet, but AMD is going back in the green for sure. How are the memory names doing? SNDK, I don't want Blue Ocean, but that's the first thing that shows up on the dropdown. SNDK, why did it go over this way? Still strong, but you'd think with that boost up, maybe SNDK would have made it a fresh high. It is not. This one could be forming a bit of a top here on SanDisk. The fact it's no longer moving with the market. But Tesla's here for that 440 break, by the way.
Yeah, the wipe back up, man. This is crazy, and we've seen a little bit of a distinct difference between the ES and the Nasdaq over the past couple of days. So today it seems like they're back in sync. They're buddy friends once again. Here.
Say buddy friend.
Yeah. So
that's a new one, Obi.
Is it a new one? I don't know. Sometimes things just come into my head. But 21 coming in on SMR. A little bit of a stack on the bid there. What do we got? About 50,000 shares here across 5 different gates. Let's see if that 21 gets filled. Unfortunately, I've covered most of the position there, just holding on to a bit of
break. Tesla false break.
False break at 440.
False break. So far,
wow, straight through.
So far, like it went maybe, I don't know. It didn't even get the $0.50. So look, breakout trades are a little different of a beast for me. Like I am not a fan of the to each their own. Some people like to take a breakout trade and hold it all the way back through. I don't. I like to try to keep it really tight. And then if it's going to be a long over, then I want to see the buyers actually start to win. So I usually don't mind taking 3 swipes at it with tight stops as opposed to the hold it forever kind of idea. But right now, I'm just looking up to see what the market is doing. The market's still strong. Now I'm starting to see buyers hold over. I might jump back in on the bid here. Come back in for a little less size and see what goes on here. Intel's still tracking toward the 45 break as well. That's another one up there. And I'm on the bid of Open Door because I do want to get back into that one as the market is looking stronger. On the 15-minute, we just put in a higher low on the NASDAQ. I don't know if you saw that. This is the first time we put in a higher low since the open.
Yeah, I mean, that wick was aggressive, right? That wick might be a little indicative to who's maybe in charge for the short term. But here's the thing, man. What I'm seeing here, I just looked at my my Mag 7 display here. SMR, man. I just had to hold on to a little bit here. Again, I'm not really paying too much attention to it because I'm looking for the next trade at the same time. I like how SNDK is setting up. I'm getting a little bit of FOMO for that CCJ as well. I was just like, dude, like I gotta get involved here. Maybe a continuation below VWAP now for CCJ as well. If it can get back through this 110, this is where kind of buyers stepped in. But as I said earlier, we were doing like 700K volume in and around here. Maybe sometimes I just have to be like, it's just, yeah, I know volume's not there, but we were doing some pre-market relative volume, so just get involved with the trade. In a low liquidity environment, trade is a trade, doesn't matter. All right, cool. What was I gonna look at just now? Amazon, right here. So when I was looking throughout that Amazon, below VWAP, yes, the market is catching a bid here, but guess what? I want to make sure that I'm watching this one to see if those sellers come right back in at VWAP, even though the market is bidding. Look at what Amazon did yesterday. We are bouncing off of a bit of a level, but this seems like a bit of a range as well. Amazon's been trending up pretty nicely, Neil. Is this a lower high on the daily? Absolutely, yes, it is. So VWAP could be interesting. Do those sellers step back in, or do we reclaim? Are those sellers on the day overcome? 245 is a reclaim. There's a little bit of structure underneath it. Opening range highs. I guess if you want to say opening session highs, look at these first three 3-minute bars have the most volume, and the high amongst those 3 bars is sitting pretty at 245.48. So if we can kind of get above that structure with any sort of distinction, then maybe it's changed the futures as well. Let's see if we can catch a bid. If the futures can get up to 25.8 and push even higher, that's a good confluence for that continuation or the break of trend here happening on Amazon. And the trend indicator on the day today may be just VWAP. Every time it gets up into VWAP, a bit of selling happening here as well. Apple, similar story, where it kind of comes up into VWAP. Some VWAP sellers off of the open, a little bit of a bounce. Doesn't really get to VWAP here, but comes right back in. That's a strong flush. That's a nice little flush there. A bit of a wiki action there alongside with the market. Up into VWAP, catching some turbulence here, maybe at prior structure, which is this consolidation, plus the pre-market lows as well, around 258.50s. So watching all of these things here, Amazon is right back up to its VWAP, so I do want to watch it. Let's watch it together. So Amazon, let's see. Amazon, any sort of volume here. Let's go down to a 1 minute, any sort of expanding volume into VWAP. Maybe sellers step in. You can see here, it's not that clean. Every time it pushes above VWAP and then sells back in. Pushes above VWAP, sells back in. Pushes above VWAP, sells back in. The third time was the charm.
This tape stinks on Tesla.
On Tesla, yeah, man. Tesla tape is it's finicky. That's for sure.
Finicky.
40,000 on the bid.
I'm reminded
CCJ.
of 2 things. I just scalped it a couple times in here into the first dollar of that move. Essentially, I'm just scalping it. Because when I say the tape doesn't look very good, it's just the way that it's selling off. And then I'm kind of reminded that it's Friday as it's trying to make this 440 breakout. And in the scope of things, like there's a boatload of people that have the real long off here and then probably also have the long off 438. So all this failure at 441, like it's right back into the 440 half level. Like it's just, like it's inside the range and not really wanting to break out too much. So I'm going to wait for more confirmation on the 15-minute, maybe go back into something else. As we go to, I believe we go to Adara. Yes?
We're going to start here by going over this story and a couple small caps that are related. I did actually mention this as well here during the happening now, but I think it's worth mentioning again. So a couple of different names. One of them is not a small cap RKT, but the next 2 that I'm going to talk about here certainly are. OfferPad, the first one, you've got about like a 12% short float on this, OPAD. Anything in that kind of, they call it iBuying or home ownership stock space, pushing higher after U.S. President Donald Trump announces that, hey, we're going to be basically, or he's going to get a representative here to buy $200 billion here worth of mortgage bonds. And you can kind of see when this came out here on the chart, right around here at around 4:30, we get this push to the upside. Now we have OPEN, this company, a bit larger market cap, around $7 billion, but also a larger short float, around 14.5%. OPEN pushing higher here, exact same catalyst. It's worth noting here too, these names and this entire sector were also on watch earlier this week after we have U.S. President Donald Trump indicating on Truth Social that he's going to be trying to ban large institutions from purchasing single-family homes. Then we have, last but not least, here, IRDM. No story here on Iridium Communications. They are, as their name implies, a communications company, telecom type space. It's about a $2 billion market cap with a 10% short float. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content as we send it back to the guys. And I do want to remind you guys, again, no Supreme Court decision on tariffs today. I'm also seeing apparently their next major decision date is June, but I'm seeing some other reports suggesting that we could get a decision within the next few weeks. I would likely lean towards the June, though, from like the majority of what I'm reading. Back to you.
Ugh.
Yeah, so thank you very much there, Darius. For anyone waiting for that decision, obviously disappointment, but Intel got right to 45. I wish, there was speaking, we don't want to interrupt, but there was one order displayed 1.2 million.
300K shares?
It was a single order, was 1.2 million on the offer.
Shares.
Yeah, 1.2 was on the offer in one book. Total visual, the total that I saw, and that's just visual in the lit market, was at least 2 million shares on the 45. And then you got to think about how many dark prints will be there. So you're backing off this 45 on INTC. But that starts to take your interest here as the market's right back at the highs. Intel's trying to break, and it's pulling back. So I think the next run, what I want is the next run I'm assuming there is one at this point, the next rally into 45 and play it to 45. So wherever it, I almost don't care where it bounces. Wherever it looks like it's bouncing on the tape for now, it might be the 60s. Try to go for a long scalp into 45 even, because this might be a trap.
Yeah, that 45 is very interesting to me. I'm just gonna, that's why I'm like leaning forward a little bit as well. I'm just like, okay, I really got to stare this down. Yeah, we were talking about maybe shorting against it with a tight risk against that wall, because if that wall gets eaten, talk about some buy demand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. So we'll see. We'll wait and see. Maybe. I mean, Intel's been running. Intel has been winding up for a few years now. I know you're involved in this name as well. So
Still got some.
yeah, exactly. So it's just like this thing is just stair-stepping up. Maybe reverting the bigger picture. If we go to a monthly, like
It gets to 50. I'm selling more. That's
come on.
If you go to a higher time
highs.
frame, you'll see what you'll see.
Yeah, I'm going to I'm going to those right now. Amazon, look at that, broke through VWAP, so distinctly different now. If you were to just draw a bit of a trend line, I was like, yeah, let's see if sellers step back up. Guess what? They didn't. They did not. And then we changed trend, and then I was like 25,800 on the Nasdaq. Comes right into this prior structure. Now let's see if we can get to 245.50s. I'm not involved, unfortunately, but it's just all those if-thens panned out. There goes the ES pushing through its highs as well. So longs are very, very strong right now. Got out of that SMR. SNDK, maybe I'm watching that one here. That's too much size for that one. Let me just is on that. Getting ready for a potential SNDK. Maybe break to the downside as it is looking distinctly different from the rest of the market. But let's take a look at Intel here, guys. Intel, wow, what a beautiful trend on the day. Pulls back to 44s, can only get down to 44.03s, and then rips up to 45s. That's a whole $1 on something like Intel. And this thing is doing a lot of volume today as well, 57.3 million currently. Normally does about 78 million. That's a 30-day average. But guess what? Today, it's not even half day yet, and we've already done 50 million. So best believe we're going to be surpassing that 78 million average daily volume very likely. Making a little bit of an assumption there. But 1.5 to 1.6 times relative volume. Here comes that 45 here again, Neil. So let's just watch that here and see what it does with some of that size. Is that size still there?
If it fails, I didn't see it. It didn't get quite close enough to show up on the book. Like it got to 90, so I want
a little bit. I mean,
I'm not going to see it till it gets close.
Yeah.
But if it fails, breaks this level, that's probably going to be a very, very quick 30 or 40 cent scalp trade.
Oh yeah.
I think like, if you fail 45,
edge ready for a back
it looks
through?
like you're going right to 44.6. If there's a false break of that name. Someone in the chat was like, Neil, you got out of open too soon? Yeah, probably. But that's par for the course. To trade, like after I missed the open range and it was making the lower highs, I'm like, okay, trend break into the high and then buy the dip after that, and it's continuing to go. So I get it. I'm still for now on the bid, but I'll probably get away from that now that you're holding over 750. But if we're in now a different uptrend, right? You got that range, and now you're setting up a new range. And once that looks a little bit more interesting, I'll jump back over to it. SMR is starting to look spicy here, Obi.
It's breaking. It ran away from that size again. Intel. We're almost down to 44 halves, 44.60s on the bid.
It can't break it. But SMR is trying to break the all-day trend.
Million shares, you said?
As we speak. If this breaks the all-day trend, I'm in this long. It's about 21. If it breaks 21.40 here, I'm going to be an SMR for this time today. See, we came in thinking that it was going to be all about nuclear names. It hasn't really been. No, not really. Intel, now the overall market V-shaped recovery, Tesla, open door. Those have been driven for the nuclear name. Like, who knew? I'll tell you who knew this was going to go, the president. Why? Because every time I like Intel, it tells the stock to buy.
I guess,
Don't bet against the POTUS.
No, absolutely not. He did say to buy last April, and look at the market last April. That was the bottom. That was the local bottom. That was the recent bottom. Yeah. Talk about what's the phrase people are using? He's the stock market president, something like that. But yeah, definitely. I think one of the best for the stock market and opportunities in the market as well. 40.99 here Intel. So what were we going to do? We were going to take a look at the monthly. So let's just quickly go to a monthly here. I do have to keep my eyes on at the same time. Take all that off and take that VWAP off as well. This is what I'm talking about right here. If we get to 50, Neil, and we're coming in to 50 with expanding volume on the monthly, this volume towers that of anything traded all the way from 01s. That's when Intel had the last bout prior to 21, 22, where we got up to $62. We flushed all the way back down to $20. What a dip, right? Straight right back up. So coming up into some of those prior levels here, but look at the volume structure here. The volume has been increasing even throughout this gradual steady move that we had from 2014 all the way to 2021. It's many years that it took for us to move about, 250%. Not bad, but there were things that moved much faster than that, and much greater than that as well.
I saw a comment that I want to address. I can't bring it up on screen. Someone was like, "Are you guys trading?" I'm like, yeah, trading doesn't mean you are always in position.
Yeah.
Trading doesn't mean that you are just forcing everything. Trading should mean that you're waiting for X to happen so you can enter at price Y, and then that stock can go to A or B before it hits Z.
Yeah.
Right?
100%.
And to me, like, everything is about that. So, like, the last thing I said to you guys was, I'm waiting. Well, it wasn't the last thing. I've said it a few times. I am waiting for SMR to break this all-day downtrend. So there's it breaking the downtrend. There's it breaking the prior candle high. There's the long. There's the stop. Although now the stop's at 20. Actually, well, we're breaking VWAP now, so I really actually have to move my stop here. And okay, and essentially, okay, so there's VWAP, there's the opening range high, held trend after the open, and the next stop up is 22. And just like open door, don't at me. The way I play ranges, so if I get a high percentage trade, I'll play it inside of the range and bank my profit when I can get it. I'm usually more about being consistent. So yeah, if we break 22, I'm going to be that dude that's selling in front of 22.3, the last piece of it. And now that we've gone that far, if we lose VWAP, I'm out. So it can't lose on the trade. But it's waiting for a setup that actually happens. And not just sort of saying, okay, I kind of want to go. I like this stock long. We're going to take it. You wait for it to do something.
Yeah.
And I'm imagining Oklo, sure. Is it Oklo or Oklo? First of all, I don't even know what the
Potato.
So, look, okay, fine. I didn't know this would be true, but you could have done the same thing with Oklo or Oklo, whatever the heck it is. You could have had this breakout here. That one's going in through VWAP, so it's basically the same thing. Now, I like SMR better because while this is 111 break to 115, that's $4.
Wow, what is on here on SMR? Is there news?
But no, it's a technical break. Both do the exact same technical
SMR?
break.
Yes.
It had an upgrade this morning. Also, I do want to mention as well, I know we're talking a lot about the VST deal with Meta, but Oklo also had a deal with Meta. SMR did not, but Oklo and Vistra did, so it's not just Vistra that had the Meta deal.
Okay.
And now we are pretty much all ready to target.
Great long.
But like someone was saying, like why are you trading? I'm vastly different from a lot of other traders that I know, in that I am always willing to give up. Like if it gives me, like think of it this way. When we're trading those trend breaks, that's like your stock's going parabolic to the upside and you short it, and I'm taking it out to VWAP, I always think of this the same way. Like this break, I'm playing to here. It's like the reverse of, it's at the high of the day and I'm trying to fade it back to VWAP. Well, I'm trying to break this into the high, and then if it's got the juice, well, there's another side to this I'll get to in a second. I'm going to the 15 minutes so I can show you the other side of this, because it doesn't show up on 15, so I'll stay on the daily. You're also at a pretty big resistance level around here on SMR. The 50 period is right around where we're sitting on the daily. There's overhead resistance at $23. So there's going to be some sellers in that range. Now, will it be right, and will it come back in for a reload at VWAP and then continue trend? I have no idea. But to me, that's a high percentage trade where I know where I'm getting out most of my legs. Like scalp, usually a decent percentage out, 30, 40, 50% in the first part of the move. That's like the 1 or 2%. And then when it breaks that, look for the next level. And when it breaks that, look for the next level here. And when I saw it slow down, I didn't wait for 40s. I just jumped out when I saw it kind of slow at 22. That's just my style of trading, looking for that next opportunity. Like what? I don't know what's going to be next. Will it be Intel at 45? Maybe. Will it be, maybe it's NVIDIA, I don't know. NVIDIA certainly, NVIDIA could be one too, but that would be more of a breakout style trade. And I'm still thinking 187 short on NVIDIA, by the way. Yeah, 187, I'm still thinking that's a fade. But yeah, we'll look for the next opportunity, but that's why we waited for that trend break on SMR, just for that move. It goes very quickly, gives you like 3.5% in literally 2 minutes or 5 minutes. 3.5% in 5 minutes from one trend break. But you had to wait all morning. We're going to go to Adair in a quick little second, but I really want to make this point. You had to wait for an all-day trend break. Like, how long are you waiting for this? It made this top at 8:42. It breaks the trend at 10:30. We say patience a lot in trading. That's what it means. Not taking every trade, but waiting for an actual setup and then just hitting that setup. Let's go to Adair.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, this is not really market moving, but I think it's worth mentioning because I've seen it discussed really heavily here on social media. It looks like President Trump accidentally leaked the private sector jobs for today on Truth Social yesterday. So there's this post, if you zoom in or look at yourself, it actually looks like it's a scan of a photo here from the Council of Economic Advisors, basically talking about, again, this private job sector and government data that we got this morning. So just because it's being mentioned very heavily in social media, I do want to let you guys know about this. Looks like this data that we got today was already indicated by U.S. President Trump in what does appear to be a scanned photo posted on social media. Back to you.
So I turned to, thank you very much. I turned to Obi, and he's like, yeah, that's what I was trading. I'm like, and what's the first thing? Because you know how I'm at. The first thing you do, he's like, yeah, it was a good trade. I'm like, look at Rigetti. I'm always, my brain only ever works one way. I can't not think of trading this way. I'm just literally built this way. My first thought was, yeah, but Rigetti's better. And why is Rigetti better? Rigetti had bad news this morning. Not good news, bad news. And it had bad news while it's been range bound. Look at the last 2 days. 26, 25 top effectively, and then the low right here at 24.75 as we're doing the thing with the lights right now. So same bottom, same top. Then on bad news, what does it not do when it gets bad news this morning? It doesn't break or even remotely test the low. So it holds without even testing the local bottom on bad news. And when it breaks trend, look at that move to the upside. That's even better juice. It is what it is. Like, a trend break's a trend break, but this is what you got to be looking for. You get one of those, just one, that should be your day. Now, look, not everybody's, like, it should be your day. You make that one trade and it's like, okay, you shouldn't be able to put on a loss. That'll be worse, but it could be Rigetti. It could have been Intel this morning. It could have been, I don't know, nothing else is coming to mind. Now, I mean, Oklo would have worked up for you as well, but yeah, shout out to everyone that was mentioning Rigetti. The actual news story, I'd have to look it up again, but it was like a delay of some. And Darryl will have it in 2 seconds. There's no point me looking it up. If you care about the news, Darryl will have it in 2 seconds. But it was negative news on Rigetti. So you look for reversions because not everything Obi will look like this. Silver, that's a clean uptrend. So it just really comes down to, like, what are you trying to, like, if you're looking at silver long today, then it's been easier than waiting for one shot to be long Rigetti or one shot to be long SMR. Silver, you could just be long every single dip and be good. Adara? Would
you like to hear the Rigetti news? So Rigetti revising the date for the general availability of their 108-qubit system. Now it's going to be around the end of Q1 2026, quote. Apparently, they're going to be taking more time to test and optimize the system to ensure the performance is up to our standards. So, I mean, it's not great, but I don't think it's necessarily as bad as you might expect it to be. Like, if anything, it just sounds like they want to make a better product. So I don't think this news is that negative on its face.
Well, either way, it's a really good trend break. It's just beautiful. It's just so, it's, oh my goodness. It's, shoot, we have a key for that. I think this works.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
We go and sit. You know that movie?
Which one?
White Man Can't Jump.
No, I haven't seen that one.
All right, just make sure you watch the original. Don't watch the new one. I ain't watched the new one.
There's a new one, apparently.
TLY, we had a super chat, but I just saw, yes. I looked up and I saw, how did you come up with 187 on NVIDIA? Great question.
187.
Oftentimes, what'll happen is, we talked about this in the morning. We start at 8 o'clock, everybody. The market opens at 9:30. We're on for like 90 minutes before that, and we're going over our plan of action, news, watch list, like everything. So this did get discussed, and sometimes I'll forget. And I'll just throw out a number and I'll say it later in the day as if everyone was watching in the morning. That's my bad. It's this simple. This is NVIDIA on a 15-minute for the last couple of weeks. I can draw you, this is 187 here. So you went from support, loose support where you'd wick underneath it, to firm support for a couple of days, right? So loose support buying here, and then firm support for 2 days leading into today, so Wednesday and Thursday, to yesterday. And what happened yesterday? Flunk. So lower highs, downward trending, you lose the bid in a big way, and then when it bounced, where does it reject? Prior support turns into resistance. So for me, that's where I came up with 187. And that's what I do in the mornings. Like when I talked about the iPad earlier, that's where all that stuff goes into. And does it mean it's going to make my short watch list of stocks that I'm looking to trade today? Not necessarily. Today it was Intel, Open Door, Occidental, and SMR, and sometimes we'll look at some other things. But it wasn't front of the mind, but it was certainly a level in the back. And I literally do that for every single stock that I'm interested. I come in pretty early. Like I'm usually here before 7 a.m. We don't come on till 8. Before we used to come on at 8:30, and that's what I do. I go and I look at NVIDIA and I set up, okay, this is what the daily chart looks like, the weekly, this is what the 15 looks like, is there anything interesting? Yes, 187 for resistance is interesting, and move on to the next. And then I'll go over to Occidental, let's just say, which is the red stock I have. That's why you get out. And I look at what's my level of interest in Occidental, and I think I said this, as long as it can hold over 42.75, I kind of like it. But there's the daily, it's about 43, and that's the prior resistance on the daily, so I want it holding that level for any continuation long, where it's either range bound to here or breaking out that top. I do that for every single name, and then that's how I curate my list. We got to go to Adara, time for Sector Watch.
It is, guys, but what sectors are we watching? All of them, because we're going to take a look here at what the whole market's been doing today. And this market, with the exception of a couple sectors, generally pretty strong. We'll start with producer manufacturing in the corner over here, LRCX and AMAT, Lam Research, and Applied Materials, both up here by around 5% each. Non-energy minerals really strong once again this week. We've got process industries to the upside, energy minerals to the upside. Retail trade generally strong, though Amazon lagging the group a bit. And electronic tech, NVIDIA and Apple, two of the maybe brighter spots yesterday, are relatively flat today as Broadcom, Micron, and KLAC take over. Electronic tech is tech services is kind of an interesting look here. You've got AppLovin up 2.5% today, Oracle up 2.5%, Meta, Google, Palantir to the upside, but then some weakness here in ServiceNow, Netflix, and Adobe. Adobe, I know, got a downgrade. So keep an eye here today on ADBE. For the other sectors, you've got pretty flat-looking finance, but finance is absolutely on watch. Next week, JP Morgan kicks off earnings season with a bang on Tuesday morning. Then we're going to get on Wednesday a couple more banks. Thursday, we get a couple more banks. So all 6 of the major banks here reporting in the span of 3 days. Usually they report in the span of 2. So kind of an interesting look there. I also want to mention here some weakness in transportation. Uber, DoorDash, these delivery companies, both to the downside. Consumer durables, you've got Tesla leading now after dropping pretty sharply off the open. But I do have to mention your GM to the downside with some negative guidance coming out yesterday right after the bell. Back to you, and do make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that Intel's coming right back into 44s, man. So, yeah, shorting against that ridiculous amount of size. I guess that was the trade. A bit of a miss. Now, market taking a bit of a pullback here at the same time, Neil. So, yeah, just waiting and watching. I kind of want to add to your point when you said earlier about sitting on your hands, being patient. A lot of times people think that actions mean progress, right? Actions mean progress. Just because you're doing something means something's happening. Just because you're punching keys means you're learning. Absolutely not.
That's the gym too.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Just because you're doing something,
all games are moving more weight or just doing more reps. Get out of here. I see what people doing
some craziness.
Terrible. They'll do a quarter squats, but they'll load up a ridiculous amount of weight. I'm like, that's really nice. You go, you know how you make gains in the weight room? You go in there, and at one point, I remember the first day, I'll never forget this. My first day, I didn't really lift weights in high school. My first day doing weights for the track team in university. And I went in the gym, and the other guys in the sprints were benching, even the guys that weren't big were benching 185 and 200, kind of thing. And I was in there, and I was benching 135 pounds. We had the national champion in Canada on the pole vault, women's pole vault, and she was benching, and she's like 100 and whatever, man. She was benching like 170 or something.
Yeah.
Freak of nature. One of the best athletes I've ever seen. And she was smaller than me. But you know what? I was benching 135, and then I was benching 145, and then gradually. And by the end of the next year, when I was PBing in my second year, I was benching 225. But I didn't get there by, I'm just going to throw 200 and move it an inch.
Yeah.
You see, you're moving more weight or doing 1,000 reps like you're some freak. That is not how you make progress at all. It is by doing the boring, put in the work, gradually. That's literally how you make progress in just about everything, everybody. But anyways, I preach way too much, so I'll shut up now.
The example I always use is like, it's a swimming example. I'm just like, you can be in the water and you can move your arms and legs around and you can flail around all you want, and you're going to put in a lot of work, and it's going to feel tiring, and you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm putting in so much work. Guess what? You're probably not getting anywhere. You're not swimming.
No, you're probably thinking and dying.
Yeah, like exactly. You're just gonna get tired, and you're just gonna fizzle. Like you're just gonna be like, okay, well now I'm just gonna float here, right? But if you have meaningful reps, if you put in meaningful reps, and the same thing goes with trading, if you learn the backstroke, if you learn the front stroke, or whatever else, I'm not that great at swimming, but I still use the example, right? So then maybe you're gonna get somewhere. Thank you very much, Omen514. For the super chat. Neil, I think you need to hear this as a new trader. Your thoughts are greatly appreciated, Neil. The whole team is amazing. Question, do you use RVol at all?
Okay, so first things, here's what's the best thing about our team and everyone here is I don't as much as I need to, but if you want to ask about RVol, the man next to me is probably a really good person to ask. And I'll expand on this even as well. Like everyone has a different personality and style as a trader. On the floor was the same way. Sean has his style, I have my style. So I just try to stick to this is what I've learned, and I try to impart that and not move away from it regardless of how it is. But literally tonight, there's like a poker night.
Yep.
Some traders that used to sit on the floor, there's no longer a floor, it's just a studio. Some of those traders have their own office since the floor is now gone. And those traders that used to be here are organizing a poker game for some guys. And so some of us from here are going to play poker. What do you think's going to get discussed? We just sit there, and the one of the traders who's been trading that owns that floor, he's been trading since 2000 and when did we hire him? Sean and I hired him while he was in university, I think in 04 or 05. So he's been trading for 20-something years. And the other guy at the office has been trading for like 15 years. He's the one that had his best day ever the day his kid was born. It's the greatest story of all time. But we're going to probably talk shop and play poker and have a few drinks. And then we all learn from each other. That's what this show is. Because I grew from learning in that type of an environment where everyone's sharing ideas and trying to get a little bit better, regardless of your style being different from the guy next to you, you could still pick something up. Because we're used to that, we're bringing it to you guys, and I hope you get some value from it. But market's pulling back in here, and you actually have an Amazon position. I thought you stopped trading Amazon, Obi.
What do you mean?
I keep every day trading Amazon to now every once in a while.
So, yeah, exactly. Because my intention when I was doing that was not necessarily to make money. It was more about like learning price action on Mag 7s when they are in play versus not in play, taking shots and putting in reps for technical trades. When sometimes you have technical trades which it doesn't have a catalyst, there's no relative volume, or maybe there's trades around low relative volume. You're just like, okay, well this normally this is a crazy technical move. Is it doing RVol? Guess what? It's not. Maybe there's opportunity there. Right? It's just kind of, I was just testing things out. And sometimes I think about it, I'm like, did I take too long doing that? Was that a waste of time? Honestly, I don't know. But it did give me a better understanding of some of the action. It did give me a better understanding of myself as well. Okay, what are the things that I need more discipline on? What are the things I need to really work on? What are the kinds of trades I'm good at versus not? Right? Opening drives, I'm looking at this thing every single day. I got a sense of how it interacts with some of its pre-market levels. Because there are going to be players who participate, in the morning off of the open, going into the close as well. So you get that perspective. But at the same time, one could argue that I wasn't necessarily trading in-play stocks and not really building that playbook. Now, I do that a lot more now. I'm just like, okay, well, this is in play, much cleaner, much clearer moves on those. Wow, SMR did a shake and bake, man. All the way up to 2220s, right back down into the day's lows here, coming into 2080s and some change. I think 2070s was that day low.
This actually perfectly makes one of the points I was making earlier. In terms of like sticking to, like you have to do like you regardless.
Yeah.
So like, and I even tweeted this out. Sometimes playing this range is you're gonna look like a fool. So I'm gonna look like a fool when Open Door does this. And part of the reason why, like, I will make that trade almost every single time. Sometimes I'll just be smart enough or lucky enough one day to, some days to get back in for some reason here or whatever and get more of that move. But the other side of that coin is, well, what happens if I don't trade SMR that way? Okay, so when I don't trade SMR that way, now what? That's sort of you trade your style, and sometimes you're gonna look like a genius, and other times you're gonna look like a fool, but what's common about both those trades is both of those trades went exactly to plan within the structure. So my risk reward was exactly the best that I could have hoped on both those trades, the way I trade, regardless of one looking great and one looking terrible in retrospect. But that said, the market is unfortunately giving it all back, or not all back, but a lot of the move back here. Only 10 minutes to go. The NASDAQ, it'll be pretty key to see if we can hold on to the top end of the range. And where you're finding some relative strength, I say we, but a bunch of people in the chat have mentioned it, and now I have it on my radar, is going to be IBIT. Because I actually had IBIT on the note today, and oddly enough, I'm glad it never really set up. It did set up, okay, fine. It did set up this short here off the 5140, so here's my fail key. It absolutely did set this trade up, but we were taking other things. We were going long Intel at that moment, so whatever. And then when it broke out, it didn't set up at 5180. So if I had traded it to that, well, I mean, I can't think of a reason I would have been short here outside of the fact it went to the level. There's a reason to short it underneath. There's no reason to have shorted it here, but Bitcoin is now relatively strong on the day. So I will try to, with 10 minutes to go, this is a bit of a false break at that top, but if it can hold on the 15-minute and maybe gain some traction over 52, the long could come in again. It's looking like a reversal, though. So if this reverses and it's been strong, Intel's reversed and it's been strong, the market is struggling a little bit here. I want to see some 15-minute candles give me the next entry for a trade, because it's not SMR anymore. Like, I thought SMR was going to be the kind of stock where if it started trending up, we'd be trading it all day. It's now one and done. Open Door seems to be gone. Intel just lost VWAP here at that 45. You should have just shorted 45, apparently. That was the way to go. So I'm looking for the next idea. I have eyeballs on Apple. A little bit here is that's bounced pretty clean off of its last support. Apple looks interesting. No green days, losing the 50 period. First green day yesterday with a bit of a topping or reversal candle, and now it's just sort of holding the range. You put in a nice little high or low, break out, you could have a nice scalp into 260 here. Maybe like 58.5 into 260. Could be setting up here on Apple. So let us know also in the chat what else you guys are watching. I've seen a lot of APLD in the chat, and it's for every Intel that you might have had or like Open Door, there's an APLD or Rigetti that you don't get. Wayne Griffin, thank you for the super chat, Wayne. Should you only risk about half of your trading capital? What's the cutoff lose amount for a prop firm? You bought 278 put contracts, $7 grand in profit. I always look at it this way. The thing that if you're at a prop firm, it's actually not your buying power. Your buying power is pretty irrelevant. It's actually whatever your daily loss limit that ends up mattering. So whatever your daily loss limit is, to me, on an individual trade, if I can lose, or in prop trading, it's what you can lose in the day. You can also say what you're willing to lose if you're not at a prop firm, because you should set yourself some kind of daily loss limit. That makes sense. I never want to lose more than a fraction of that. Never more than 10 or 20% on an individual trade. That's the first place I look at it. But the second place, and I said this the other day, it's even more important to myself, is I'm always looking at, for an individual strategy, if it's a breakout trade or a mean reversion trade or whatever, for an individual strategy, I will look at the last 2 months and how much am I winning on that strategy. And I am, whatever my best win and average wins are, I'm not risking more than an average win. If it's a mean reversion like that, I'll use an example here. If it's a mean reversion trade here, like that SMR, I look at how I'm doing on mean reversions over the last 2 months, that specific strategy, and I am not willing to, what's my best one? And then my average one, is whatever your average one is actually more important than your best. Whatever the average one is, I'm risking less than that. Why? Because I don't want to be losing more on those trades than I have been making on those same trades. And that's the principle in trading that a lot of people forget, regardless of where they're at. Congratulations, 7 grand is fantastic. This applies to whether you're making $100 a day, whether you're just starting out, or you're like a whale trader, in my opinion. Because whatever it is that you do to make money, like if you take mean reversions to make money, then that's a strategy that works for you. You can't take this trade and when it works for you, be risking more than you're making on average. And that goes for buyers, that goes for support and resistance, that goes for breakouts. Like if you're a Tesla trader holding breakouts $2 against you and then averaging in, okay, fine, that's great. You might lose a lot of money when it doesn't work, but as long as when it works for you, you're holding to make more than that, great. I think that can be absolutely fine. Thank you for the super chat in there. But I try to look at all of those factors. Some of them as a prop trader, you have a hard loss limit, but it's always more important to me, how much am I actually making on that strategy, and then risk less than that, so that I'm going to be green every single month is a goal of myself. I'm going to be green 3 or 4 days out of 5 in a week. If I have a bad day, some of those bad days will be flat. Like at least if I look at negative days for myself in a month, and if I have 5 negative days in a month, I promise you this, at least 2 or 3 of them are closer to flat than anything else. But you know what it also means? Some of the other days are close to flat. Like I didn't make much, but I also didn't lose anything. Consistently profitable traders will have that profile. Not every day is going to be a home run. If you try to do that, you will lose a boatload of money. We got another super chat here as well. So 4 minutes to go, and then we'll get to lunch. You mean half percentage of capital you traded in your MU puts? If it's an A+ trade, sometimes you will do that. Like I'll put it this way. There are trades where you'll just go all in for a short trade. IPOs are an example here for us. And it's true for Sean too, I'm sure it's true for you guys as well. Like that IPO trade, which you're just gonna go in, take the opening print, I'm gonna be out in just a matter of minutes of most of the position. Yeah, I'm gonna leverage up on that. They happen like once a quarter. Very, very different style. But I will always risk relative to what the other IPOs are making. But great look on that MU. Congratulations to you. That was crazy yesterday to the downside. Now it's headed up. It's just these memory stocks are relatively strong. Like he does the down day, and where's your follow through? It's insane how they refuse to pull back. You could be so weak yesterday and then so strong a day after. SNDK is even more extreme. You could be so weak yesterday, looking like, okay, this is it. SNDK is toast. I'm looking for it to fail under 340. I'm looking for it to fail under 340. I paid for locates again today, and I will not be using them because it does not fail under 340. So I think there's an all-in trade at some point on this short. It ain't here yet, apparently, Obi.
Yeah, no, I think, that's it's great points there, Neil. Wow, Amazon coming in with a strong bid on that market reversal here. So this current 15-minute candle, a little bit of a push back in, but yeah, Intel was the one man, and SMR as well. SMR came right back into its day low, catching a little bit of a bid once again here. So waiting and watching for that to potentially come in. Let's take a look at this Amazon. Why is this doing this? Hello. Okay, here we go. I don't know what was going on there. AMZN. Take a look at this. So pulled up. Let's pull up the chart right there. Here we go. So it did get involved a little bit here. It comes all the way back into 46s. And then comes, I guess, pulling back a little bit right now. But yeah, just risking to the high of that range there, built into it. Didn't really get to where I was looking for. But again, I had to respect it a little bit earlier. I was watching it, swipes up into 50s. I don't necessarily have to hold it all the way up to 46s. But again, the stop was just above that prior consolidation high, gets me out into the push. The market is bouncing, so that's fine. More than willing to get back involved. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking this thing. Again, strength off of the lows, pulls back into structure. I did take a little bit of a stab, and then pulling right back in now. Thank you, GG's, on that. Nice little push of the range high. Don't need too much dollar volume to do that.
I just answered Lorenzen's question.
Yes.
So we have not done our stock picks for 2026. Sharif is back from, Sean's just off today. I think G is in Mississauga for a tournament, a hockey tournament. So he's off, Friday's tournament, hockey dad life, whole thing. But Sharif's been off for the week for vacation. We're doing our stock picks Monday at 3 o'clock. So if you want to see our picks for 2026, we're all going to do 3. The goal is to have as many members of the team as possible so we can all do it for that last hour on Monday. So make sure you tune in for that. We got 1 minute to go here.
Okay.
And I don't know, we'll see how this lunch goes. Today, what are the odds? Of course, right? Today we get the Italian flag for the lunch when Sean's not here. Go figure. Beef bolognese with pasta aglio, eolio. Yeah, whatever, man. I'm probably really.
That's what.
And then seasonal vegetables, chef choice salad. So we had, look at the monthly themes we had this week: Greek, Japanese, Moroccan, Middle East, and Italian. That's what we've had. So we'll see. Looks like it could be. Fabian, you excited about this beef bolognese? You love pasta? Okay.
Any shape or form.
Any shape or form of pasta, as long as it's not overcooked. That's the important thing. As long as you don't, al dente. And we just got another super chat, so I'm gonna, if I can find it. Can you throw it up, Andre? Because I can't find it. There we go. Derek Thompson, I just got funded with Tradable. Congratulations to you. Best of luck. Anybody that's starting your trading journey out there, just remember this. It's a marathon, not a sprint. No matter how long you do it, you never know everything, and you're always trying to learn. That's all we're trying to do, and you get a special treat in the midday because you get to learn from somebody who you have not always got. You always see this person, but you don't always get to see her on the trading desk. So it's our pleasure to bring you the midday with Joey Options and Adara. Go get them.
Let's go.
She brings you the news, but she also trades too, and you're going to get to see her trade today.
See you guys soon.
Thank you.
Ta-da! Yes, you guessed it. Neil nailed that one on the head, guys. Welcome to the Midday Madness. Next to me, of course, is the wonderful Adara. Looking forward to spending this session with her because we don't get to do it quite often.
No.
It's been a while, so it's been a while.
Last week, but you were there last week with Obi.
I was a little bit south from here, but it's typically women. That's what we want to see. All right, guys. Let's see who we got in the chat here this morning. We got what's going on. Zoro, Tupapa, Rusty Dutch, what's up? The Marines. What do I think about Netflix? Oh my days. Yay, Adara on the desk says LYYH. That's probably something that you just made up there or was given to you. Brian Thompson, what's going on? Dumbo Thinks Films. Greg Saluzzi, Yummy Thai Food. Taconsion sauce? Okay, I totally butchered that one. Who else do we got? G-Talk, what's going on? Jody, used items, what's up, Jody? 420 Bud Monster. Johnny Just Be Trading, what's up? He says hi. Let's go, Joey Pesos says spin free. Yes, sir. I gotta actually return some pesos. A couple more. Dr. Joey Zaza. Oh, I see what you did there. Brassman, how you doing, my friend? You're coming in as Brassman today. One more. We have, you know who it is, Mike P. D. Ryder. Where's Big Spile at? We don't got Spile. We got Mike P. D. Ryder now. We love them both wholeheartedly. But let's start things off with Adara. Adara, why don't you talk to us a little bit what you were trading here today?
It's been an odd morning, guys.
Okay.
It's been, not everything has been great, but I think the biggest thing is I'm trying to work, and I want to give Neil full credit for this. He talks a lot about don't do resulting. What did you do, right? What processes did you take? With that in mind, oh boy, LMT let's go to mama. Okay, I want to talk about this.
come on.
So it's weird that I said that, but it's fine, guys.
Yeah.
So I took this short initially. I mean, like I'll move it to like the 3 or the 5, but I think regardless, you'll probably kind of like maybe understand why I did this. We're like, okay, trend break. This was super strong. Let's do it. I add again, I'll switch to the 1 minute here so you guys can see there was fun little shelfie action. I add. Then I see the book do something I've literally never seen a spready ticker do. And I talk a lot about spread. So I got short initially here around 539s, added at 538 halves, more or less. So then it's weird because the ask goes all the way up to 539.06. And then meanwhile, you've got like a sub 538 bid. So I'm like, okay, I'll let you figure your stuff out. I do end up getting stopped out. End up getting slipped 50 cents. Obviously not ideal, but you do what you do. Then I want to talk about here the flip game that happened because I am long LMT, as you can see. But so I got short first because I was like, oh, well, you know, maybe we're going to like lower high at the top. And I'm like, in retrospect, I think a larger part of my brain knew this was a long, but I was like, well, the book looks maybe like, I don't know, let's try. So I tried this short. I realized right away this could get dicey. The second I saw anything on the book that was like a little bit against me, I ran out of Dodge. Then we start going all the way back down to 539. And I'm like, okay, maybe I should have done this short. But then the book does this crazy thing right as we switch shows. I go long. We are, if you look at the ask, I am a fun little dollar in the money. If you look at the bid, I am not. But that's cool, guys, because look, we are trading LMT and we're doing it live. I will not spend all this time deliberating on all my stocks, though we'll talk about it later. I do want to talk about my girl Lily because I was really happy with this trade. And again, I like to say about my spready tickers, please don't try this at home. I traded Lily like sub 200,000 shares on the day. So like, you know, advised. But I will say the slippage on this was like really good for like how little, like this last, I got slipped a couple cents here on this out, again, a couple cents. But yeah, so again, I just like this long breakout idea, took some profit at the top. I was very lucky to have that get stopped out. Maybe it's a little bit of more slippage here than I'd like to admit on this drop. And then we break below VWAP. I missed the short, but it's fine. We're living life. We're looking for other opportunities. I'll just talk quickly about the trade I'm also still in. VST, initially I like this long off VWAP. If I'd scalped it, in retrospect, I probably should have, but I was busy with Lily. Whatever, it's fine. Took the short below VWAP, added to the short below VWAP. If we kind of keep curling here at this 171, I will fully add again and keep risking 2 VWAP, but right now I won't. Guys, we are $2 in the money on LMT, and I sized hard into this. Because I was like, I don't like, you know, that I did the short. The short was clearly a mistake. Sized hard into this LMT. We might be at all-time highs. So let me check that. I do apologize. I'm like, rat-a-tat through all the stocks, but there's a lot of stocks to talk about here. Nowhere near highs in LMT. Wow, I'm being a little cuckoo. I think we're at weak highs, but we're certainly not at all-time highs. So let's see what happens here at LMT. I'm going to look for some areas to take profit. I'm going to add into VST. I might take another short here of Lily. I was also involved in Palantir, but that is by far my like cuckoo brain trade of the day. So I'll do that after. Joe, what are you doing over here?
I mean, it's been a okay session so far, guys. We're not going to complain whatsoever. I mean, it's one of those styles. Obviously, we're going to put on a little bit more for you, but it's definitely a day maker here in OKLO, one and done essentially. I mean, we were long from 110, and we held that size for almost $1.30 before we even started taking any partialing out, and then we were fortunate enough to catch a $4 move here on OKLO. Just looking for the continuation in strength essentially here on the intraday session, and we had that selling, but as soon as I seen those indecision prints off of the lows, I'm like, immediately, let's get involved and see what we can do. So it's definitely not a bad session whatsoever, risking half of my shutdown essentially on this trade to double that, which is really, really fortunate. And you know what? I'm keeping my eyes on a lot of things, but that being said, full disclosure, yesterday we were solidly green and then I slightly overtraded, finished a small red. So we're not going to allow that to happen again. We will be putting on some trades, but OKLO, definitely the trade of the day for the boy. Now we're asking for a lot of requests in the chat. We're going to get into that, but first and foremost, let's take a look at what I'm specifically looking at here today. Now in my notes here, you're not going to be able to see them, but silver just living up to its consistency world. What's up, Randy? What's up, my brother? I mean, I've been looking at silver for quite some time. We've been trading relatively strong. And yeah, I don't know why I pulled this up and then didn't show you guys, but every indecision print that I'm seeing is actually coming into fruition and moving higher. It's a steady grind to the top side, another channel being formed here in SLV. but I didn't trade it. Aside from that, guys, I don't even have the overall market on my screen today. I don't even have any of the Mag 7 and no major tech names aside from APLD, and I'm not even going to call it that one. So what am I doing? You heard Michael Noss and Brandon talking about a slight rotation out of these mega cap tech stocks and into other names. Well, I mean, with QE, interest rates cuts on the horizon potentially, that's good for the IWM and some of the smaller names. And that's what I was looking to get involved with. I'm avoiding the NVDAs, the AMDs, the Teslas, etc. I haven't even looked at those names this morning, and I was just hyper focused on the 4 that I have here. Now, I get it. It's like, hey, Joe, but you're missing out on high-quality opportunities. That's fine, but I don't want analysis paralysis. I'm going to focus on the 4 that are in front of me, and if they display what I'm looking for, then we're going to have the ability to take the opportunity and take that trade. Instead of having too many things, oh, this is working, oh, that's working, this is working, what do I do? Punch this key, punch that key. No, we're not getting into all of that, Adara. We're going to focus on what's in front of us, and we're going to continue to do that. If I see anything that I like displayed on these 4 names throughout the intraday session, we're going to look to continue to capitalize on them. But so far, one trade for me, I'm not going to call it one and done, but it's been a relatively good one for us. OKLO up 12.6% as we're currently speaking, and looks like it might find somewhat of a rebound, looking for the bull fight continuation from the pre-market as well, too. But to start things off, Adara, we have a super chat.
We do.
How do I feel about leaps on Netflix at this level? Well, I'll tell you one thing about Netflix. I'm sitting in this, and it's continuing to bleed. My game plan here is to hold this name until earnings. We're down probably north of 32%. That was at yesterday's close, or around the open, sorry, with Netflix. That's quite a bit. Neil's saying that it's oversold. I think that we're overdone here in Netflix as well, too. So come January 20th, after the bell, that earnings report is going to come in Netflix, and I'm going to be looking for a pop. That's as simple as it is. Leaps on Netflix. I would wait for this Warner Brothers deal to get done and then maybe start to trade. I'm in extremely prematurely, and I'm starting to pay a bit of the price, so we are waiting for somewhat of a bounce, maybe and hopefully back to $100 on NFLX, Adara.
I saw the funniest comment. I'm not sure if it's a joke, but I'll answer it either way. Gabby Frigo 6782 in all caps. Adara is blind. No, so I do lean in a lot. That is because my vision is not great. If you guys saw my big funky glasses yesterday, those are not for fun. Those are for real. My vision is, and if you guys know anything about vision, you will understand how bad this is. Astigmatism in left eye, and I've got -6.5, I think, in the left eye, -6 on the right eye. The left eye is basically on, kind of written off. So.
I have astigmatism as well too.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so what I found is that, like, okay, yeah, these are just blue light glasses, but it eliminates the fuzz for me. Yeah,
Maybe
like it helps a lot. Yeah, it helps a lot. So I can read a little bit more clearly, and it eliminates, obviously, that blue light, which kind of gives my eyes that fuzz around wording.
I didn't realize that's where the fuzz came from, but I'm going to have to check that out. Thank you for letting me know about that one. I am going to tighten the stop on LMT a skosh while I talk to you guys. Yes, I can multitask. I do news and trade. What do you mean? But yeah, so I'm going to just give this a little bit of room because I feel like this guy is a bit of a crazy one. But again, just to talk about, I think the importance of flip game strong and why you want to be on your flip game. Like if we talk about LMT here, I do want to get long Lily, so I'm going to do that in a second here. But with LMT, like I said, I saw this short, I realized I was wrong, then I waited for the right opportunity to strike and I got in. Like there's nothing wrong with being wrong, as long as Neil said, are you staying wrong or are you flipping up your game? And I think that's also the importance of another thing that Neil likes to say a lot. Sorry, Neil, I'm stealing all your lessons here. Like you don't want to be resulting, because at first I felt kind of badly. I was like, oh, like this trade is red. I moved my stop on Lily too early in the first trade and I got stopped out. And like, it doesn't matter what happened at first. How do you react to it?
Exactly.
Like the world can like push you, the world can throw you in a pile of mud and it can like stomp on you and steal your shoes and like it doesn't matter. Like how do you react to that? How do you get back up? How do you, as Obi said, get good? How do you, do some Rocky Balboa and roll with the punches? So I think in that case, I can accept this. I stand by the first short. The second short I will accept was a bit ill-conceived, but then I get right back in on the long and it does end up working. Now, I will talk quickly about why I like the theory of a Lily long here, because Pops Mafia was asking me. At first I said no way. But then I said, the thing with Lily is the 90 MA. Like look at this 90 MA. We were rejected hard at 1084. Then slightly lower high here at 1083. If we get above that 90 MA, I'm gonna risk here to this slightly high or low. Now, I recognize this could fully go against me. This could be a bear flag, and I could be like, but I think it's worth a try, so I am going to be attempting it. LMT, I did move my stop here. I'm not doing anything with it right now. I have another profit taker at 545-ish because I like the daily chart. Is this how your brain sounds in your head, or does it come out like the Flash, says Trav Manreal? Like, I guess with regards to how quickly I talk. Yeah, no, I think my brain in my head maybe is a bit slower, but I just think because I have a lot of ideas, I think I honestly don't know if my speech or my brain is more or less organized. There's just a lot of ideas. And, you know, much like the infographics I make for TTV Research, I'm just trying to organize it all in a way that I hope makes sense. So I hope this makes sense to you guys. I hope you all are having a good time. I did add to my VST trade, Vistra. So here we go. Here is VST. We might get stopped out at LMT here. That's fine. The book, I don't love the book here. But yeah, so as you can see here in VST, like I like the idea of this flat bottom break, but I don't want to add at the flat bottom break. I want to add where we get some of this consolidation chop kind of switching up a bit. So I'm going to move over here to the VST book so you guys can see what I mean. I should and will move my stop here to 171.40s because, you know, I think that's now the new lower high. But yeah, so I hope everyone's having a great time. I'm going to add to Lidley, but before I move on and send it back to Joe, I want to talk about, I mentioned this earlier, my brain dead trade of the day. So this is PLTR. I went short PLTR low of the day. Now, in and of itself, I don't think that's a bad thing, but let's talk about the good and bad of this trade, because we're not going to do resulting. I lost on this. That's not the point. The point is, why did I make the decisions I made? Would I make them again, and how can I be better? I chased this a little bit. By a little bit, I mean like 5 cents. But basically, like this was one of my favorite levels on Palantir today, was that 176 halves area, right? Like I was like, okay, I do like this. That was a bit of a pre-market level as well. If you zoom out here, yes, you can kind of see that in pre-market, maybe a little bit higher than where it was. But then anyways, you get this pop and drop on Palantir. Then you go up to VWAP, you go say, hi VWAP, and then you drop. And so I liked, okay, flat bottom break, 175s. I can risk to that 172 halves-ish level I liked. The issue is I took like 1.5 risk units on this, which I don't think it was worth, and then it blows me out at VWAP. So here's the thing. Am I wrong for taking this in the first place and being slightly chasey? Or like, is it a trade worth taking? I think the stop is completely fine. I don't have an issue with that, but I truly want to know your guys' thoughts on my Palantir trade. Please tag me, because I'm legit trying to sort this out. And I mean, obviously it's my own thought. I'm going to have this battle with myself, but in all seriousness, I do like to know how you guys are thinking, and I like to hear from all the traders we have here. So if you guys have thoughts on this trade, please let me know. LMT deciding not to stop me out yet, though I can tell in the book we're probably going to get pretty darn soon. However, it'd be stopped out for profit. That's the point anyway. So Palantir actually might like us along here if we get that 178 and risk here to 177.40. Guys, please ask me questions in the chat. If you have questions on anything, market, whatever, please let me know. Thank you, Lizberto Calvo, guy, for the $4.99 super chat. Guys, Adara might be blind, but the trading is top notch. She don't need any eyesight for that. Appreciate you guys. I listen every day. Heart emoji. We appreciate you, Lizberto, and I'm so happy to be here trading with you guys on the midday show whenever I get the opportunity.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Speaking of Palantir, our good friend Darius Golden is asking me, Joe, give it to me straight, brother, as I typically do. 205 calls that expired January 30th. First question to you is, when is the earnings report? All right. Joe looking speechless. No, I mean, hey, no, not at all, man. I love sitting next to Dara and Obi. The whole team. It's a privilege sitting next to everybody. So, Darius, back to what you were asking me. I mean, it's going to cost you $90, brother. If you're willing to lose that by all means, I think that could be a potentially pretty good trade, especially if the earnings report is before January 30th. You could get into some nice gains, and that's what I'm talking about, buying those far out of the money contracts. That's where you can see that substantial return, right? That's where you're going to kind of get into that triple-digit level. So I'm going to give you the nod on that one. I think it's extremely important when that earnings report is going to be. We can obviously find that out for you. No worries at all. But Adara catching a lot of love in the chat. This is exactly what we want to see, guys. We're going to continue with the energy throughout the day. Adara's still into position. That's fantastic. I'm looking at the same names, looking for high-quality opportunities to step back in. I told you just one trade on this, and I got stopped out a small fraction here. I'm talking 2.5%. I was willing to leave for a runner to head into 115, and then even potentially the pre-market highs. And then we'd be like, hey, what a wonderful day. Shout out to Arthur, for those who know that theme song. Now, as for everything else, guys, it's SMR, silver, we've been talking about it, but what we will do is head over to our scans and see what we got going on. Someone asking me about Bitcoin. and this is where I stand on Bitcoin, all right? We talked about it on multiple occasions, and I tend to repeat it over and over again. Just be cautious of the multi-month consolidations. Now, we've bottomed in November, late November, November 21st to be exact, and we're still trading within on IBIT, that is around a $3 range. That's totally fine. The longer we hold up here, maybe the chances of us getting a solid bounce are going to slightly increase. We like that, and same with NVIDIA. Brenda was talking about it this morning. It's like, hey, we've been consolidating for quite some time. What is the next potential move here in the major chip name? I think with this consolidation, a nice healthy breath, considering we had a substantial return from those April lows in NVDA, I think that we can take an additional leg higher. Michael Noss was talking about it not too long ago, but he thinks that we're going to see a little bit of chop and then maybe somewhat of a pullback. And I also seen our good friend Tom Lee, Adara, mention that you might see somewhat of a drawdown in the middle of the year. And that's totally fine because it's going to give you the opportunity to buy some fantastic names at some great prices. Maybe Netflix, maybe some other names that are down 10% or so off of the highs. I mean, Google's been absolutely monstrous, and we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Adair, we touched a new all-time high this morning on Google with around $330. I think the trajectory on this name is going to continue. Okay? And pardon.
I said okay.
Oh, okay. And same with Palantir. I think some of these names, the defense names, we're going to kind of categorize in that aspect. And then we have the robotics and quantum. So even if we see somewhat of a rotation out of the mega names, Adara, we can see some of that money rotate into some new and emerging sectors like quantum and maybe robotics.
Yeah, I think the space stuff too. We talked a little bit about space. I don't think space is like a completely, impossible play to have this year. Like, the space could be, going to the moon. I do have to mention this news I just saw, though, guys. I put it in the chat as well. Someone asked in the chat, who's going to do the news? Adara's got. Yeah, I'm going to do the news as best I can here off X. Apparently, we have some U.S. senators calling on Apple and Google to remove X and Grok from the app stores. Probably not major. But the thing I do want to talk about here is U.S. Supreme Court apparently now expected to issue a ruling on tariffs on Wednesday, January 14th. Now, if that is a thing, I'll be right here to let you guys know, take a look at it, and keep you all posted. So I want to talk about that. But I also want to mention thank you to MF Dangerous saying here, Palantir support yesterday at 175 at the bottom wicks in the 5 minute today. Looks like need to support again. I do like the break low with tight stop, no issues. Thank you for that. I did want honest opinions there on that trade, so I appreciate you guys for chiming in. LMT is doing something on the book. It's funny here, Nick Diaz asking, do you use level 2? I use the order book super, super heavily. I don't know if that really answers your question, but especially for trading spready stocks, you kind of, I would argue you have to. But look at LMT here, guys. So I almost got stopped out, which I've always said sometimes is a hallmark of a good spready trade. If it gets right to your level, and then it's like I like that. I like the rubber band, the boomerang, the TI rubber band, man. Exactly, this is what I thought we might happen here. Okay, so LMT does its sweet little thing. My stop here is in the vicinity of 541.50s, but I mentioned I gave it a little bit of room. So arguably I could have added here when we get this breakout, but either way here. So at this point on LMT, and I'll switch to the 1 minute chart, my thesis is either I get stopped out and that's fine, live your life, or we break out of this consolidation range and we go higher. We end up breaking out of the consolidation range for now and going higher. So that's the deal here with LMT. My rule generally, and you might notice I hold trades for like a while sometimes against me, sometimes not. My thing is my thesis still intact? And if it is, then I stay. In this case, my LMT thesis is very much still intact. I have no reason to leave. This is a breakout on the weekly, so I'm gonna chill and keep calm and move on. VST, as I mentioned, I've moved my stop up here now to the vicinity here of 171.30s because I do like this as, again, a lower high. We're now below VWAP, we're holding below VWAP. I did add a little bit of that 171.30 area. Arguably arbitrary, arguably, I mean, no, I'll just say why I liked it. I like this 170.30 area, right? So I was like, okay, let's do that. Yeah, Lily, I talked about potentially doing a Lily breakout long here. And this is why I like this. So this is the type of look where, as I mentioned earlier, you're either going to get a bear flag, or I think you're going to push up higher above that 90 MA and do a pew rocket ship. I actually go on team rocket ship for now. Though I know we're making slightly lower highs, because here's the thing, this support, the way we're holding this 1079.40, I actually don't hate. So if we break above that 1084, I will go long. I know I'm risking like $5, but again, on a spready ticker, I risked $12 on Eli Lilly off the open on earnings before, guys. Like I have no shame. If it works, it works. And I think that's the biggest thing I kind of want to tell you guys, because I always feel kind of different trading on this desk, because I know I don't trade the standard typical fare, and I think there's nothing wrong with that, but I think the thing is, as trader, you have to understand what you do, and there's nothing wrong with doing the same or different as other people. Just understand, do you have a reason for doing it? We had that copy trade conversation, I think, a while ago with Obi there on the show, which I thought was a really good conversation. Like, and I think people you should be able to make your own trading decision. And there's nothing wrong with, like, remember one time Sean and Sharif and I all had the exact same out on Meta, the exact same out to the penny on Meta once. And the thing is, we all had very different reasons, we all had very different theses. So I think with the nature of the market being as it is, it's very likely that you're gonna make some of the same decisions as people, but how did you come to that decision? Did you come to it on your own? Do you stand by your decision? I think that's really important. So more whirlwind yappings from Adara LePage, but in the meantime, still in LMT. Again, I don't love that we can't break back above 543. I'm proud to say I did get the little 543 high a day out, but I think at this point we might get stopped out. That's completely fine. I'm chilling. I have no reason to move my stop as mentioned. And yeah, let's see here if Lockheed Martin can defend, pun intended, this level right here. I was really quickly, if you don't mind, Joe, before I go back to you, I will mention the Tesla one, our good friend Elon Musk, and I believe it was Vin Vici in the chat. Are you bullish or bearish Tesla here? I'm not looking at Tesla necessarily. It wasn't on my list. That being said, I don't hate the way we're kind of trying to hold on to this 444. Shout out to the Jay-Z album. And let's see, is this uptrend intact? I'm going to pull Anil here, and I'm going to try to draw an uptrend, although I'm not very good at trend lines, so apologies in advance. But yeah, I mean, look here, you've got this. Oh, accidentally drew another one. Yeah, so I mean, kind of holding. I do have a strategy I like where if we break trend and then we retest the line from the other direction, then I might take it as a short. But right now, Tesla's kind of giving me no reason either way. And so I'm just going to kind of wait to see what happens. Why no juice in Apple so far this year, asks her Scrambler. I do believe that we did have Brendan and Michael Noss talk about this today, but sometimes like these plays, they do have to give a little bit back up. If I remember correctly, Apple generally tends to start the year a little bit weak as well. I'll go back to you, Joe. Absolutely fantastic stuff there, as always. All right, guys, just going across the board, looking for some potential setups here. We talked about that one trade here in OKLO. Our final out was approximately 10:15. So over an hour ago, and we still haven't taken any other trades. So we're going to continuously run through our scans and look for some high quality opportunities and try to take advantage of them. So QBTS, heading back to that the quantum names that we were talking about, MU, what has that been up to considering that is okay, there it is, 340, not too far off of that all-time high of 347. One gap up and you're getting a new ATH in MU. ASTS, what are you up to? That's on the daily, printing $99, heading toward a key pivot of 102.94, so not too bad of a look there whatsoever. I was thinking a little bit of a short here on SMR, but I might have to order shorts for that. So by the time that I get them, the trade may be gone. APLD starting to show some indecision prints near the highs as well too, guys. But the volume weighted average price hugging price pretty tight here. Inverted hammer candle right at the highs. It's not isolated or anything along those lines, but there is a little bit of selling pressure starting to step in. Volume relatively cool as you head into the lower time frames. Now, as for any tickers, options activity, let me know. Trying to get a rise. Adair is sick though. Yeah, that's all right, brother. I forgive you, Levi Corbett. No worries at all. We'll brush that one off and we'll start fresh. How's that? How's that sound, my friend? All right, Mara, we tried to short on that one yesterday as well too, Adara. But for quite some time, it's been in a choppy range. The daily not looking so good. We did have a breakout of around $23, but then we give up the majority of that, all the way down to $10. You're down 56% when we look at Bitcoin off of those highs. We're not even close to that. I mean, we've had a pretty dramatic pullback, if you ask me, off of that $72 high on IBIT, but half of what Mara has retraced. So that is not a good look in these Bitcoin miners. Now, this is my scan. This is going to be anything that has over 1 million shares and an X amount of market capitalization. Now, Tesla, the ever so popular name, what has it been up to today? Have you looked at Tesla today, Adair? I personally haven't. This is the first time right now we're trading around $442, coming off of that 444 high.
Are we going to continue in strength? I think so. Tesla, considering we were just talking about some sectors that may be emerging and could be potentially strong this year, we have the autonomous vehicles with Tesla and also the robotics, but growing competition in both of those spaces for this name.
Yeah, I just mentioned Tesla like a second ago there. I'm like, I don't love it. I don't hate it. I'll see what it does. I mean, what could we retest VWAP? We could retest VWAP, but again, I want to focus on strategies I like, and I do apologize because I know it's not as fun to watch, but I will always most likely be focusing on my slow-moving, spready children. So do apologize. Maybe no Tesla trading today. I traded Tesla like twice last Friday, so you guys have seen me trade Tesla. It's just not always my favorite thing to look at. Let's talk here about Google, though. Pathik and Vizbot, amongst others, mentioning in the chat here, guys, Google at an all-time high. I was like, okay, let's look at it. I don't love the tape action here as we try to break that 330.30. So nice confluence of threes there. Shout out to OB. I do like this uptrend. I like this uptrend. Okay. But if we break the uptrend, then I might like it more. Okay, excited. I'm going to put Google on my side chart. Hi, Google. You're going to be my new friend? We'll find out. So here's the thing. There's an uptrend, but there's also something I actually tend to watch even closer. I like the 90 MA. The 90 MA can be really respectful. For example, today on Eli Lilly in the long in the morning, that was super helpful for me, that 90 MA action. The 90 MA action on Google here, look at how we bounce and then we bling to all-time highs. If we can hold the 90 MA and the uptrend, I kind of like that. But there's another option that I don't hate. Guys, what if we break below the 90 MA and then we bounce off the trend line and then we reject the 90 MA? So if we get that hyper-specific combination there, I will definitely, that'll be my Pokemon. I'll throw the Pokeball in it and I'll be like, capture it, and then I might try to take that trade. So that's what I'm looking at here. LMT is doing something spready tickers do sometimes, and it's called just hanging out in like a 1-point range. So I'll talk to you guys about this also. Okay, so fun fact, I want to talk about this. I'm incredibly proud. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. I'm really proud that I got that 543 fill. And I want to talk about how you get these types of fills in spready stocks. So what you have to do is you have to look at the spread. And I'm not going to use LMT. I'll use, because I'm still in this, I'll use Lilly here, right? So kind of want to look at the spread and be like, if you're kind of use maybe midpoint, because that's usually where you can get filled the best on these spready tickers, what midpoint do I use? Like, what price do I use where I'm almost guaranteed to get a fill? So if I'm looking here, 1079.15s is the bid. Oh, it's climbing. This could be a long here, guys. And then the ask here, and then it was a fake out there. The ask was like, at the time, 1080. So I'm usually going to try to go halfway between the bid and the ask to get that fill. So in the case of LMT, where I got my sweet, the 543, why I was able to get the 543 is because I think the ask at the time was like in that vicinity of 543, 20s, 30s, 40s, and the bid is around like 543.80. So I was like, okay, the chances of me getting that 543 are pretty high. So I put in there. So yeah, I mean, you kind of want to go in between where you're seeing the bid and the ask, then you have the best chance of getting those fills. Because sometimes these will go super crazy, and you really do have to be speedy with it. Now, Eli Lilly is doing something very fascinating here. I know I pulled this up as an example, but I actually like what it's doing. Okay, so we could do a couple of things. I've still mentioned that reversion long because I don't think that's impossible. But with the way we fake broke out with the bid creep there on that 1080s, I honestly maybe think we could this could be a short if we break below a new low of day. So let me pull up my handy side charts. And okay, so the level we need to break down here would be 1077. Where would I risk to? That's the issue, is the risk would have to be kind of wonky. Okay, you know what? I'll give it to 1080s because that's where we had the bid creep. So I'm risking, or sorry, yeah, that was a fake bid creep. So, and that's also the 90 MA, which we've been respectful of. So I know I'm risking like, $3. That would be excessive, but for a stock like Eli Lilly with the $1 spread, I don't think it is. So with that in mind, guys, I'm going to risk about 2-3 risk units, and I'm going to get short Eli Lilly, provided that I actually see some creeping down here into 1077. Because right now I don't see anything, but I want some time to stalk this stock and walk the walk. That was a weird rhyme. Also, probably going to get stopped at LMT. I'm going to get short this. How are you doing?
We're doing pretty good. Ozan, I love you too. Don't worry about it, brother. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's Ozan. All right. A couple requests here in the chat, Adair, to go over some names. American Battery Technology. I mean, from a daily, it's looking pretty good. You've now broken through some prior resistance and heading towards a key pivot level around here of 496. The way that this daily price action is starting to form, I think that you can break these levels and head into that next zone, maybe 552, but be patient, right? You are starting to form a shelf. If this continues to act as support, so you can see we have that over-under style of a play, resistance now acting as support, break through that 505, and then you're going to look for that next zone of maybe around $6. So I like what ABAT is up to. As for CoreWeave, we had a couple individuals asking us to take a look at CoreWeave. We're going to do that right now for you, considering I'm still looking for more potential setups. SMR short was somewhat attractive to me, same with the APLD, but those confirmation signals have now been disregarded. All right, CoreWeave, $150 was that previous pivot high, now trading around $80, 47% to the downside. I mean, ooh, even more, guys. We high of around 187 to where we're currently trading at. That is not a good look whatsoever. How does that even make sense? Oh, 47 to 57. Okay, so yeah, at this previous pivot at 190, you're down 50%. From this pivot, you're down 47%. All right, so keep that in mind. I personally like the business, so let's see if you can get somewhat of a recovery. And if you look at other IPOs that happened last year, CoreWeave's holding up one of the best, so I think it can continue to do so, especially with the cloud spend amongst the hyperscalers and other emerging names. I think CoreWeave will be just fine in the long run, especially if you've been getting in and around those lows. Buying the tops is horrible. That's why you want to be extremely patient. Just to go through a couple more of those, Circle was another one. Look how much this name has came down since the IPO date. I mean, $63. You run right into $300 a dare, and now you're trading around 82%. So that's almost a 66% hair. That's more, 72% off of that specific level. Yeah, that is not fun, especially if you're an individual who's buying up here. Don't forget, guys, in trading, in order to make money, you are taking money from somebody else. So people buying up here just continuously getting destroyed in Circle. IWM, what has the small cap world been up to? A new all-time high here in the IWM Adair, $260. If we head over to the 5-minute, you can see that we are still hovering around just that 5-minute opening high, starting to slowly come back in. Now, as for my SMR trade, why do I want to potentially take a short on this name? We're starting to form a consolidation, but we are holding up relatively well. This is a strong up move here and just a single 5-minute print, but you can see the aggressive move to the downside. I know Obi had this short as well. So what I'm thinking is that we're just consolidating. If we do get a liquidity grab north of this zone right here, then maybe we'll look for some indecision prints. But if we have the inability to construct any form of a new pivot high, then what we have starting to form is lower highs. And I like that. If that trend breaks, you can have your risk profile relatively tight. At the break of that downtrend, you get out of dodge. So I'm looking at this as a potential consolidation, a 5-minute open below this 2070 level. That's going to add a little bit more conviction within the trade myself. The name is strong, so do we necessarily want to go against the trend? Maybe not, but I do like what we're starting to see here from a 5-minute standpoint, Adair.
I just added into VST again, VST breakdown. Let's, drum roll please, go. I want to talk about Google. I mentioned this uptrend on Google, and I was like, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel strongly enough about this either way. Like I said, my preferred situation is we break the downtrend, and then we reject the trend line, and then I short it. So we'll see here. Right now, I don't think I have a reason to trade this, so I'm not going to trade it. But let's talk about Eli Lilly, because I made a bit of a joke in the class. Wow, am I back in school? I made a bit of a joke in the chat, and for the handful of people in this chat who also were, children in like 2010, this chart reminds me of Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo by Justin Bieber, right? Like, she's indecisive. She can't decide. Like, literally, are you going to break 1079 or are you going to break 1077? Or are you going to do, in this case, neither? So I know I mentioned at the time that you guys last saw me, I like this better as a short because of what the book was doing. Right now, heck no, I much prefer this as a long, and I am going to actually get set up for that. So I like, you know what, I'm going to do the exact same thing I was going to, as I said, if it was a short, I was going to take 1079's risk to 1077's risk to 1080s. This case, I'm going to take 1080s, I'm going to risk to 1077's, and because that is a low of daybreak, I am going to risk the exact same amount, and now we're doing a bid creep. Now, the last time we did a bid creep at these levels, it was a fake out, and we didn't get what we wanted, so I'm going to be patient here. I'm watching that on my side as I pull up VST. VST is like $2 in the money from my initial entry, though, as you can see, I've averaged in quite a bit. I'm also going to change, so I'm going to take out about a third of the position here at that 168.80s. This is, again, a pre-market level. Now, why a third of the position? Because my initial order was to take out a third of the position, but my position was much smaller. As I've mentioned, I've added arguably way too much here into VST throughout. So with that in mind, the amount I want to take out is going to change too, because I don't know if we're going to bounce to that pre-market level. Lilly, you know what? We're going to get long Lilly. I want Part of me is like, I want to see us get above 1080 on the bid, but if we do, it's too late. So, okay, we're in. We're not in yet, but the order has been placed, and now I think I'm going to miss it. Okay, great. We got wicked in. That's perfect. I'm just going to put my stop here around 1077s. So we're going to wait and see what it goes. I'm giving this room, and I'm risking 2.5 risk units on this, which for me is significant. But with the action I saw in Lily, I do feel like it warrants it. We're out of a third here of VST. So let's go. Here is Eli Lilly, and nice. So this is the funny thing with spready tickers too, and this is why, like, as much as I joke about, you know, dollar clubs here in the show, I think it's kind of hard to use them with these tickers because, like, you can be on the bid completely out of the money or on the ask in the money or vice versa, right? Depending on what direction you're trading. So always be cautious of that when I say stuff like that, which is why I try not to again. But here's Eli Lilly again. I am sized in decently on this. Oh, nice. I want to see what we do at 1084s. That's going to be level I'm watching. Am I in any other trades? No, I got stopped out at LMT. Really happy with this stop. We break 9 EMA. I say goodbye, good day to LMT. I don't know why I almost said like lost something. I don't know. It's not Las Vegas. Although we are leaving Las Vegas here by saying goodbye to this year trade. Crowd, says Commodity King.
What is Crowd doing?
So CRWD is a stock that I have a little bit of beef with sometimes. I love this on earnings day one. But other than that, like, I'm sorry, I'm going to be honest with you. This is just choppy action. Yeah. The one thing you could argue is a flat bottom break, but the way it's moving, I don't even like that much. And I know this is low volume. You guys will be like, Adara, you love low volume. I don't love low volume on CrowdStrike. I have been burned too many times by CrowdStrike on low volume with slippage that it's just not worth it to me. And this is not a setup that particularly excites me. Hangry Wife apparently getting in with me. Okay, best of luck to us all. I don't want to, and I always get a little bit nervous. This is not advice. This is just my my brain trying to come up with trades. That being said, I think the Lilly long looks incredibly compelling here. So hopefully we can, make the millies with Lilly. I'm joking, we're not going to make a million in this trade, but we're going to have a great time with you all. Here you are.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So we have a couple questions directed at both you and I here, Adara. When you draw a trend line, do you include wicks, and which time frames do you use? I mean, I use multiple time frames. Typically, I'm a daily. I'll look at the 30 and the 60 once in a while, but a daily 5-minute and a 1 minute is what I'm most comfortable with. Do I include wicks? It really depends. How many touches are your trend line going to have, right? I think 3 is standard. When you can add a little bit more strength, the more touches the trend line, the stronger it can be. Now, for me, it depends. A wick could be a potential whipsaw move. It depends on the body as well, too. Me personally, I'll disregard it at sometimes unless there's continuous that make me have multiple touches on that specific trend. If not, then I'm just going to classify it as a potential whipsaw move. Adara, I don't know what time frames you specifically like to draw your trend lines, and do you include wicks as well too, or no?
I absolutely include wicks, and I'll draw whatever trend line I'm trading on. Okay, with that in mind, Google breaking the trend line. Let's go. So that would be 329.60, risking up here to 330.20-ish. Yeah, I'm going to definitely take that. I want to get into this Palantir long potentially as well. So I have to add more order books to my side chart, guys, because there's just not enough. I don't think I'm going to get filled here in Google, but we're going to try to give this a little bit of room here with how I put my entry. There's a chance we get wicked into this, and in fact we do. There we go. Also, yeah, I just want to mention here too, I know I trade kind of aggressively and I'm looking at 50 things at once. I'm very comfortable doing that. But again, because it's the show, I'm also trying to be a little bit more cautious of, am I taking this just because I'm on the show and I feel the pressure to trade, or would I take this otherwise? This Google, I would take otherwise, though again, not always confident in my trend line abilities, so we'll have to see how this goes. But yeah, just back to why I use wicks when I draw trend lines. Because as Joe said, like, that's where price touches. I want everywhere price touches. If I avoid wicks, like, look, this is where the trend line is, and I just don't think that's accurate. So I'll go like here, and then I'm like, wait, move, and then I'm like here, right? So it's like, it's really choppy. I think the direction is the same, but I don't think the way it manifests is the same. And it's funny too, I remember, and you guys can laugh at me, when I first learned how to trade, I was using for prior bars, I was not using the wick. I was using the bar, like the bar open and close, which is just obviously, that's not an accurate way of doing it, right? So I do think the wicks are important. Wicks matter, and yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty wicked to make sure you include them in your trend lines. We might get stopped out of Google, but I'm not going to leave this trade until I've been proven wrong, and I'm proven wrong if we break above 330.20. With that in mind, this Palantir long I mentioned earlier does look kind of spicy. I might get in. Eli Lilly is Eli Chili over here. For the sake of transparency, I'm going to tell you guys where my first out is on Lilly. I mentioned that 1084. I don't love it. With that in mind, I want to take a piece out of 1084, but I'm only taking out a quarter. Oh my gosh, VST.
What's that doing today?
Sorry, I'm gonna
You know
dance
Wicked is.
obnoxiously.
You know what Wicked is Good is from?
No. What is that?
The Maze Runner.
Oh, I did not see. I was not like a YA dystopian child. I'm gonna be
Okay.
honest.
All right. I love a good dystopian. I know Neil does as well too. So.
I know I'm the outlier for that. But what are you maze running into right now?
I'm trying to maze run into some SMR.
Nice.
Let's see if we can get a little bit of a move here. I'm posted up at 2090s. That's right at the top end of this range, guys, because if it breaks through 21, yeah, exactly. So essentially right here, you can see it's starting to come back in a little bit, but if this consolidation continues, then our chances of getting that fill at that specific level are relatively high. Where are we out? At $21. It's literally 10 cents worth of risk to play the breakdown, which can give you an additional maybe 40 to 50 cents. That's if we're fortunate enough to get in and have the exact entry that we would like. The Imitation Game's best movie. I've never watched that one. You guys know. Okay, we need to start dancing now. I mean, hey man, we did enough dancing there in Mexico. All right, guys, let's get into some of these other names. I see Netflix starting to form some indecision prints, but I think I'm gonna avoid that one right now. I wanna stick to what I have on my chart. I told you guys there was a nice pop there. Gore, if you're looking at multiple indecisions right around the lows. Look at this one here on Netflix, and you're instant ITM. And that's what I like to see is when you get involved in something, it instantly works, and that's just going to give you a little bit more confidence within that potential trade. So once again, boom, you get that move higher, additional leg, you have the pullback indecision print, you climb, fail to establish a new high right now, and then right here, you're starting to see buying pressure step right back in on the lower time frames. That's something positive. Let's see if we can get somewhat of a rebound, because on consecutive sessions, I'm pretty sure 4 out of 5 days this week, our Netflix right out of the gate has sold off aggressively. Sometimes it has rebound coming in with some more catalysts, but at the end of the day, it's still repeating the same thing over and over again. What is that telling me? It's a relatively weak name. Netflix has an uptrend line from the lows that it's trying to hold. Yeah, it is. And now you're starting to form that shelf bar. I don't love that. Why are you here today? Option strategies. There's a poll up here. Option strategies, long-term investing, swing trade setups, day trading ideas. Typically wins, but option strategies coming in at 32% there, Adara. That's looking pretty good. We'll take that, and we can talk some option strategies as well, too. I know a lot of individuals, we had the poll up, do you trade options or not, earlier in the summer, and substantially more people are trading options than I would have ever guessed here on the show, and I hope people continue to do so at the right place and at the right time. And then don't repeat what I did on my IBIT calls, even though we wrote a lot and mitigated that loss. I wrote in the chat, that was my greatest loss I've ever taken, aside from in my earlier days when I was investing in the Canadian cannabis names. But my IBIT contracts was the greatest loss I've ever taken trading ever. And I plan on not doing that again until we get substantially better. All right, so I'm being pretty honest with TJ. All right, cool. So heading back to our scan, guys, this post up at 2090s would have been nice. 14 cents it's giving us and heading right towards that lower end of the range. Maybe we can get one more bounce off this support level, but we also want to keep an eye on the volume and the price action. What is the tape telling us? Because if the bounce is too aggressive, maybe you blow past that trend line and then it's a continued move to the top side. But what we're currently looking at, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. And I was talking about a 5-minute candle opening up at the lower end of the range, and you're seeing that right now. So you get a slight open at 2077, and it looks like the tape is relatively weak. Let's get our quote highlights on here so we can see a little bit more on the book. It doesn't seem like 1,000 shares is that much. We'll put 500 up there, and then you can see the imbalance. A lot on the ask right now, but the steady ladder is definitely on the bid. All right, a nice little pop-up. Let's see if we can get an additional 5-cent pop and then head into our area where we are going to get filled. That is going to be exactly at 2090. But the defense stepping in once again. That's why the tape is extremely important. It can tell you a lot. And especially when you're trading momentum out of the gate, if you see clean flushes at the ask and above the ask, that is some strong signs of strength. And that's what you want to look for when you are playing those momentum trades. That's what Sharif's doing with his small caps. A nice move to the top side. You can see that displayed in the time of sales.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah, hi. I'm just looking at books and tape and being excited. Let's talk Eli Lilly. So Eli Lilly, and I had, where's my initial? I moved it lower because it wasn't working. 1080, how did I not get filled at 1083.44? Well, alas, I didn't. I had my order there. I moved it down a bit. We're trying to get filled right now around 1083s because I don't like it. I never find this to be a good sign. When you're like, I find it more happens when I'm long, but let's say I'm long in stock, right? I have my price set at a level that, for reasons on the chart and the tape, are very reasonable level to set the price, the order. And I always give a little bit of room. I always step it down a bit if I'm long and step it up a bit if I'm short, because, just in case we don't get that level. But then what happens is we just kiss that level. We give it a quick mwah, under the mistletoe, and then we go to the downside. So I don't like that Lilly did that. I also don't like that Lilly is struggling so hard to hold 1082s in a saleable way on the book, but I don't have a reason to leave yet. Now, the other question is, Adara, would you, are you, have you, etc., moving your stop here on Lilly? Now, I haven't yet. That being said, if I did, I liked the 9 EMA to get me in. I would probably like the 9 EMA to get me out. But again, the placement of that is really important because Neil has said this before, and I think this is a really good point and something I'm trying to get better at. Like, if you have, you don't always just want to use VWAP or whatever kind of technical indicators as your level, because A, those can move, and B, it's a little bit arbitrary. That being said, I feel like the 9 EMA on Lilly, especially if it's around that 1080, it's a bit less arbitrary in my opinion. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. I am in 4 trades right now, and one could say, Dara, that's a bit nuts. And I think one would be fair to say that potentially, we just got filled at Lilly, let's go. We still have 3/4 of the position in there. And like I said, I am sized kind of heavy on this. So please just punch. Let's talk about Google. So Google here, this has got to be a fake wick because I did not get stopped out, and I do have a stop on Google. So I like the short here, that 9, again, the 9 EMA rejection, the trend line break. It might not work. That's fine if it doesn't. I'm not going to cry. I don't have a reason to leave until we break, in my opinion, still at 330.20. Palantir, I might have mentioned this. Okay, let's go. Palantir breaking out. So again, 4 trades here, guys. Palantir, I like that 178 kind of hold. I'm risking here to around the low of this consolidation. I do not want to take profit till 178.80. I am also sized double on this. So nicely sized in Palantir, very well sized here in Eli Lilly. VST also decently sized, but given that, we've already taken a piece out of this, like just under half of this is out. So I'm, what I mean? It's a little bit less risk. Also, again, my average, I don't check my P&L or my average during the day, so I don't know for sure, but my average is somewhere around here, which I think takes a lot of the pressure off here with VST. Now, I do want to talk about something, guys. I know, trading a lot of stocks at the same time. Is this reasonable? Is this responsible? Is it tenable? I think for everything in trading, what works for you? What are you comfortable with? Now, I'm very comfortable letting my brain go 5,000 miles a minute, be it with you guys or internally in my own head. So I have no problem looking at multiple things at the same time because I actually think it helps me because I'm not making too many decisions on one stock. Instead, I'm making a reasonable measured amount of decisions on several. So that's why here I have 2 longs and 2 shorts. And with that in mind, I also want to address something I see a lot in the chat and I think is kind of funny, but certainly well-intentioned. A lot of people assume I'm very short biased. Now, I think that's because a lot of my playbook strategies, at least when I was first starting to build my playbook, were I think probably 95% short setups. So I was taking a lot of shorts at that time when you guys saw me in the midday. That being said, I'm trying to develop more long reversion strategies, and with that in mind, definitely taking more longs. Google, probably going to stop me out here, but do I care? No. Why? Because I took the trade I liked, I took the setup, I attempted it, and I can reflect on it later, but right now, I got to make money moves. Google, I would not move my stop at all. That's still the 15-minute power bar high, so I fully stand by the decision that was made there. I'm not in LNT right now. I'm only in Palantir, VST, Google, although probably out of Google here. I know. Okay. I'm in. Okay, I know. It's a lot of trades, guys. The point I'm trying to make is you have to do what you're comfortable with, what works for you, and you have to understand, I think, how your mind works. Because if you know your mind, you'll know what trading style will vibe best with your personality. I do apologize for all of the kind of random ranting that I do here. I hope it is feasible and makes sense. There was someone in the chat here, Mac, asking, I guess there's no small cap looks. If you guys have a small cap you want me to look at, please let me know. Unfortunately, I don't trade these a lot, so I'm not the best at it, but I do want to try. Someone asked me here about ServiceNow. Okay, we're gonna get the first pushback of the day. Whew! So ServiceNow abandoned me. It was a spready ticker. It was over $1,000, and then it abandoned me to do a split. I'm over it, kind of. But no, I love this setup, Joe. Look at this. We reject VWAP once. We reject VWAP twice. Lower high.
Boom.
Oh my God. Okay, I don't really have room on my side chart, but I'm going to add a new one for that 142.10s because I really, really like this. So thank you to the individual who mentioned ServiceNow. I do want to mention as well here, Chris Arthur saying QBTS called and want to study your brain to make a quantum computer. My brain's not for sale, nor is it for research purposes. But no, thank you to QBTS, and thank you for the funny comments there for Chris Arthur. Yeah, guys, definitely tag me in the chat if you have any questions, any ticker you want me to look at. I don't want to talk too much all at once because I'm already yapping, so I'll send it over to Joe.
Please, by all means, do not stop whatsoever. All right, guys, so we're into some SMR right at the top end of this range, exactly where we want to be. But there was a little bit of strength within these 1 minute candles. I went to cancel the order, but it filled me immediately. So we'll be patient. Again, $21. We already know what our risk is, so there's no reason to fear it, all right? So we're going to wait for the lower end of the range, or we're going to get stopped out. If we're fortunate enough to be a part of that breakdown, then we're positioned well, right? Top end of the range. If not, $21 is going to be our out. The strength within the buying pressure was the only thing alarming. Now, there we go. We're almost there. See, that's why I wanted to cancel this bid and wait for a higher price. I have no issues with getting out exactly when I need to, and that's going to be the case right here, I think, in APLD. One more clean flush to the top side. We might be in a little bit of, I'm not going to call it trouble, but we will get stopped out. So be patient, and wait for those orders to either hit or you hit your targets, all right? So that's what we got going on right here. APLD, potential short, or sorry, SMR, potential short, looking for the break of 2073, and we're in at the top end of the range. This is the 5 minute here, guys. You can see a little bit more clearly, and this is what I want to display to you. So the consolidation, forming that shelf, but what we have kind of holding us up is the strong momentum that we've seen in the pre-market at approximately 6 o'clock this morning. Now, we could give it to 2010s at the top end of this range, but what we had is for over half an hour, we're just trading within that 20-cent range. So I like our chances exactly where we are as we start to slowly come back in on SMR, guys. So AAPL, once again, was my best trade of the day. We can pull that up for you. And we'll take a look at it right now and see exactly what I was getting involved with and why I decided to go long here. Now, as for OKLO, it was approximately this. So we had about 7 minutes of selling, and then the buying pressure slowly started to kick in. And I'm like, oh, this is my green light. Indecision print after the aggressive move, buying pressure. As soon as we opened up at the lower end of the range, I'm like, green light, let's rock and roll. Let's see if we can get this move higher and potentially test the wick high of the opening drive. We weren't fortunate enough to catch that, but we did get a nice move up into 114, and then eventually we did get stopped out break even, which is totally fine because we took advantage of it and we had a small percentage left. Now heading back to SMR, now trading at 2096, 2095s. I'm going to try this a couple of times. I mean, it is strong, support levels holding. If we don't get that breakdown, 2 attempts, that's fine. We move on to the next thing, only a couple more pennies. We have the bid printing 96 and the ask at 97s, a couple clean more flushes. I wouldn't be surprised if we head into that $21 level. Can you take a look at Amazon? Absolutely, says Ask Red Bearded Warrior, as I keep my eyes on the trade that we have going on right now. Amazon doing Amazon things, Adara continuing its ascent to the top side. How far away are we actually from that previous pivot high on the daily, which would put us around the all-time highs around $258. My guess is not going to be very much, 5% to be exact. And I was buying this name up in here around 213s. You get that aggressive move, earnings report, boom, oh, you're coming right back down, and then now you're starting to find somewhat of a rebound. I think AWS is going to be the driver of this name. If that continues to grow at the pace that it's at, then I think that Amazon will be just fine. Joey, can you take a check on these props? Says Sports and Stocks. Props to you, my friend. We'll run through our scans one more time here, Adara, and see if there's anything attractive. Guys, also, it seems on the poll, a lot of option strategies. If you want to go over anything, we can talk about that, how to set up vertical spreads, how to set up credit spreads, whatever it may be, iron condors, which I think have been working relatively well. If we head over to the overall market, I think this might be my first glance on the day looking at the cues. I mean, I'm trading AAPL and I'm trading SMR. I don't feel like that's a heavy influence on the overall market, so there's no need for me to get lost in the chop that yesterday we've seen on the T-Triple-Qs. There goes SMR heading right back to the lower end of the range there. That's exactly what we want to see right now. I'm not sized aggressively. I'm approximately 30% of my typical size. Why? Because we had a good day on OKLO, and I only want to risk X amount of my realized gains. And then if I were to lose all of that, then that's it. Done trading for the day. But if I'm going to add on top of it, then guess what? I can increase my risk as well too. So there is the Qs. SPY, what have you been up to? Big spot. We don't know where he's been at either, Adair. So I wonder if he's listening right now. 693, a new high of the day. I'm going to guess that the financial sector is relatively strong today. Am I going to be right or wrong? JPM running into approximately $331.82. So not a horrible look whatsoever on JPM. I think this is a previous high of around 337. I think it's only a matter of time until we breach that level. I think the banks are going to be extremely strong this year, and that's why JPM is one of my picks leading into Monday.
You're spoiling your pick.
That's why, yeah. It's no secret around these neck of the woods, Adair. I'll gladly tell you what my picks are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still deciding on mine. I think one of mine might be a short, is all I'll say. But I want to talk here about LMT. So LMT is doing a thing that, yes, sure, spready stickers, spready, I tried to say spready stocks and tickers at the same time. Spready tickers or spready stockers, I'm joking. I think either way here, like there's something where sometimes a thing will get to a level and you're like, okay, this could break down. But then it keeps trying to hold the level. And then the one time you think, oh, it's going to hold again, then it ends up breaking down and then you kind of get chopped. I want to show as an example here what Costco did yesterday. Costco is a NASDAQ stock, Adara. And again, you can this probably works on every level, but I think it's maybe the most visible perhaps on spread. So if we go back to yesterday, Costco with 924 was an excellent example. So look at this 924 here level. Like it was clear resistance and breakout here in the morning. Then we serve as support and then we get a beautiful bounce here. Then I tried to take this short right here yesterday because I was like, oh, we're going to break lower. No, it served as support again. Then you get some chop around 924, and then eventually we abandon it entirely. So that could be LMT's story here with that 538.50s-ish level. I already mentioned that I used that level as the basis for a short earlier today. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make here, guys, is like, I think one thing I'm trying to work on, because I have an eidetic memory. I don't like, I feel kind of weird talking about it, but it is what it is. And so with that in mind, I think there are a lot of ways that it benefits me for trading, right? Because I'm like, okay, I can recognize that pattern. I've seen that before. I know what you do. I know how you work. But then I think sometimes, too, you run the risk of being too reliant on it. Or even less than that, not too reliant, but you use it too much and then you're like, but that happened that time. So what if that happens again here? Like, I think what I'm trying to learn right now is to disassociate it from fear when it comes to trading and say like, oh no, worrying that happens again, or anchoring like, oh, well that stock was really good to me last day on earnings. So what, it should do it again. I think the biggest thing I'm trying to work on is isolating it where I'm only using it just to identify setups. With that in mind, I'm happy that I remembered that this type of hold, reversion, or resistance support flipperoonie could be a bit dangerous, so I'm going to wait till I have more info. Eli Lilly, I have not moved my stop on yet. I want to wait till we get that most recent 15-minute candle. I might get stopped out, but I have a feeling it might kind of flip me out here. So let's see what happens at 1080, but also let's see what happens here with our friends at Origenics.
Ooh, concussion demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Origenics. OGen is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling a meeting today at OGen, guys. Go check out OGen, Origenics, concussion protocol. But we are going to send you off to Neil with his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Joe. Hey, what up, Fabian? Chilling in the back. You've been living in the rafters all week long. Hard at work, making the studio look better than ever. So this morning, in the morning show, we had a bunch of, I'll call them rants because that's just kind of how I roll sometimes. And one of them is sort of describing how you think of a trade where it's like, okay, well, I'm going to get involved in whatever stock, could be Apple, could be Tesla, could be Open Door, one of the ones I'll talk about here today, where I want to go in a certain direction. So let's say I want to go long, and I want to get in at price X or around price X, and I want it to get to Y and Z before it breaks A or B or something along those lines. And all of those things need to be defined. And that's easy to say in practice, but I want to sort of go over what that means and how it can lead you to be patient and maybe in some situations get a trade where you might have missed it before, or in other cases allow you to get away from a loser by being able to frame it in that direction. And it all starts from your process. And for Opendoor, my process was relatively simple. So I looked at the stock this morning. You were gapping finally above and breaking at $7, happened to be on a positive headline. So there's number one. So now I am looking long on Opendoor because it is over this resistance at $7 on the daily chart. So I've done, there's step one. Step one is I'm looking long on Opendoor. Okay, so we've got that one out of the way. Now, what are some of the ways that I would play it? I'm going to ignore the whole dip strategy because it didn't set up. However, it ended up in a breakout trade. So for myself, a breakout trade, there's that pre-market high. Our $7 level held, our pre-market high broke. There's one top. Now, at this point, it does a lower high. So this actually changes some of the litmus for me. Because when it pulls back holding the confirmation hold of VWAP, I might have missed a scalp trade in the third 3-minute candle, but when it does so, it puts in a lower high. Finally get in because it's holding that level. There's the confirmation, probably should have been long there, but I was spooked by that reversal candle. But then when it held green, I then entered, there is my stop, but I had this to contend with. One top, two tops, so scalp into that range, reload, because this is my line of support right there. Does it hold? Reload. And this time, again, a little bit more aggressive with the out. Why? Because it's got this little downward wedge. Now, I even set up something which I ended up missing. I ended up holding to the high. Why? Because it broke trend, should have been an ad, but then out at that prior top. The whole time, it's all, the only reason I'm on that stock is because A, it's over 7 and I like it long. But if I just leave it at that, then where are my entries and exits? Am I buying it here and just putting a stop at 7? Am I buying it up here and putting a stop at 7? Am I buying, what am I doing with it? Anything I could have said to you would have worked. Why? Because it never broke 7. But imagine a scenario where I'm just I'm buying all of this to hold for 7. So I'm buying 25s, 35s, 45s. I have an average price of $7.35. So I just buy it all. Okay, it works. What is my maximum win if I held it all morning? So I bought all of this indiscriminately with 7 as a stop without any entry strategy. I have $7.35 as a long with 35 cents worth of risk. It goes all morning long for me. Where is it now at 12 o'clock? 35 cents in the money. That's good, but that's 1-to-1. So it literally had to be perfect all half the day to be a 1-to-1 trade. And on top of that, if I employ that strategy where I just buy all of this indiscriminately with a stop way down here and just hold it, if I'm getting out in this range, in here like 45s, 55, 65, 75, then I'm not getting that 35-cent move. What am I actually capturing? If I'm taking it out into this range, starting at about, let's call it 40, then I'm getting out of it between 40 and 80. Let's say my average ends up about 60. I'm getting 25 cents worth of a move if I'm just layering out into the range while giving it that wide stop. Suddenly, that trade is no longer 1-to-1. So if I'm indiscriminate with my entry with the stop way down there, I need to be winning probably 70 to 80% of the time that I take that strategy. I'm going to grant you probably 80% if you really think about how you would exit that as a scalp trader. But if you have a more precise entry plan of action that you stick to, then each one of these entries is risking 5 or 10 cents at most, actually less than that, because the stop is underneath like 18, and my worst price was 24. So I never risked more than 10 cents on the trade. And if you take, well, obviously I didn't get this one, but that's a fail on me. Just because I failed to execute and that was a miss on my part doesn't mean it's a bad plan. But there's an entry, and then I have a VWAP exit as well. Again, relatively tight stop for the move that you're trying to gain. So when we talk about the notion of, well, what are you looking for in a trade? And I purposefully used Opendoor for a reason. Could I have used, okay, fine. Could I have used SMR, which was like a perfect trade? I could have. But that does not illustrate the point. Makes me look good? No, just who the hell cares? It doesn't illustrate the point. The point that needs to be made in this situation is the difference between in this move having an execution strategy, and don't get me wrong, you could absolutely have an execution strategy that holds for the bigger move, captures it all with relatively tight risk. However, in this case, if it was blindly long in front of VWAP with a 7 stop, that doesn't work, risk to reward. If it was tight to VWAP with a 7 stop and all your entries are here and then you add there, I think that probably would work out very well. But that's the difference between being a trader. Okay, this is now just entirely my opinion. I find that to be, I just want to be a bit more precise. I find that to be the difference between a trader and a gambler. It's just my personal opinion on it. Having a reason for the actions that you make, or just sort of taking them willy-nilly. Like, I'm just taking entries here because. I'm just taking exits here just because I can, because whatever. So if you can be a little bit more precise, regardless, like maybe you want to hold longer, maybe you do want to have a wider stop, but if you can be more precise with your reasons for doing so, I think you'll be a heck of a lot better off. And to me, like, it was almost perfect between Open Door and SMR to illustrate that point. Both very similar in terms of keeping tight risk on a single entry point. One was a huge follow through and the other was not, but they were both trades that went to the plan of action, at least for myself, with the exception of the ad that I didn't get there. So try to be a trader that has the goal to be a little bit more precise, to where you can explain the rationale behind what it is that you're doing, and it doesn't just seem like you're taking random actions. Now, you could have a great rationale and it looks random. That's fair. I'm sure that's entirely possible too. But as long as you can explain it to yourself honestly or to somebody else, then I think you're going in the right step. Because it does matter. Just because it would have worked buying indiscriminately in this entire range does not mean that if you do it 10 times out of 10, it's a profitable trade. And that's where a lot of people get trapped up, is it would have worked today, but the day that you go do that and it makes a couple $100 today, and then you go do it the next day, it breaks the 7, and you, instead of making a couple $100, you lose 3 or 4. That's the problem I think most traders fall into, because I'd rather win 50 to 55% of the time and be green than win 80% or whatever, win 70, 80% of the time, but your blow-ups are so bad that you can't sustain them. So good luck, everybody. I can tell you, this time I actually have eaten lunch. The beef bolognese was solid, but we didn't get pasta. Like, we got, Obi has it, we got potato salad. It said pasta with the beef bolognese, but it's like a potato salad, so they kind of lied to us. Back to the midday. Good luck for the rest of the day, everybody.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Adair, you're talking to me about some of your trades there. Well, Neil was giving his lesson of the day. Once again, thank you, Neil. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, thank you to Neil to that lesson. I just want to mention one part of it too, is like he said, I think that's something I'm trying to work on too. And I think I mentioned something to that effect earlier as well. It doesn't really matter what other people think of your trades, but do you understand why you did what you did? And that's what matters, I think, when you evaluate as well. Like, as Neil said as well, the results kind of don't matter. It's like, would you do it again? And that is something I want to work on in terms of how I evaluate my trades. With that in mind, I want to talk about Lily, because I added to Lily here. And this, to be fair, we might get stopped out, but I have to talk about why I added, because I am proud of myself for taking the action to add regardless of how this turns out. So what happens is I talk a lot here about sometimes the spread tries to fake you out. And with that in mind, I give my stops a lot of room. I gave literally what happens here. So my stop is I'll just say in this vicinity is all I'll say. And so what happens is, so I see this drop and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get stopped out. I look at the book, I'm like, okay, I might get stopped out. Then we get a massive push back up here to 1082. I add at 1082s, which is also a level I liked here. Again, now we're kind of topping around the 90 MA, so I'm not really sure. We'll see if I get stopped out here, but again, that's not the point. What happens does not matter. What matters is that I took the trade I believed in. We're seeing that green here in the order book. I assessed the book, I assessed the probabilities, and I thought it was the right call. I want to talk here about LMT, because I mentioned earlier too, with the whole conversation about my memory, where I was like, oh, well, I could get short here, but yesterday on Costco, that happened. And I'm like, kind of being a drama llama there, Adara. I don't really know if that's an accurate reason. That being said, I honestly almost like this VWAP breakdown a skosh better. So I would, if I switch to the 5-minute, hopefully you guys can see what I mean. Yeah, so look at this on the 5-minute. This kind of 539 area. I would totally take that 537 halves and risk to 539. So with that in mind, I'm going to set that little thing up on my side chart. My rule is I am allowed to take 3 red attempts in either direction. So I'm allowed to take 3 failed shorts or 3 failed longs on each stock in a day. Now, if I have like some successful shorts or successful longs, that doesn't count towards that quota. Either way, though, I want to mention this because I've taken 2 red shorts on LMT. So this is the buck stops here. This is the last thing. So we're gonna have to wait and see how that works. I also want to talk about VST. That's the other stock I added to while we were gone, and I'm proud of this. So I added right here. Look at this little rejection, right? We get this like push up here, and honestly, part of me was like, we're moving up $2. I should definitely take profit. And the other part of me was like, Adara, your stop is not there, so please calm. You don't need to be worried. So anyway, so I add here at the breakdown of that thing, 168, 169, risking to around 170s. And it worked. So I think the point I'm trying to make is, like, there have been some conversations, and I said this last week too, because this is something I do a lot. I don't think there's anything wrong with adding when you're extremely in the money. I also don't think there's anything wrong with adding when you are, when you've already taken profit on the stock. But does it make sense? Are there principles for your ad? In my case, there were. That's why I did it. I've been yapping far too long. Let's go over here to our friend, Joe.
No such thing there. I completely agree with the fact of adding it to winners. I used to do that more often than not. I would typically use a method called free rolling. I had this hockey. So essentially what it would do is that you're extremely in the money, as Adara just mentioned, but you can add into this position, set a new stop loss to the point where you're only risking that unrealized gains, and it adds drastically into your position, especially if it's strong, the momentum is working in your favor. But what's working in our favor right now, Adara, is SMRs is continuing its breakdown here at 2069. Once again, only risking 10 cents. We wait for that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio to come into play before we take anything off. Now, 2065 is going to be ideal, but there's buyers stepping right back in on multiple occasions. And something that I have to be slightly cautious about is look at this, guys. A hammer candle on volume right below some key support levels. And twice we've had some pops off of that zone. I didn't take too much off, only 25% to leave the rest as a runner, but SMR working for us so far. And at this point, I have to go to break even. If it does come back to the top end of this range, yeah, we give back a little bit of our unrealized gains, but we did lock some in, and we're sticking to the game plan. 2 trades today, 2 for 2, and that's what I was trying to aim towards, is just less trades, higher accuracy, and that's more my style, Adara, to be honest with you. Yeah, so I game plan in the evening time. I go over some charts, and then those things can change, obviously, leading into the open. Look at that strong pop there. See that? Oh, that hammer candle. Oh my God! I wish should have took a little bit more off. Got to listen to what price is telling you. There's multiple things telling us, hey, we might see an extended move to the top side here in APLD. So a nice pop on some increased volume on the 1-minute time frame, and then now you're heading right back in towards the higher end of the range. I'm not going to take some off. It is what it is. I'll just be patient and wait for another opportunity. We took 25% off of this one. We'll document it. We'll write it down. We have our notes. We're obviously going to keep it within our documents via trades and everything along those lines. So that's
awesome.
Yeah, I was posted up there at 2070.
But that's like, it like wicked, it swiped
It wicked, yeah, it wicked aggressively.
That's
and I'm
awesome.
like, hey, anything below this, because again, there's just going back to pattern recognition. So many times I've seen you make those breakthroughs on the support. What it is essentially is just liquidity grabbing the longs, and then sure enough, if you have your stop too tight right at 2075s or 2070s, it licks you out, and then sure enough, it puts in an aggressive bounce. So that's a little bit of the bamboozlement within the market. But at this pace, considering we're starting to see an increase in the volume profile, I would not be surprised if it comes back to my break even. Yes, we get stopped out of 75% of the position, but we were able to extract a little bit of gains here on SMR. If we're fortunate enough for it to come back into the zone, next spot is going to be at 2065. So let's see if sellers can step back in. Oh, one thing to note here is that we're starting to see some displays of strength on the 5-minute time frame. So as I start to increase the interval in which the candles are printed, we're starting to see a little bit more buying pressure. Let's head over to the 10-minute to see if we see anything identical. Yeah, same thing here, guys. So be cautious. You might get a break of that specific level. And if you do, maybe it's a flip long. I'm not going to flip that quick, so I'm going to stick to my original thesis and see if that's going to continue its breakdown. But as of right now, not looking overly promising there.
Yeah, I'm going to talk here about NBY. Keep in mind, I am not a small cap person, so take this how you will, but you know what anyone can do is look at price action and hopefully understand. So I think, honestly, Bubba was asking about resistance. I looked at the daily chart. I saw nothing of the sort. I think with this, the type of thing you want to do is you want to look at the 90 MA because it's been respectful. You want to look at VWAP potentially as well. But I think, truthfully, on this, if you break the 90 MA and or 1330, I think it's kind of DOA at that point. I'm going to be honest with you, at least for the time being. Why? Because look at this double top resistance here at 1320. Then we break out really steadily. That's aggressive green candles on the 3-minute. So, and the 90 MA, honestly, I don't think it'll come in direct confluence with that 1320, but I think either of those levels, those are the levels that you need to see. So that is just my opinion as as someone who trades maybe the opposite of small caps. So I just want to let you guys know about that. I just put out on my Palantir long. You might be like, what? Adara was long Palantir? Ooh. I know, I forgot to mention it, guys. I think I mentioned it when I first got in. Oh, yes, BST, go lower. But yeah, so Palantir, what happened here was I liked this little cup breakout. I didn't take any profit here because I didn't think it was worth it. I wanted to wait till like up there, actually even in the 179 halves, which is what I liked on like the 15-minute. But either way, I kind of see this like chop area, movement stop. I get stopped out. And here the thing is, we might bounce. Like, it's very possible we'll bounce. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll get back in. I don't feel that strongly about it. And the fact that I kept forgetting to mention it also probably tells you enough about how much this trade really mattered to me. Let's talk here about Google.
Did you have a specific target there?
Yeah,
the top side on Palantir?
I was thinking like 179 halves because I looked at the 15-minute and I was like, okay.
Oh,
so
170, and you were long at 176 approximately?
170, almost 178.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
My thing is, and the thing is, too, is I would rather wait for profit targets that might seem unrealistic but are possible, rather than just, you know what I mean, like trying to take out profit the second it shows up.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just kind of the opinion that I'm of. So I'll mention this here. Google, it's hard to see because of this, what is this called? This dark pool. But I actually really like it here. If we break that 329.30s, which was the low last time I was short, I'm going to risk here to 330.20s. So I would be giving this about $5 of risk, roughly same area that I risked you last time. Is look, this is a lower high. And yes, I know, Adara, we triple topped Google. It's at all-time highs. I agree. But I think I have to be honest here. I have to weigh the risk and rewards. I have to triage the situation. And as I triage, I am truthfully of the opinion that this is, if anything, I think this has to break lower for now. So we'll see what happens. I want to send it back to Joe, but I just want to let you guys know I did get stopped out of Lily. My friend Lily did stop me out. And I'm sure there was some stuff. We got stopped over profit, though, so all good. Not that that matters, but, you know, just a note there. Yeah, so I got slipped like 50 cents here. Not bad. But, yeah, I mean, I think this was a fair area to put the stop area just shy of 1081s. We kept using it as support. The support stopped as was such. The buck stops here. How are you doing?
We're doing pretty good there. I know you're in VST, right? We're in the same space. Yeah, we're in the same space. So, you're short, though. That's correct. Yeah, VST. Okay, so, yeah, I don't even know why I'm asking. I can look at right there on the screen. We're getting a breakdown across the board in OKLO, SMR, and VST. So this has been working out relatively well for us. We take some more out at a 2.5 to 1. Now you're at 3 to 1 essentially. So a nice little move from 2090s and a breakdown of the key support levels there in SMR. Why APLD rejecting to go low? I mean, it's been strong. Don't forget it reported earnings Wednesday after the bell. And it wasn't horrible, right? Like, they come in on a double beat. I believe it was 10 cents. The street was expecting 0 EPS. It came in at 10 or something along those lines.
No, it was the opposite. It was expecting a 20-cent loss. It came in like a couple cents.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then also a beat on revenue as well. APLD has been on an absolute monster run. You don't want to stand in front of these freight trains, right? A steady uptrend. That was just obviously a rough draft right there. But these are the names, and you want to correlate your intraday trades with daily. Ask yourself, is the short going to be aggressive on APLD today? If you ask me, the answer is going to be no right off the get. I understand that on yesterday's session, you push all the way up to $35, but it doesn't look like that's going to repeat itself considering you get that gap up and that go type movement. So sure enough, 37.01 is your high of the day. You do get somewhat of a pullback, but regardless, the name is extremely strong. Look at the daily candle. And if we were to head over to even lower time frames like the 30, etc., this can be somewhat of a short signal, but there's still buying pressure within these price action prints. Now, you may be fortunate enough to get a move down to the volume-weighted average price, but I think you have to be patient with that. And as soon as it starts to break some of these highs, I would be looking to get out of Dodge and not participating in such a strong name and looking for that short. Now, I get it. You say, Joe, well, SMR and the whole nuclear space is relatively strong today. But price action from an intraday standpoint is telling us we have this consolidation. You may not get that extended move to in which where we actually broke out and had that 5 minutes of strength, but we're starting to get somewhat of a move here, and we'll head over to the daily and see what we can get going on. A gap up. Now look at the daily, right? It starts to climb a little bit higher, heading towards the key pivot zone at 2332s, but then starts to come back into that gap zone there. Adair, what do you got?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I just want to take a moment to thank our friends at PDSB, PDS Biotechnology, trading on the NASDAQ, as you guessed it, PDSB. They are transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. How do you learn more? Check out https://www.pdsbiotech.com/. So that is a thank you to our friends at PDSB. Did not mean to cut you off there.
No, not at all, not at all. So yeah, essentially what I'm getting at, guys, take a look at the daily and see what it's up to. If it's green, try to go long. If it's red, try to go short. It's that simple. I'm gonna, again, it's obviously not as simple as I'm putting it, but don't complicate your day and just try to go with the flow. I think that's gonna make your life significantly easier here in trading. But as for SMR, guys, I am now sitting on about 40% of the position. We were fortunate enough to get a 3-to-1 here as we pieced some out at a 2-to-1. Once again, only risking 10 cents up to 21s. We take some off at 2070s. We're fortunate enough to get some at 2065s, and then a clean flush down to 2060s. I agree, Big Joe. Yeah, 100%, brother. It's just, again, it's not going to work all the time, and it's not that easy, but if you're just putting yourself in at the right place at the right time, after you jot down all your notes, you go over your review, it's like, hey, what was the daily telling me? Was I counter trend or was I not? We do it a lot typically here, but we're also trying to correlate it on multiple time frames, and I think that's extremely important. 2076 on SMR, some indecision prints starting to form here on OKLO, but I know Neil and I think Adara would wait for this trend line break because this is aggressive move in AAPL to the downside. So I don't know how you feel about some of these nuclear names, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the one, I'm in VST. The other one I would look at is another spready child, and it would be CEG. So that would be CEG. CEG is doing a whole lot of absolutely nothing, so I'm not going to be involved in this. I do want to mention here GeoOGL. So I want to thank Ian Gantner. We were having this conversation in the chat because he was like, stop yapping and take the short. Here's the thing, and I think I did this already today on a stock.
Is that what he told you?
Yeah, like quite literally. And so I have no issue with literally taking a fill like while I'm talking. I will fully do that, and I have done that already today. But here's the thing. I'm happy I waited on Google because I don't think it's a short yet. So I said I wanted to wait for 329.30s because and I wish this chart was a bit clearer. Yeah, okay, there we go. This is a bit better. So 329.30s is like right here, right? So look, this is the level I wanted to wait for. That was resistance. Then it serves as support. Then it serves as support yet again. So I don't think the 329.60s is what I want. I want 329.70s. I want 329.30s. As of right now, I think it was right to wait. And to be clear, and then I think you responded like, oh, like the short is on. I don't disagree. The short could have been on if you were shorting it from 329, 330s, right? But again, I think, what was your plan for the trade? My plan for the trade was not that. And I'm not trying to come and be aggressive like a little pit bull. I want to make that clear. But I think it's a good conversation to have to kind of go off of, what I was saying earlier and some of what Neil was saying as well in the lesson of the day. What is your specific plan? Can you justify it? Does it make sense to you? For me, I don't think I could necessarily justify shorting Google until that 329.35s, which is why I wouldn't and why I haven't. So again, I'm not trying to be like all aggressive. I'm just trying to be honest. And I just want to, because I think, can you explain it to yourself? I think in my case I can. And I've been in cases before too where I'm like, oh, well, it's not the exact level, but it's like a slightly lower high. And it's just never gone well for me because I think it is still a bit chasey or reverse chasey.
If you don't mind, if I can chime in on this here.
Yeah, for sure, please do.
With names like Google and obviously some of the stronger tech names and even just strong stocks all around, I just, at times, unless something is like, you absolutely need to take this trade, not kind of in that gray area, I try to make my life a little bit easier by just not even thinking about shorting it at all.
Right, unless it really gives you
Unless it's like, hey, Donald decides to tweet something, you see the volatility step into the market, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, let's take the continuation to the downside. But for me, I just want to make my life as easy as possible because we know that trading can be a daunting task at times, and it's just like avoid those extremely like iffy gray area shorts like Google and Robinhood. I've tried to short Robinhood multiple times, and I'm like, what am I doing?
Oh my God, I hate Robinhood. I've never traded Robinhood successfully ever.
At Intraday, ever. I've owned it in the long term. But from an intraday standpoint, I don't think I've ever had a successful, I shouldn't say that maybe, but nothing substantial
I know
whatsoever.
I haven't. So.
Yeah. So here it is, Gorev. You're saying 1 minute, brother. I don't see anything, right? Like, this is what I got right now on the 1 minute holding through that support level zone. So I'm not seeing anything that you're saying, hey, how do I not see that? This is what my chart's displaying me. If I head over to the 5 minute, the exact same thing. Like, we could talk about this being a solid trade here. If you're going to buy any form of dips, it's probably going to be in Robinhood. But yeah, on my 1 minute, it's not giving me anything. Also, I need to know what time frame you're on. 3 minute. Gorev, specify the time frame. Now I see exactly what you're looking at. A nice little pop there in Robinhood, guys. Let's run through our scanner and see what else we got. APLD did run right up into 2085, rejected aggressively down to 2063. You guessed it. Our next one is going to be at, yes, 2055. So another half hour there. We'll see if we're fortunate enough to get that zone, but I'm also prepared to punch out break even, and that's going to be at my 2090 level. Now let's run through a couple of names. Oh no, what is this name doing? All right, small recovery off of the lows. Let's kind of go back here. We're going to go to a higher time frame so we can see a little bit more clearly. We'll go to the 30 minute. But 1 session straight to the downside out of the open, 2 sessions straight to the downside out of the open, 3 sessions straight to the downside out of the open. Darren, you guessed it. 4 in a row, and it gets 1 day to the top side, but then on the Friday, once again, clean price action to the downside in Netflix. So if you're shorting something out of the gate, it might be NFLX. Now, let's start to go down the line. Top of the list, volume here this morning is going to be INTC. And rightfully so. Mr. Trump saying that he likes the name and the stock pumps. Yep. All right. I mean, if it's that easy, then by all means, continue to do so. Now, as for SLV, guys, on the 5 minute time frame, slowly starting to come in off of those highs, but just sticking with strength. Like, if you're going to put your money where your mouth is, I think silver isn't a horrible play. At this pace, look, the stock is essentially moving down and putting in green sessions, Adara. This is insane. Wow. That just is signs of immense strength. Like, look at this. You go from a high of $73 and you bottom at 67, but every single day was green. Insane stuff. So gap down, buyer stepping right in around the open. Now let's continue our move a little bit lower. You know that we're trading APL. Actually, we have traded APLD, but I'm a big fan of this name. Tesla, what have you been up to? Putting in a new HOD Adara at 445, so not a horrible look whatsoever. SPY around the end of the day. So again, let's head over to some of the sectors momentarily after we get back from it, but this is what we're involved in, so no need to talk about this. But rocket costs. Someone mentioned this name this morning, and then it's also popping up on our scanners. 2332, a new high of the day on this name. And on the daily, look at this breakup, this key pivot there, 2254, and a strong bullish momentum session.
You know what that's moving, right? That's in sympathy open door because it's a mortgage play and Trump said $200 billion in mortgage bonds. So that's kind of why that's moving. I do want to mention, thank you very much to Scott in the chat here, basically saying that, that Bostic's talking. So thank you very much, Scott. I do apologize that I missed the Bostic speak. It's hard to do news and trade and talk to you all at the same time. But yeah, Bostic saying that he believes, quote, that inflation is a lot above the 2% target. So he has been kind of on the more hawkish side of these Feds lately. Let's talk here about Google. Doing something that is kind of interesting here. I still like the Google through 2930s breakdown, and I will take that if that is the case. In fact, I've already set up my order, so all I just have to do is punch when it comes in. And I also want to shout out Ian again in the chat conversation. I really do appreciate that back and forth. And I also have to shout out the individual a while ago here, and I do apologize, I don't remember who it was, who mentioned ServiceNow to me. And I initially was like, I think ServiceNow is a joke. But then ServiceNow started doing something a bit interesting. I now think ServiceNow is a breakout long. Because we have these lower highs, I get that. We have the flat bottom. Another indication that, hey, Adara, this is arguably a short. But then we get, like, I like when we kind of are starting to hold a slightly higher low. So I'm risking to this higher low. If we break below that level, I don't want any smoke. I want nothing to do with this name. However, if we stay above it, I'm fully going to stay in. I definitely take off at least half a UOP, and I'm decent like that. So, you know, but I hold at least a piece for these other levels. I don't even know if we'll get to VWAP. Who knows? But if we do, I want to be involved and I want to be there. VST, I'm still risking here to that vicinity. I mean, like, it's structure. I'm just using structure risk. I was trying to use 15-minute bar risk for this, but then I didn't think I was giving it a fair amount of room. So again, structure risk here. Let's see what we do in that vicinity.
Do you have a specific target? Is that just a partial, like a percentage that you're going to take out, and you have a primary?
I've already taken out some pieces. I don't like to do like full position targets because I find it kind of hinders me. Like I'd rather take out a piece and then wait for my stop.
And just leave some from a runner and
always
see where the go with the flow.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So yeah, guys, let's head right back in and see what we got going on. So you can see the chop that we're sitting in here with SMR. Nothing to worry about. It looks like it wants to continue its breakdown, starting to continuously form these lower highs. So if we do sit on the backside of this trend, then we have to be prepared to get out the remaining 40% of our position, and that's totally fine. 55 is going to be our next target out, and then sure enough, 50s, 45s are fortunate enough to be still within the trade, and then by around 45s we'll be out of the majority of it, if not all of it. All right, so let's see what else we got going on, guys. If you want to go over any options activity, we have yet to do that today. Let's actually take a look at SMR and OCLO on the options chain to see if there's somewhat of an increase in activity. Also, keep an eye on what we got going on, considering 2090 is my out. Now, heading to today's expiration cycle, guys, look at that volume really step in at 20s. So, I mean, this is starting to make a little bit of sense. So we're holding up in the 19s. You have a little bit more of a wall there. So is there a call wall at 7, a put wall at 17? So if it even were to tank around that neck of the woods, then I would assume that you're going to get somewhat of a bounce. I think that's going to be the case right now in SMR. We'll head over to the January 16th expiration cycle, and then sure enough, you're seeing in the $22 and the $23 marks a lot of volume starting to kick in with 23,800 contracts right there and 23,000 contracts at 22 and 23. Now, as for OKLO, and then we'll go over Adara's VST as well in the options chain to see if there's any substantial activity. OKLO, look at the IV increase, guys. It's not a good time to buy. That is the time to sell, in my opinion. It's the same thing with SMR. Increase it in volatility. Just start writing some things that are extremely higher in price, whether you're using your delta as your percentage metric in which it will expire worthless. I think that's a pretty good gig right there. Speaking of it, oh, you're not, okay, that's expiring today. So if you head over to, like, say, January 14th, 14 days from now, and we head over to our 10 delta to see what we got going on, if you're just a flat-out writer, that's not horrible, right? 1040, this is OKLO, so 145, you're collecting $85. There's no real call wall or anything along those lines, but you have 2 weeks until this expires worthless, and you'll collect a little bit of premium. Look at that increase, $10 just like that, Adaria. That was yeah, it did actually, $10 just like that on the Delta, which is actually insane. So you will be collecting $85. So that's a nice little bit of a move. Now, as for VST, let's take a look at Adara's name to see if there's been a drastic increase in implied volatility. Yes, and you're sitting around 90.5%. But as for the options activity, relatively cool. January 16th, once again coming into play with an increase in options volatility. $210, that's 5,610 current open contracts a day.
Yeah, thank you for going over that. I appreciate that. I think right now VST is just kind of chopping around. Like I said, I don't have, unless the structure changes, I don't have any reason to move my stop or leave. Let's talk here about Eli Lilly. So Eli Lilly, and like I said, I've been sizing pretty heavily on each Eli Lilly trade, and I think a lot of that is because what I'm trying to do is take less trades, but then take more size on the ones that I like. So that's kind of what we're trying to do. That's been kind of mixed effect, or so far, I'm going to be honest with you, but new year, same Dara, slightly different approaches to trading, hopefully. So, like I said, I still like that 9 EMA area as an area of risk, more or less here for Lilly, though I'm risking, I think, a little bit below that in this case. But yeah, basically, I liked the order book. I liked how we're trying to break below that 1070 halves level. I think, this is a nice area of risk there. Where am I risking? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So again, these whisks on P8 are not always the same as the whisks that I'm using on my side chart, so I kind of like to make sure. But yeah, I think I fully expect that I could potentially be stopped out of this, and that's totally fine. But again, I think unless I see a nice reclaimer of that 1079 level, I don't want to leave. So I'm going to stay here for the time being. I am decently sized in this. I'm not taking any profit till 1070, which ironically I didn't even realize is that is literally the dark pool wick low, but that's not why I liked it. You know why I liked it? Because that is a level, and I'm going to zoom out here on the 30, and I'm going to go zoom, 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 zoom. So yeah, as you can see here on the 30, that's a support resistance level. So that's why I like that. That is the reason I like it. It doesn't have to do with the dark pool, but I think the fact that the dark pool is exactly where my profit taker is. Interesting little confluence. Dara, would you consider buying Novo? Says Urso. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I don't like trading Novo, Nordisk. I'm going to be honest, intraday. I'd rather take Lily all the way. I don't find Novo to move that cleanly. I don't know if you mean intraday or long-term. Intraday, let's see what we do at VWAP, but I think we maybe could reject because this whole chart's been kind of topsy-turvy. I'll look at the daily chart, though, because again, I'm not quite sure what time frame you want to look at, so I want to make sure I'm doing all of the due diligence. Okay, the daily on Novo is not too bad. I would like to see, though, because today, as you can see, we rejected that prior area of resistance at 61s. I want to see us stay above 61s. That's my goal here for NVO if I were to do anything with that long term. Really quickly, before we head back to our friend Joey Options or Joey Diamonds or whatever nickname is being used du jour, I wanted to talk here, not Lily. Hello, Lily, you're still doing your thing. I want to talk about LMT. So LMT... This VWAP, I thought we were going to get a VWAP breakdown. I think I mentioned it at the time. And then I was like, well, I think this could be a VWAP breakout. And I'm a little bit disappointed at myself for not having the confidence to take that 539 level breakout. But like, it wasn't perfect. I was like, well, we still have lower highs leading into VWAP. I should have taken it. I will fully admit that was a regret, and we don't have regrets over here. Shout out to We're the Millers. We just learned from it. So I think the thing I realized that was stopping me was fear. But here's the thing. Should I be afraid of a losing trade, or should I be afraid of not taking advantage of the opportunities in the market? I think that I should be taking advantage of opportunities. I think that has to override any emotion that you have in the game. So I just want to mention that. Lily, right now, on the bid is working on the ask. We're like flat. Again, it's always going to be a bit different with spready tickers, which is why I don't love to, do like however much in the money. That's not always the case. Thank you to Urso for the kind words. And Intel apparently at $45. So yeah, I mean, we're going to hopefully have some intelligent thoughts on that. Service now stopped me out here with that attempt at the long. That being said, like I still like this as a short initially, so if we come back down here and break low, I might consider a short. I get why I tried the long. It was doing some, I like doing some AV-WAP analysis too. It was doing okay on that. The point is it didn't work. Maybe it was worth a try. It's also like every trade something I'm going to analyze after the bell. And knowing me, just think about constantly on my walk home and while I'm living my life, because you got to be constantly doing that analysis. As Lily continues to go to the downside with an ask creep to boot. How are you doing, Joe?
Pretty good. Just writing a couple things down here based off of SMR. Mike Peter Ryder was like, hey, he's working on some options. He's learning options. He's doing his due diligence. He's taking a course. And he said something that was really, really key. Is just the fact that he's like, yeah, I'm starting to understand the lingo. And that's really all it is. It's just a different language in the market. Like, you have to take into consideration everything is derived from an actual stock. But the way that I like to look at it is just picture driving your, again, there's nothing wrong with these vehicles or anything, but going from a Honda Civic to a Porsche, right? It's just like essentially an amplifier.
Yeah.
Pardon me. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, hey, it's essentially the same thing. It's just you touch the pedal, it's a little bit faster, and there's a little bit more features, and the language is different. The handling is a little bit different. But at the end of the day, it's 4 wheels and a steering wheel, and that's essentially what options are. It's just a product that has a bunch of terminology that you need to get familiar with, but it's almost the exact same thing as the stock in itself. They're not as complicated as some people think they are. I thought it was. I was like, oh man, I'm reading up on this stuff. What is going on here? But all I did was just watch continuous videos, read books, and then sure enough, it's like, okay, you have somewhat of a background in understanding what the market actually is. It's going to make it so much easier to actually understand the derivative of options, right? It makes things a lot more simplistic. I appreciate that, Angry Wife. So we take a look at nail. Yeah, absolutely. We'll go through that, but don't fear them. Again, I asked Obi what fear stands for, and it's face everything in Rise. So if you feel like you don't understand what's going on, just read up about it, especially if you've been trading for some time. You're going to understand it relatively quickly. There's only so many terms that you can learn essentially in options, and sure enough, the more familiar you get with it, then the better off you will be. Doesn't mean you have to trade it, but it's good to know because you can use them as people talk about intraday indicators like your moving averages, your volume weighted average price, et cetera, et cetera. options can be used as the exact same thing. That's all it is. It can indicate and it's not going to dictate, but it can show you, hey, we have supply here. It's almost an in-depth look at your level too as well. So what covered call would I write on Netflix, say 28 days? Yeah, I think that's a good timeline. Typically, that's what you're looking for. 30 days, 2 weeks for me personally. That's what I like, but just be careful because when you are writing around a week out or even 2 weeks out, you're going to start to see an increase in your gamma. Gamma is really, really important, right? So that's where you can get wicked out, and you'll see the drastic moves leading into the week of expiration and even 2 weeks into expiration, all right? 45 put on INTC says $1.65. Honda every time, says Dr. Shuttle. That's fine. Honda over Porsche? I don't know. Or do you say Porsche? I don't know how you guys call it. So 5 minutes NVDA. Let's take a look at what we got going on there, Gore. We'll head over back to our scanner. I know Los Polios tagged us in that one to see what we got going on. Yeah, it seems like we're in a little bit of a choppy mess here with the SMR and VST, Adara, because we head back to the top end of the range, we head back to the lower. We haven't got that breakdown in which we are looking for. So we'll be patient and continue to hold on to this position until otherwise. Either we get stopped out, break even, or we just run out of shares. It's that simple. Now, as for Netflix, yeah, you're starting to see somewhat of a recovery here, guys. A consistent higher low, that's something positive. But if you ask me, the price action is relatively weak. We went through an example the other day in which was like, hey, watch out for the slow curl over. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case, but there's not very much buyer stepping in, holding price north of this resistance zone. So you run it right into that $89 brick wall, and then sure enough, you come right back down. Eventually, one party is going to lose. Now, as for NVDA, sorry, Loss, I forgot to kind of do a little bit of an analysis on this one. Chop fest, a lot of chop, and we do not want to be a part of that. Now, as for AMD, let's take a look at what it's been up to. Relatively stronger, so not too bad of a look whatsoever, but we are substantially off of those previous all-time highs. I mean, this thing was lagging for quite some time. You're down 22%, so that's official bear territory there in AMD, Adara.
Yeah, so just want to let you guys know I did get stopped out of VST, and it actually slipped me like 20 cents, which is crazy. No. But I could tell, I said I want to see a change in pattern. I saw this kind of scoopy action, and I was like, I don't want to get above that. So we do get above that. I got stopped out. That's fine. Eli Lilly. Also, and I put this in the chat, I was like, dear goodness, Eli Lilly, what is your order book? We had like a 1078 ask, we had like a 1076 bid. Now, I have no issue with a $2 spread. I have no problem with that. I'm in fact traded with wider spreads, but I'm like, makes sense. Like, we're moving a way that makes sense. So I'm like, right now it's not, I don't necessarily love that. I do though, at this point, I don't think I really want to get out of the trade. I also want to address something because I am short Google, though it's not showing on the position board. And I actually checked because it wasn't showing, and I was like, am I in this trade? But I am short Google, 239.40s. So let's go, Google. We'll see what happens here. I want to see what happens here at VWAP, but I don't even think I'd take anything at VWAP. I kind of want to see how we interact. If we get that break, let's see how we shake. Yeah, like I said, I got stopped at that ServiceNow short, and I think the only reason I have to be, long, and I think the only reason I have to be upset about that is like if I'm trading like on results, which I'm trying not to. But like I said, I still like the idea of that short if we break that 142.10s. If we do, I'm absolutely going to short it. But where would I risk on ServiceNow? You may ask someone. This is tough because I do think you have to give it like a point, which is it's not bad, but I'm a lot more willing to risk a couple points on like an Eli Lilly than I am on like a $150 stock. Do you know what I mean? It's like you gotta keep it in perspective. So if the position board comes back up, I'll let you guys will see here for Google, but I am involved here in Google. So Notorious Dingleberg asking, would I prefer the leveraged Lilly tickers over the main? I would not, because I like my spread and I like to be involved in these moves, and I'm kind of used to trading them in that way. But thank you very much for letting me know what they are. And for people who want to know, they are LLX and they are LLYX and LLYZ. So there we go there for, thank you to Notorious Dinkelberg with LLY. Speaking of Eli Lilly, yeah, this spread is getting like, I think we're going to get stopped out here. I just see that 1079.30 and I'm like, well, but I have no reason in my opinion to move my stop other than if I'm like scared. Like the thing I would need to see, I mean, obviously this doesn't look great on the chart, but on the book, I'm not getting that, so I don't want to panic just because I'm seeing one thing one way. Again, I'm going to keep an eye here on ServiceNow. I am still short Google. We are 40 cents in the money now in GeoOGL, so please just punch with that. And once that position board comes back up, we'll keep you posted. I'm honestly happy to get short ServiceNow here. How are you doing?
Ooh, so now you want to short that?
Maybe,
All right,
maybe.
all right, I see. Yeah, I mean, we're still sitting in this. We're holding on by a thread, guys. We have 45% remaining of this SMR position as it's slowly starting to climb back higher. I'm not seeing anything from a PA standpoint that's telling me to re-engage this short. If we do have indecision prints, excuse me, I had a tea this morning. If I do see any indecision prints above this trend line, then maybe we'll look to add a little bit to this position, go back into full size. But if not, then that's fine. We get stopped out 45%. No worries about it. It's going up now. SMR says Henry Webb. Yeah, I think it might. To be honest with you, I agree with you. Why? Because OKLO, Adair got stopped out of our VST, so it's only a matter of time maybe. But there's a nice 5-minute print right here. Gaurav, sorry, I forgot to tell you about this on OKLO. Gives you a nice little pop off of these lows. $5 roughly, is if you can get as close to the lower end of the range as you possibly can, you get a nice $1.50 or so plus on that specific name. So let's see if we can get the breakdown, continued breakdown. If we do get that curl over add opportunity, approximately 85s, I wouldn't add anything higher than that because then we're too close to our previous entry price. And we want to be able to use the free rolling method in order to just add a couple more shares without taking an actual loss on the position by just utilizing what we got going on. So I'm prepared to hop out here as it's heading into 2086. A nice little pop in the all-around space. BST was moving. We have OKLO starting to move a little bit higher, and now we're starting to print 86s at the ass. You can see that. Okay, we get a little bit of a drop, but back up to 86s. So buyers look like they want to engage once again here in SMR. This is a NYSE name, though, so you got to be cautious about the bamboozlement.
Why does your beef with NYSE names? I always hear you say this, and I'm like, I trade mostly NYSE names, so I'm always kind of curious.
I have a big time beef because I find, so this is just me, my observations, right, is that they will accumulate for quite some time before making that move. So they'll be typically choppy, right?
That's true.
So that is my beef, opposed to kind of like the NASDAQ. And out of the open, you notice how it's only NYSE names sometimes that take longer to open up.
That is
and it's
true.
like, why? Like, why? What's going on there, right? I obviously don't know the mechanics behind everything, but for me, that's where I stand. Even on earnings reports as well, too, Adair, you'll see that you get that strong move, and then from an intraday, all right, there we go. We're all out of, oh, rejected. That's very nice. We're all out of SMR, guys, right at 2090s are our break-even point. We'll take a green move on this trade, but then we do get stopped out 45%. But yeah, that's where I stand with NYSE. They take long to open up out of the gate, and then on earnings reports, they tend to move a little bit different. And then I find the accumulation phases are a little bit longer, and then they make that drastic move relatively quick.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said there. Yeah. And I also don't disagree with Global X. Thank you very much to Global X. Savvy Canadian traders are looking to boost their exposure, can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to, amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you are feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on that market. So read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Thank you to BetaPro. Thank you to everyone for being here today. Please like and subscribe if you are enjoying the content that we are bringing you, because I'm having a good time. I think we're having a great time over here on this here show. And yeah, I
didn't even hit the like button. Did you hit the like button?
No, I did not. I also closed the YouTube.
5,000 of us watching. Hey man, how many do we have right now, Adair? We're gonna have to do a refresh and see what we got going on. We might just have to end things if we don't got anything over 500. I'm obviously being extremely sarcastic. How many do we have?
433.
No, I'm seeing 416. Okay, now up to 434. Let's get those likes in, guys. It's only a click of a button. Much appreciated. South Jersey Jack. Yeah, I like that play. I think 101, you'll be okay. Expiring. Once again, I think that's only a week. Or did you say February? You say February. Hold on. Yeah, February. Okay, sorry. I apologize. 101. Just be cautious. You wrote that cover call on Netflix at 101. Just be cautious, because considering we are down north of 32% leading into earnings, January 20th is earnings. So be cautious of that play. Sorry, I thought that was on the 16th expiration cycle of this month. Sorry, I apologize. I don't, again, just be cautious of the earnings report coming January 20th. And also note this down as well. So you only have a little bit over a week and a bit until that earnings report on Netflix. you're going to get that increase in implied volatility, so therefore you'll be able to collect more premium, right? So I don't know if you want to buy it back or anything along those lines. Obviously, you manage it, but just take that into consideration, that the fact that you will collect more premium after that report, regardless of what happens. You may not get the strike price that you want, but you'll see the increase in IV, and that's going to allow you to collect more money. All right, so if you're patient enough and you want to wait that time, then sure enough, you'll be okay. I hope that helped you out a little bit. Joe, don't forget, Scott, yes, no, how could I forget about you, brother? Thanks for reminding me. He's asking me about nail. Is this hard or is it not? All right, yeah, hard as nails. Continuing to climb higher. Nice look, guys. Home builders. Yes, Adara was talking about this earlier here not too long ago. So heading over to the hourly, looking really good. I mean, consecutive sessions of straight to the top side. Most importantly, what is the daily telling us? At this pace, I think you head into that $67 mark. And if you have the ability to breach it, what is that next zone? I don't want to click weekly. Sorry, guys, because then it'll kind of freeze the system, and that's not what we want to do right now.
Yeah.
So here it is, 33.80. 33.8% off of that previous high, but you are looking like you're starting to turn the tide on this one, Adara, from a low of around $48, now climbing to a crucial pivot level of 67.15, and then that next zone is going to bring you to a neckline where it looks like a head and shoulders pattern was starting to be formed. Shoulder one, head, shoulder two, breakdown of the neckline, and then sure enough, you're starting to get a bounce there, but I do like your chances of breaking $67.
Yeah, let's talk here about AMC and GME. Thank you guys in the chat. Darwin, Bubin, lots of people here mentioning these. I'm not seeing any news on these, and people saying there were some options action potentially here on GME. But again, AMC also moving higher, so we'll talk about this. Great push to the upside. I did not realize it was only like $1 stock now. But yeah, I mean, let's take a look at this daily chart, see if we have any smoke on this. So GME on the daily, this is so sad. It looks like one of these small caps, like how it does the big pop and then it does nothing. Honestly, it's kind of hard. It's a hard. Oh, this is the monthly. That's why I'm like, why is it doing this? That's my bad, guys. So yeah, daily here in AMC. It's funny. I was going to say there might be some resistance here at 172. Right now we're at 164. 172 for me on AMC. GME. This is a more normal daily chart. Okay, I apologize because that was the monthly.
Yeah,
I think GME, obvious resistance here at 22. So 22 on GME, 172 on AMC. Those I think are the levels there. I do want to talk a little bit here about my trades. So Eli Lilly, unfortunately, we did get stopped out. It was heartbreaking. It was devastating. No, I'm joking. It was fine. It was what it was. I stand by this trade. I really liked what it was doing in the book. It was working for a bit. I stand by where my stop was. I would not have changed anything here. And sometimes you can recognize like, hey, I would not have changed anything. The situation seemed valid and it just doesn't work. And there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion, right? It just happened. It was and then it wasn't. And you can, sing The Star is Born and you can just move on. Let's talk here though about ServiceNow. I know I said I was going to wait there for the short until 142.15. The reason I didn't was because I liked this kind of breakdown action. I actually now I'm risking to 142.90 because I realized I think risking all the way to VWAP is a bit much. And I think also given that I was involved in this long at that 142.90 because I wanted that breakout of that cup, I did see that level. That level was rough. So I think that it's a reasonable level in my opinion to risk to. Right now we are relatively flat. But let's talk about Google. We are not flat on Google, I am pleased to say. We're Google here again. I'm happy that I waited for that 329.40 because once this broke, it worked pretty much right away, which is, as Obi says, sometimes I think what you really want to see in these stocks. But yeah, here we are. I'm not taking out any profit at VWAP as I already indicated because I think that would be a bit premature given the way this one is moving now. But then you might be asking, Dara, where are you taking profit? I'm taking up 30% of the position here, just above this previous level of support, going back to pre-market and then again at 10 a.m. I will also add here, if we break this out with 328.70 area, and I will tighten my stop to just above VWAP. So just some ideas here. Just so you guys know what I'm thinking because I'm probably going to be moving pretty quickly. I might not be able to say everything that I'm doing. So here's the idea. Once they happen, you guys will get to see Palantir looking similar to Google, but it's going to bounce at VWAP, and I don't want to be long Palantir right now, so I'm going to ignore that for the time being. Probably going to add to Google. What are you trading right now?
I actually just wanted to remind Scott Tomlinson was asking me about Nail. This is 3x daily. So this is a leveraged product, not necessarily something that you want to own for a long period of time. Swinging it is fine, but you got to be cautious of these leverage products, even options, because there's decay within them. But even these equity trading vehicles, you got to be cautious of that. So it's a 3x daily. Look, oh my God, we got filled at 2090 on our out, and then it comes right back down to the downside here in SMR. Yeah, so I guess I don't know. I didn't have a crazy amount of shares, but they just picked me out right here, and then
stole them away. That's so sad.
They stole them away. Save Man Woman Joseph is correct. Thank you very much for that. Can you take a look at Rich Tech Robotics? Man, you know what, Commodity King, and who else just asked me that there, Nico Wager? Absolutely. I'm just turning in my seat right now, watching CrowdStrike continuously climb a little. Oh, today, not so much. But I mean, after that breakout, and then Rich Tech Robotics, which is going to be my lottery play, I think, for our picks, it's not doing too much, all right? So again, going back to the daily and just correlating the intraday price action with the higher time frame, look what it's been up to, and then look where we're sitting on a daily. So you have that strong move up. I'm gonna be looking at this as a breath day. So just be patient. You might not find any specific direction until maybe the latter half of the session. And don't forget, it's Friday. So volume typically starts to cool off around this time, right? You're not gonna, unless some news starts to come in, just be cautious on what we're going on. But if we do get an open on Monday, who knows what can happen here in Rich Tech Robotics. This name is down substantially, over 50%, 48.5% or 48.8% off of its previous pivot high of $7. But I mean, I like that as a play. Even going past as high as 100% return potentially in Rich Tech Robotics. And that's why I kind of want to put it on my picks. Let's actually stick on this screen right now, guys, and see what we got going on. Adara short Service now. I don't want to steal our light, but I kind of want to see what's going on with Service now as well. See if we can see anything. Oh, okay, I do like that. I like that short there. Dara, good play there.
I don't know. Right now, I think it might.
It might bounce. It depends how tight your stop is. I mean, we'll stay optimistic with it. You still have that downtrend that's still fully intact. If it breaks 42.69, you might see a little bit of a continuation. But that curl over, heading right into some key support levels, I like our chances. And look, I'm going to note this. So you can see at that support level, we have a bounce with a 5-minute hammer candle. It comes back in, holds it once again, but we have an additional one. But each bounce is relatively weaker. And then you can see a 5-minute hammer candle starting to be printed. As long as you form a lower high, an additional curl over, I like your chances there on Service. Now, as for MSTR, what have you been up to, MicroStrategy? I don't even think I looked at Bitcoin today either, to be honest with you. Oh, a nice 5-minute hammer candle right off of these lows and a strong move up into 52.20. Now just forming a consolidative bull flag. Maybe we'll look to get in at the lower end of the range. It's going to be the exact same thing in which we executed here on SMR. Oh, it's cracking. No way. That's insane. Oh, there it is. And the momentum and volume is really starting to pick up in new scale power, Adara, as it's going towards this pivot low of $20.57. 55 was going to be my next potential out, but we are no longer involved with it.
Yeah, so I put in the chat, I'm like, I don't know what happened to me in Google. I wasn't trying to get out of Google. Yeah, I typed my stop wrong. I do this sometimes where, especially if I'm a little bit tired, where I type the stop incorrectly. I would have been stopped it around here, to be fair, but I wanted to give it a bit more room. But I also am not obsessed with this enough to get back in. So I did take that short as promised. I added to the short. And then whatever, we type our stop in wrong. There's nothing here that's making me super excited to get back in for the time being, so that I will not. TSLA, as Joe mentioned here, trying to run to 450s, galloping like a beautiful gazelle in the woods. Let's see if it gets what it wants for dinner here. I don't like this analogy. I apologize. But yes, a nice look there. VST is also much what I did earlier with the Palantir trade ad in the morning, making me question my life choices. So, like, here's the thing. And again, this is a question where I would welcome you all to respond. Just tag me because I do want to know people's thoughts. So we had this breakout, right, of that 169.20s. So I thought it was fair to do my stop around there. I actually get wicked out like 20 pennies slippage. So I'm like, okay. But then, was that a fair stop, or should I have waited here until that 170? Well, I'm going to give you guys more food for thought, because look at the 30-minute on VST. This was a topping tail candle. So is it reasonable to set your stop at the top of that, sort of bottoming tail candle? So is it reasonable to move that stop, or would you have kept it with the structure area? Legitimately asking here, if people do have, any opinions, please tag me in the chat. I want to know. Google, this is heartbreaking, man. If there were not for my typo, I would not have gotten stopped out here. Alas, I did typo get myself up, but guess what? I can always get back in. And you know what? I actually will. So there we go. We can actually take slightly more size on this too. And let's see, I don't really like what it's doing right now though on the book. So we're gonna wait because I don't want this to be faking me out. I do that sometimes where I get stopped in on like a technicality, then try to get back in, and then it's actually like I probably should have stayed out. I actually don't think that's the case here with Google. I'm gonna size up a bit as well. And let's do it. So we're in back here in Google. We're gonna give this, we're gonna type in the stop correctly this time for one. And we're gonna give this a little bit of wiggle room. Now I am somebody who can yap and tap the keys at the same time. I'm very blessed to be able to do that, especially because I yap a lot. So happy to be doing that here. Let's see what happens here with this Geo OGL. We're about 10 cents out of the money right now, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for the memories and for the trade. Let's talk about ServiceNow. We are, yeah, ServiceNow, like I said, the short I thought I might have been a bit premature on, but I did like how we were doing that flat bottom break of this level. I do still like that 142.90 level as resistance, and I think if that comes in again, like I fully stand by that stop, so let's see what happens here. Nick W asking, can we, you guys look at Disney long? Love the setup. Let's take a look here at the daily chart. While I pulled it up, thank you to Johnny Just Be Trading in the chat. I like your strategy because when you put the order in once it breaks your level, other people are still idling. That's the way I trade. If I'm wrong, that's what stops are for. I agree. And here's the thing, like I think a lot of why I trade like that too is because with spready tickers, you basically have to I think front run them a lot, or you're not going to get your fill. Like that's what happened with that Lily Long, right? So I'm like, that's kind of where that comes from. Again, it doesn't always work, but I think it is a strategy that is at least sometimes worth noting. Wow, VST, I'm going to try to ignore you and just, it's fine. It's okay. Things happen. Okay, this Disney, yeah. So I mean, I never want to give advice. I'm just going to provide my opinion here on this chart. I think I get what you're saying here with Disney in that we do have at least locally this kind of like, you know, breakout setup flag. But then if I zoom out, I'm going to be honest, I see a lot of chop and I see a clear 125 resistance. I think for Disney, I would wait to see if we can get above that 118 level because we've had that a couple times. Right now, I still think it's a no-fly zone. And again, if you zoom out, this thing is super rangy. So I'm going to be honest, I'm not obsessed with Disney right now. I don't love it on the daily, again, unless we get that 118. It looks great locally, but I think honestly, unless you're like involved in the bottoms, I don't like it that much. Just my opinion, but just how I feel. And I'm entitled to my feels. Google worked, very happy I got back in and I had more size, because sometimes you're wrong and sometimes you should just, you know, go away, but other times it's like, you know what? Why not? Is VXX the VIX? Is it on the Amex? I want to, because people are asking me about the VIX, and I want to see the right way to look at this for you guys. Yeah, okay, here's the VIX, VXX. This is the daily, which I don't want. Let's do the 3-minute, which is what I usually use. I don't, yeah, again, this is bit of a rounded top here. There's some clear resistance at this level here at 25.80 in my opinion, but nothing super salient that would make me jump into this trade in a heartbeat. I think we would need to break that 25.70 to kind of maybe see more, I guess, move. But I guess, you know, with this VIX to the downside, the vibe we're kind of getting is, okay, like, you know, nothing super exciting here. Market's kind of chilling. I would watch the VIX when we get Trump coming up here with our friends at the oil companies at 2:30 p.m. Guess who's going to be delivering that for you? This girl, this gal. I will be there live for you guys watching this excitement, and I will be giving you all the coverage that you need. With that in mind as well here with the VIX, I do want to remind you guys in terms of market catalysts, we are not going to be getting the update here for the Supreme Court with the tariffs today. I'm seeing some reports suggesting Wednesday, others suggesting maybe June. Either way, both of those days are quite a long ways away. So expect we might be a while here until we get more information from the Supreme Court. I mentioned a while ago I liked the idea of a Palantir short, and then I kind of was like, I don't like what we're doing at VWAP. Well, we just did a nice little rejection here of the 90 MA, in which case I really want that short now, so I'm going to be hopping into that. Joe, what are you looking at?
Good stuff, guys. I'm looking at the likes, actually. I only see it at 563. You're going to have to see at least an increase in that 4,700 people watching right now. And, I mean, there goes SMR straight to the downside. Top wick out on this break-even stop out, and then sure enough starting to run into more of our price targets, 55, 50, 45s, in which we would have been all out. Sadly, my AMC average price is $4.29, says Fabian. All right, well, we'll take a look at that momentarily. 579, let's get that to 1,000 at least, please and thank you. As for SLV and what I got going on here, guys, you can see that Oklo looks like it's starting to form some indecision prints in and around its lows, but it's kind of going off of what SMR is doing. It's really starting to break down here. Sympathy play here with VST and OKLO, and now SLV holding the volume-weighted average price relatively well, guys. APLD, lots of 5-minute indecision prints around these highs, but that's with buying pressure. Keep an eye out on this, a nice little pop happening right there in New Scale Power. Now let's go back to our scanner, guys. Once again, only 2 trades on the day. Again, not the most action, but we're putting ourselves in the right place at the right time, and that gives us the ability to put on trades like these, right? That's what really matters at the end of the day. OKLO. Let's head over to that one. And we'll just go back and review exactly what we did here on Oklo. Very, very, very nice PA. Once again, in just before 110s, we're risking to 109. And then sure enough, at a 1.27, 1.25 to 1, we take some off and then we piece it up, and we're fortunate enough to get almost a 4 to 1. Did we lock all of that in at one time? Absolutely not. But still good risk to reward, and that's really important to note, guys. Make sure that risk to reward ratio is always intact, and Neil talks about it all the time. He's like, if you're risking $1 to take home 30 cents or 40 cents, you have to shoot an insanely high accuracy, and that's relatively difficult in the market, especially if you're a gunslinger. If you're more rapid with your PA and your entries and your exits, in my opinion anyways, accuracy is going to start to drop. Doesn't mean you can't be profitable, that's not what I'm saying, but the more you trade, the lower that accuracy is going to be. Less you trade, potentially higher, all right? So there it is, OKLO. Here's our voting poll. Are we holding up in the option strategies? Yes, we are, Adair. We have day trade ideas at 39%, and then we're sitting on some swing trade ideas. Option strategies, 24%, long-term investing, and swing trade setups. Now, heading back to what we got going on here, Tesla still hovering around, putting in a new high of the day, heading right back to that 448 level. A nice rebound considering out of the X amount of sessions, I think we counted like 14, only 2 green ones, but you're starting to form this engulfing price action print. Today is not the day, in my opinion, to be looking to go short on TSLA as the price action strength continues. All right, guys, Netflix, what are you doing? Oh, yeah, it's weak, so this is where you want to go short. Let's see what it's up to on the 5-minute here. NFLX, really, really starting to break some hearts, curled over on the price action. I wouldn't be surprised if you do head towards the low of the day at this point, Adair.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, no, I guess this price action on service now is putting me to sleep. No, I'm joking. It is not. But in the meantime, I want to pull up my friend Lily for a bit, because Lily's coming back into that 1077. I mentioned I tried this short, did not work, was willing to risk decently on it, which is fine. And yeah, look at again, we literally are about to break 1077, and then we're up $1. I'm going to keep this on my side chart, because there could be something here, but right now there is absolutely nothing, so I'm not going to do anything. I talked a lot about service now, though. And about that that 142.20 level, we're almost there. If we break this low, 100% I'm going to add here at just below 142, and then I'm going to be moving my risk here to about this previous level of consolidation. We're about to get that add, though, so I'm really excited, guys. VST continues to break my heart, but not actually, because I'm like, I understand what I did wrong there. I think I was too premature with when I moved my stop, and again, that's a debate. I still think you could argue that where the stop was valid, but also again, previous structure was maybe the better way of doing it. I'm going to miss that ad now. I was not quick enough on the draw with this, but maybe if we move up a bit, if we do a bit of decrementing, shout out to a word that I know Jose uses sometimes in the back. There we go. We're back in here. We're in service now. I will be moving that stop. We're still in Google in the money. We're still in Palantir vibing. We're chilling, and I'm very pleased as punch to be here with you guys. This is so much fun to trade. It's always a little bit of an adjustment because I'm so used to not being here now, though I know you used to do this every day. But I hope you guys are having a good time. I hope you're learning something, and I hope we're all vibing together.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, yeah, Adara, you're in 3 names right now. I'm not sitting in anything. How many tickers have you traded today?
Oh, God, okay. Palantir, VST, Lily, LMT, Google, ServiceNow. I think 6. For me, that's kind of standard. And I find if I trade too few tickers, that's usually like a bad day because I'm just obsessing over something.
Okay, cool. All right, good stuff there. Joby starting to come back in, guys. A bounce in SMR. We're going to be talking about that quite a bit as it had some strong pre-market price action. NVO, Novo Nordisk. I know you like this one, Adara. What has it been doing on the daily? Is it still continuing its recovery? All right, not so bad, not so bad. Liquidity issues, obviously, just gapping up here. And then Apple was selling, but this is what I'm talking about, correlating things with the daily. Red intraday session, and then sure enough, you are fortunate enough to get that move right back in. Some strong buying, but sellers still fully engaged. BMNR, Bitmine Immersion, ooh. Ooh.
Oh my God.
Mike. I don't know what to do. This is a really good candle. I don't really want to take it though, to be honest with you. What's Ether been up to? I haven't even looked at ETHA in quite some time, guys. ETHA is starting to come back in, so that might not be good for BMNR. But if it holds up, maybe we can get a little bit better of a price. We can go small. I mean, we got some risk on the day. It's been a solid green day for us. Just adding a little bit here with that SMR short. We did get stopped out 40%, which is totally fine. But that's just going to allow me to add a little bit more size onto the next position and stay within the amount of realized that I would like to keep on the day. This could be historical. Why SoFi, says Kevin Grant. All right, let's see what we got going on. Oracle. All right, Oracle. What is Oracle up to there? Los. Once again, welcome back. I know you're on vacation for quite some time. There goes Oracle up to $198. Oh my. Finally starting to find somewhat of a bounce here and a base being formed in that $180 zone. But guess what, guys? You're still down 43%. Oh, okay, yeah, someone was asking me about the VIX. Is it rounding? Let's see. What you need to note is, I think from my experience, and I've only taken a couple of trades on it, so I can't really speak too much on the VIX in itself, but it's something that you would, I think it's smarter to wait for the increases in the implied volatility. Rounding in what form? Like, I don't really see anything. And trying to buy an increase in volatility opposed to selling increases in volatility is drastically harder. For those who don't really understand what I'm saying, is that when you're buying the VIX, essentially, is that you're anticipating the market going down somewhat aggressively to see an increase, opposed to waiting for it to go down, the increase in volatility, and then selling that, right? Or buying the puts in the VIX. So it's harder to flip that kind of trade style. Anticipating the sell-off is a little bit harder than waiting for that sell-off to happen and then selling and or buying puts off of that, all right? Watch out, DVLT. Yes, the UBXI killed Scott Tomlinson today. Yes, the candle needs green. Who is that? Oklo, as it's taking an aggressive move down here at Dara. Volume stepping in on the 1 minute time frame as well. It looks like this breath here on SMR is going to continue on that southeast trajectory, right? Oh my days, look at that increase on the 1 minute, guys. I was gonna say, are you gonna get somewhat of a bounce here in this? But the downtrend is just not giving up any form of buying pressure. This is insane if you ask me. Steady, giving up the majority of this move. So I guess we're around 60% of that, heading right towards that gap up of 98.70. Right at the volume weighted average price. I'm gonna be looking for a bounce, but I think it's gonna be a tougher trade considering this is a steady downtrend. You don't want to go against this. Fade any form of pops, and OKLO seems to be the case today.
Yeah, I mean, we're still in our trades. We're still chilling here. Palantir, I mentioned I got this short here, this breakdown risking to this consolidation level, which is also prior support. So support resistance, I kind of like that situation. Yeah, let's see what happens here though. So far we have bounced at that level I mentioned earlier, that 176.20s. I didn't take profit there because I don't really think that's the trade. I think the trade is we stay below VWAP. I don't move my stop. Don't be too premature. Cough, cough, what happened with BST? And just, you know, just kind of be patient with it, right? Wait it out. Google, we're like basically flat here. Google, I think Google might reverse a little bit here, but again, why am I doing anything until we try VWAP? So I'm not going to. Last but not least, ServiceNow. So NOW, I've been watching this one all day. Well, since I got on the show, thank you very much to the person in the chat who mentioned this. I don't think I moved my stop yet on VST. Oh boy. So I'm going to do that, or not VST, ServiceNow. Well, sorry, my brain is like all over the place. I am going to move that stop just a bit here. There we go. Like I said, I kind of want to, this prior level support resistance is going to be spicy to me. So yeah, here we go. Thinking of Pops Mafia asking if we recommend any books on trading. I think because I do tend to fall asleep if I like sit for too long. Sometimes I have a hard time sitting to read now as I become old. But I've been trying to work through very slowly, unfortunately.
Become old? You're like 25.
It's not about that. It's just since I've aged, I used to be able to sit and read no problem. But because I think, well, you know, I am a sleepy person. People never believe me, but because I'm sleepy, now that I'm older and my sleepiness has become more set in stone, then I'm like, I just turned 26. But so I like sit to read now and I'm like, But it's like, it doesn't matter if I'm interested or not. I love the subject, but it's just, that's not really how it goes, right? So point I'm trying to make here is, I've been trying to read One Good Trade. It's really good, and I wish I could.
We'll call it maybe an old soul.
Apparently so. What am I even saying here? I'm still in service now. Google is working. Palantir is working. Do you have any trading book recommendations, though, for that question in the chat?
I mean, I think like if you could get your hands on anything, read as much as you possibly can, especially in the earlier stages. Once you read one, it'll lead you into that next book, and then sure enough into another and into another. So I think as much as you can possibly read, pick them up. If you want a specific one, start from the basics, whether it be One Good Trade, how to day trade for a living, or so on and so forth. You'll just go after one after the other. Forever 21. Joe, what's up? Callie Cat. Oh, okay, Callie Cat. That's my sister's name. Not Cat at the end. It's Callie, spelled the exact same way. I'm going to bring this up because I was kind of like mumbling something, Adair, and I think you thought I was talking to you, but no, Fabian was saying something in my ear. He's like, hey, man, can I sell some covered calls on one of my positions? I said, yeah, absolutely. As long as you have over 100 shares, you can sell covered calls on it. After that, if you have less, you're going to need to have cash on hand, all right? You're going to need to have the full amount of cash for those 100 shares, all right? So growing your own food is fun too, says Living It Easy. I mean, sure, but we live in the city. It's not that easy. I don't know where that came from, but I thought I would read that one out just because if you live in the country, absolutely, by all means, especially. I lived in the Holland Marsh for quite some time, A++ soil, so you can grow almost anything over there, except for a limb. You can't regrow limbs, which is unfortunate.
Got really dark.
You think that's dark?
I mean, it's just.
I think that's the next technology, if we can see.
Yeah, if Elon can start doing that.
That's the next thing. Or, I mean, maybe fully robotic or something along those lines. Oh, shout out to The Creator, a great movie. One of my favorite, actually, up there. It's a pretty good one. I don't know why I thought about that, but the guy gets blown up and he's missing everything, and he's kind of like Cyborg, comes back with partial limbs. All right, enough of that talk. Oh, I was going to ask you, any new A24 movies, Adara, that you've been watching? Any of the recommendations that I've been telling you?
No, I'm so behind. I need to see Begonia. I need to see American Honey. I'm like really behind on both
Eddington as well.
Okay, I forgot about Eddington.
Yeah,
I really want to see Begonia, though, but I'm not a huge Lorgos Lantimos person. I find him kind of hit and miss.
Okay.
Though I did like Killing of the Satan Deer, which for all of you guys who watched Saltburn, that was Barry Keoghan before he was cool. Before he was cool. So, yeah.
That's the one that made him. Like that.
In my opinion, yeah. For most people's opinion,
yeah.
it was Banshees of Inisherin or then Saltburn.
He's in another movie that's pretty good. He kind of plays like the same character.
He always plays the same little dude.
I think it's like to kill something. I forget what it is.
I think I know what you're talking about.
You know which one I'm talking about with Barry Keoghan. That's a pretty good one. All right, we got a $5 super chat here though. Daryl will hit this one for you. All right, thanks for helping me focus on strategy and not emotion. Question is 2026 the year of construction / metal over tech trades? To start it off, I think that is going to be the narrative. That's just my opinion. I think it's what we're starting to see. Yeah. I mean, other emerging markets as well, too. I mean, if we talk about the tech trade, I think we refer a little bit mostly to the Mag 7, but I think there's going to be tech trades outside of the Mag 7.
That's true, yeah. I think there's like the like Caterpillar, like as you said, construction. I don't think construction and tech are apart from one another, right? So thank you, Nerd Affiliated, for the super chat. But like, you know, Caterpillar is a tech play. They're teaming up with NVIDIA, right? Deere is in that AI space too. I really don't think that it's necessarily fair to like, you know, isolate them from one another, because I do think they're part and parcel to some extent. So I really like your question there. So I think it's not necessarily the year of, you know, construction metal over tech trades. I think it's construction metal within tech. So maybe that's a bit of a hoity-toity answer, but it's the answer I'm going to give you. I wish I had more to talk about trading-wise. I'm still looking at my things. I'm still looking at Eli Lilly, but I'm like, how long can a thing just like snake before you're like, this is boring? I mean, maybe if we break 1081.50, but I'm like, at that point, I feel like I'm searching, and I don't want to be searching here for trades. You know, I don't want to be waiting by the phone for a stock to call me. I want to have the confidence to like, actually, no, I'm the opposite. I want to wait by the phone for the stock to call me, but like, you know, I don't want to play too hard to get with it, right? Like if it calls, I'll be like, well, maybe, but like, you know, I have other things happening. Like, sure, Eli Lilly, but like I'm also busy with like Google and like Palantir and ServiceNow. Like you're not my only priority. Okay, bye. But I have to talk about SanDisk, because that is, unfortunately, I did leave SanDisk on red a little bit. And I do want to thank Neil for getting me shorts on this. And during the great, everyone was looking for SanDisk locates at the same time incident of this morning, where I think Obi, Neil, and I were all like, like, oh my gosh, SanDisk. But yeah, so SanDisk, the long on this, I mean, literally could have been all day. But I think the one that I'm a little disappointed I missed was this kind of curl over here. It's been on my side chart all day. I just think I've been busy with other things, which maybe, you know, I should have given SanDisk more attention. That is completely fine. And I didn't, and that's okay. But I will be watching that 9 EMA because guess what, guys? As Obi knows, and as we all should, just because you missed the trend doesn't mean you missed the reversion. So I'm going to be looking here for that reversion if it shows up.
On SanDisk?
Maybe. I mean, I'll have no fear. I will take, if a trade shows up to me, I will take it. I am like, I just like, you know, living that life. Thank you to Other Zinc saying I'm in my bag today. I don't know about that. I mean, like, the trading has been kind of mixed, truthfully. As I said today, I think I'm going to be red on the day, and this has not been like my best week or the best start of January or New Year. I'm just saying that because I'm always going to be straight with you guys, going to be honest with you guys. But like, here's the thing. That means things can only get better. And I think the one thing I've tried that I'm really proud of is, again, trying to take more size with things. If I feel confident in something, take that size. So sure, that Eli Lilly short at 1077 did not work. But I really liked it. I think taking the size with it, given what it was doing on the book, given how long we were waiting for it, I think it was warranted. Sure, it didn't work, but I followed my rules. And regardless of what the result is, I do have to thank Neil for always mentioning resulting. Regardless of the result, the process was accurate. And sometimes that's, I think always that's what you should be judging it on. Now, VST. Vistra. Question, is it like, you know, chasing to get involved in this year? No. Why? Because if we reject this 167.27, which is that area of support earlier, I think the short's still on. But I wouldn't get in until we break that 166.50s. So that's the deal here with VST. I actually think we'll get it. In that case, I will short VST again. And again, I don't think that's a revenge trade. I think that's a try it again trade. But because I also don't feel any revenge. This trade was fine. I just should have been a little bit less finicky with my stop. What are you looking at right now, though?
I have a really good options question from Nobody 2310. I think you're somebody. All right. So they asked me, hey, Joe, it's strong today, right? So we'll start off with that. It's strong today, so you're going to see an increase. You're not always going to top tick your calls. That's just not the case of how it works. But there's a couple things that I really do like about this trade, all right? I mean, we are starting to approach your strike price, so you don't want to allow those to expire in the money, otherwise you will be assigned or your shares will be taken away. Now, $85, you have 1 week until these contracts expire. Now, leading into the final couple of days of the weekend, even on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you're really going to start to see the value of those contracts decrease if we don't see an increase in price. If it stays relatively flat and is consolidating, then by all means, you're okay. And you asked me, hey, Joe, I sold those contracts for $1 something. They're now worth $1.70 something. Am I losing? Well, yeah. You can do basic math. Currently, you are losing on that position, but that doesn't mean you're going to lose, because as long as we stay below $85 by next Friday, and the closer we get, every day that goes by, you're going to start to see that start to really start to decrease. And sure enough, you might be okay. Just be cautious. Like, if you ask me, just so you know for next time, look where you're selling it. It's kind of at the top end of this range. Right? If you have the ability and if you're willing to collect a little bit more premium, give yourself a little bit more room. I think your timeline is fine, but 89.14, if you do lose, you can always just realize a loss and then right at a strike price a little bit higher. If we do decide to stay within this sideways price action, the further you go out, the more premium you'll collect, but that will also allow you to lift up your strike price as well too. And I think a good area of resistance, because as soon as you start to break through some of this downtrend and head towards this pivot level over here, you're gonna be like, hey, I could be totally wrong. But right now, you're okay. You only have a week left, both today and then 5 more trading sessions. And as long as you stay south of 80, I think you'll be okay, even though your strike price is at $85. So just be patient and allow it to work, and you might be able to collect the full amount of premium. And I understand it gets frustrating, and this is what I was talking about leading into that final week, into the death of the contract, or until it expires. That was dramatic there and dark there, Adara. But at the end of the day, at $85 next week, you'll start to see a small increase in the gamma as it gets closer to at the money. But I think you'll be okay, and you'll never catch the top unless you're extremely, extremely accurate on that specific strategy. All right, day trader Joseph, will you look at the options chain on BABA? I'm liking it for a lead, but would appreciate a second opinion. Absolutely.
Did you just say BABA?
Yeah, but I don't know why I said it like that.
It was funny. Yeah, I feel like I think it's usually
Is that like
it just made me laugh.
Tomato? Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway,
why.
sorry.
I don't know
Continue,
why
continue.
I said that. I'm glad that you pointed it out.
I didn't need to. I'm sorry.
See, but like, how would you say this? Data or data?
I say both. I'm same with
both?
caramel. A lot of them I just don't have a preference.
Okay, so maybe we could do. How did I say it again?
Baba.
But okay, not Baba. All right, maybe it's both on that one. Who knows? Depending on your accent. Maybe we'll put a poll up there. How do you pronounce it? But anyways, that is completely irrelevant. Let's take a look at Alibaba Group here, guys, and see what we got going on. He's thinking about leaps on this. Never mind the options chain. Let's actually head over to the underlyings daily and see what we got going on from over there. BABA. No, I don't know how to say it, Adara.
People are putting sheep in the chat for Baba, which is pretty
yeah,
dope.
there you go. I mean, hey, sheep. But one thing that is kind of acting a little bit scared like a sheep right now, there is Alibaba Group down 22%. If you're looking to buy leaps on this name, just be prepared with the volatility that comes with it. Obviously, a lot of the overnight trading is where you get all of these gap ups and gap downs. But at the end of the day, if it cracks this level, I mean, if you're thinking about a leap, you can give yourself more room, but there is some support systems displaying themselves at that $144 zone. If it cracks, you can get out and get back in at a better price. But it's, I mean, the uptrend is still steady and up to the right, but you just go through these consolidations and then these hefty pullbacks. I mean, we just looked at one that was 22%. This one's 37%, and then this one being 32%. So if you're prepared to sit through that, then by all means, take the swing at it there.
Yeah, I'm just responding here to the T-coder in the chat asking if we can look at Amazon. Thank you for tagging me. I noticed you weren't tagging us earlier. So yeah, if you just tag us, it's a lot easier to see. That being said, I'd already pulled it up because I saw you asking about it. So we'll take a look at Amazon. I'm going to be honest though. I'm going to disappoint you because I don't really have anything to say about this. I don't think there's much here. However, I will because I'm kind of noticing this, and this is a setup I occasionally will take. As I mentioned earlier with GeoOGL. I think, I'm just going to get into this Vistra here because I did mention I was going to take that short on Vistra. But anyways, what I think here with this, just give me 2 seconds here, with the situation that's happening with Amazon is you've got this like touch of the trend line, right? Then we kind of hang out around the trend line. Before we make a new high, we slump, we break lower, and we start to kind of hold the support at that 245.40. Now, I talked about this type of support just above VWAP, but not at day's highs. Earlier today, I mentioned Costco from yesterday, and I mentioned LMT today. I find it to not be super effective. So yeah, the T-coder, we have looked at Amazon. I know Joe just responded to you as well. So yeah, just make sure you tag us in the chat so that we can see your messages because yeah, we would like to see that. Ian Gantner saying, Google short looks like it's going to stop out my remaining shares. Getting in the long is where I want to be. If it gathers some momentum, look out all-time highs. I agree. I'm not moving my stop on Google because I don't think I have a reason to with how I'm trying to play this. But like I said, I think we could break above the VWAP. I don't disagree with Ian Gantner here. But again, my thing is I never want to get out of a trade because of fear or because of uncertainty. If I see something very clear in the book, that would be the only reason to get out. As of right now, I don't necessarily. So I'm going to stay right where I am with the stop in the VWAP vicinity. Let's talk about Palantir because speaking of VWAP, Palantir saw VWAP and was like, oh, ew, and dropped lower. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to add here. I mentioned like all day I've liked this 176, 20s, 30s level. So if we get that break, I really want it. Oh, lots of people tagging me now. Oh my gosh, so much is happening. TA on the SPY says clutch one. Yeah, I mean, the SPY and I are not that clutch. I don't hate the SPY. I used to trade it. I used to scalp it actually a lot on the midday in the sim. Okay, I actually like this. Sorry, I got really excited there. This kind of looks like what SanDisk was doing, where you find a level of support and now you're trying to push above it. I think the SPY, if we can get back above that 694 level, that'd be interesting. And it looks like we really do want to get above that 694. Maybe a bounce there for the Marquette. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, I don't think that's a bad level. I do want to mention as well, my friend, ServiceNow. So let's talk about ServiceNow. Because ServiceNow is a serviceable short. Now, the question, I didn't even mean to say the now after that. That's kind of an awesome accidental pun. Now, where's my price target? I don't have one. Adira, why don't you have a price target in ServiceNow? Because if you look at the daily chart, there's like nothing here until like 136, and I don't think we're gonna drop $6. So I'm just gonna wait and see what happens. I'm gonna probably have I should move my stop actually with that in mind. But yeah, we're gonna wait and see what happens here on ServiceNow, but I don't wanna make any kind of presumption about how this is gonna move. And with that in mind, I think setting any price target here would in my opinion, just kind of be presumptuous. So we're gonna wait and see how we do this. In the meantime, I'm probably gonna tighten the stop up, just kind of see what I like technically. But actually, no, you know what? There's no point in moving it for now. I think structurally it's still that 142.6, and I don't want to do what I did in VST and move the stock too prematurely. Speaking of VST, getting in that low of daybreak short, I think for now was the right play. Let's see what happens here. And again, I want to mention this because people asked me this last week with regards to my low of daybreak shorts. I don't think there's anything wrong with them unless if you have either a flat bottom break or if it's rejecting a previous area of support. In this case, we're rejecting a previous area of support, not a flat bottom break, but one of the two ain't bad. Someone asking about news on INTC. There was news on INTC yesterday, if that's what you're asking, US President Donald Trump saying that he likes Intel, which we knew because the government invested. That's all I knew here. Someone literally saying it here, too many Tony in the chat saying, DJT loves INTC. Bubin asking us here about ANPA. Why is it up over 200%? I'll look into that and I'll get back to you here in the chat, Bubin. But in the meantime, Joe, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just going to go over one more thing here for Nobody 2310. It's just saying thanks for the detailed. Last question, if it hits 85 and my contract gets, you get assigned, essentially what will happen, or considering it's a cover call, it will get executed and they'll remove your shares. But can I still make money if my average price was lower and I still get to keep the premium? No, you don't keep the premium if you get assigned. So essentially, let's kind of keep things simple. You're writing some $85 cover calls. You have a lower price of around, say, $65. You will make the difference between 65 and 85 minus the premium collected because you have to return that back. They'll remove that and then a little bit more probably because the increase in the actual options contract. But yeah, if you have a significantly lower price, then you will still remain profitable on that position, all right? Let's go through a couple more things. Guys, if you have anything in the chat, I know you guys are absolutely loving the blue light. Gavin, we were talking about this earlier. I know you guys are loving having Adair on the show. It's been a pleasure. I mean, we got half an hour left, so still plenty of time to put on some quality trades. We've taken two names here today. That is going to be OKLO and SMR, staying within that space. Both working out relatively well for us, so we're not going to complain whatsoever. But make sure you hit that like and subscribe. I haven't hit this one in a long time. You have the option to hit the like and subscribe, considering we've been talking a little bit about it here today. So do us a solid, and hopefully we can get an increase. Not asking much, just the click of a button. All right, guys, so what do we think about Datadog? INTC is putting in a new HOD. I think this is a solid play for the year. I mean, as soon as you found out that the government's taking a 10% stake, it's almost just like $24. Oh, well, see you later. And then sure enough, you're off to the races in INTC. And you have to take into consideration, look how long this thing was consolidating for, just within that like $5, $6 range. And then eventually it broke out. I think that this move can be sustained. August lows, we're not even going to use that as a gauge. From those April lows, 147%, so not bad whatsoever on Intel. I'm glad the boys are starting to been holding that one, so right on and right arm to them. SMR is reverting a little bit, says you guys 33. I'm not going to try to fight this trend. I was thinking about this not too long ago. Like, hey, I really want to try to grab an additional long on OKLO. I don't think that's going to be the case. And like, it's like, hey, ask yourself, do you really want to go against this until the trend line actually breaks? For me personally, the answer is going to be no, unless there's something from a volume increase, a substantial, obviously volume increase, and then an open up above this trend line. Now, as for silver, putting another individual or indecision print right at the volume weighted average price, so bouncing right off of that. I was thinking about taking a stab because the risk to reward is extremely tight, and that's exactly what I want. But now you're through some prior resistance, and you're starting to see somewhat of a rebound here in SLV. APLD still forming that bull flag, consolidating at and above the volume weighted average price of down.
Yeah, let's look at AMD. Tony Koo asking about AMD. Can you give us AMD opinion? Yeah, so I mean, like, I don't know, this is just, maybe right now at least there's nothing here for me. Again, you have that trend line break, and I think it's a lot cleaner than what you saw on Amazon. For now though, if we look at this, now what I would be looking for is what do we do with this trend line like to the downside? Do we break it out? Because guys, what's really fascinating here is this trend line is in confluence with VWAP. I actually really like that. So you know what, Tony Q, this is a very boring answer. Wait till VWAP. Wait to see what happens at VWAP. So I said in the chat, I was like, yeah, so I typoed my stop on Palantir and I got out of the whole position. Oh, then no. Aziz is like, oh, good, no one should be short anyway. I'm like, it's Friday, why is there shorts? See, I think shorts can be every day of the week. And in my opinion, like with the Palantir, I just like that, like this break of this level. We're still below VWAP. I will only get back in on this because I don't like to get back in just because I typoed. Only way I'd get back in on this is if we break that level, that 176.30, whereas where I wanted to add to the short. I also got stopped out on my Google here. This is like and again, you can argue I could have, understood this was pushing up and just gotten out there, but I don't want to get out based on speculation or sentiment, unless the sentiment obviously is like a distinct change. I want to get out, what is the chart telling me? At that point, I had no reason to believe that we would necessarily break above VWAP, so I'm going to stay and just wait to see what happens. Big green candle on Amazon, says the T-coder. Let's take a look here at AMZN. Yeah, I mean, nice bounce here, right? Like I said, this is why I think these types of holds, like what we had a little bit on the SPY, definitely in LMT earlier, definitely in Costco yesterday, these level holds, always be really careful, because sure, you can be like, oh, it's a double bottom, it'll break down. A lot of times it bounces. So shout out to you, and I hope this kind of lesson makes sense. And again, as Obi says sometimes, Julie, just because I'm saying something, I might not be perfect at it, I'm still trying to learn it and figure out myself. But in the case here of AMZN, I think in general, something I want to work on is when you see these types of levels bounce above VWAP at these levels, maybe don't automatically assume it's a short, maybe assume it could bounce there and be a long. So I'm still in ServiceNow, which 10-cent spread now, okay, not bad. Still in VST, roughly in the money on ServiceNow, roughly flat here in VST. But again, VST, the T on VST is, I think, that we can maybe go lower. But the fact that we're taking so long to do it is not ideal. But again, where's my stop? At prior structure level. Does that mean I'm moving it? Not at all. Let's go, VST, bring the downside. Dre Day, I like that one, 81, 89. Shout out to this guy, All Day Dre, that went to like our brother's school in high school and could do like the water bottle flip, and that was his whole personality. With US and Venezuela situation, they have oil, but they also have gold. Do you think GLD price will benefit from the situation? No, I don't think it's really relevant necessarily. And the reason I say that is because, at least not for now. Right? That's a nice pop up in oil. And the reason I say that, Dre Day, I know that's kind of aggressive, but I say it because, think about how the Venezuela situation is being approached, right? Like President Trump has said, we want their oil. They've really only mentioned oil. If and until they start talking about gold as something they want out of Venezuela, I don't necessarily think this is a Venezuela play. That's my take, though. I could be totally wrong, but that's just in my perspective as someone who follows U.S. politics very heavily in terms of how they relate to the market. That is my take. And in case you guys are wondering how much could this Canadian girl really follow U.S. politics, I watch the
doesn't matter where you're from,
right? Well, I watch congressional hearings in my spare time. I love this stuff. I eat it like candy. I would love to go and interview people up in person. I find it really fascinating. So that's the T. That's why I follow this stuff pretty closely. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here on GLD. But I truthfully, again, unless they make it clear that they also want gold, I do not know if gold's a Venezuela play. What are you looking at?
Again, nothing, man. We're staying calm, cool, and collected, just like a cucumber here,
That's
guys.
smart.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, my average on Gorv is 93.44. At this point, I got to hold it until earnings in hopes for somewhat of a pop and not a massive gap down. This thing's down 35%. It's a complete disaster in Netflix, man. And there's no form of there's no signs of any imminent bounce. So we'll keep an eye out on it and see if we can find anything. But yeah, it's not been a good look in Netflix whatsoever for me personally, considering I'm in right around here, a little bit less than that, guys. And this is what I'm looking for, right? So you get a bounce, $6 bounce right there, couple points, and then right to the downside, and it's just oh man, things can get really ugly in Netflix before it rebounds, right? And I'm not going to DCA into an oblivion to kind of just mitigate these losses. I could write a covered call against it, but I'm going to wait until after earnings report, so a little bit over a week. The 20th, January 20th was when Netflix reports and I mean down 35%. APLD, man, oh my God, Applied Digital. Sorry for going over the same names, but I'm just looking at them trying to take advantage of what we got going on. Silver was a nice continuation. I think this is like the 4th day in a row where I've wrote in my notes, if silver displays an indecision print, you take it, and it's probably the 4th day in a row where I have not taken it. So it's a frustrating feeling, that's for sure. But I mean, again, we'll go 2 for 2 on the day, and we're not going to complain whatsoever about that. And we'll sit on our hands and wait for any other potential setups just to see if we can add a little bit here. And if we lose X amount, then we're at a dodge on the intraday day, and we'll just lock in those gains of Adair and come back Monday morning fully prepared to see what we got going on. Banks are starting, are they not?
They
Banks
are
starting. Let's figure out which day. Let's go over that.
Oh, I know.
Now. Okay, talk to us.
So we're gonna get JPM here on coming through on Monday.
Okay.
Or sorry, Tuesday morning. Then on Wednesday morning we get Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and Citi. No.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna, don't look at my screen or
I'm not
anything
looking.
like that. We're going to confirm the human algo, as we like to call.
Okay, I'm not perfect, guys. But so if I'm trying to visualize, because I did this infographic yesterday. So what days were they? You're gonna get on Monday JPM. Sorry, Tuesday JPM. Sorry, I meant Tuesday. Tuesday morning JPM, the first one, around 6:35 a.m.
That's correct.
Then you're gonna get Citigroup for sure on Wednesday.
On Wednesday,
you're gonna get for sure WFC.
Hold on. Citigroup for sure on Wednesday. That is correct. We can confirm that.
WFC?
Yeah, that's Wells Fargo and Company is on Wednesday morning as well.
Now there's one more on Wednesday. There is one more on Wednesday.
You got this.
Okay, give me a second. I'm trying. What went where in my infographic? I'm trying to visualize this here.
You got this.
So I know BAC was on. I know BAC's on Thursday.
No, it's
BAC's on Wednesday. No, so then MS and GS on Thursday. There we go. I am not perfect, guys.
Wow, how are you going to slap how did you hit the air on that one?
I mean, it was not perfect. No. So I am, as LY puts in the chat, she is not a machine. She is just a human who's trying her best. But yeah.
As close to one as we can get. All right, but TSM also on, on Thursday morning as well too, Adara.
Yes, it is.
On Thursday morning. Goldman Sachs as well, and obviously Morgan Stanley, BlackRock is coming on Thursday morning as well. What do we have after the bell? Nothing much. JB Hunt, Transport, and then we're going to head over to Friday before the open. Relatively cool, M&T Bancorp, State Street, some of the regional financial corporation there. But then I think as we head into the following week is when the ball really starts to get rolling here, Adara. Let's see what we got. We got 3M on Tuesday before the open. That's going to be a lot of fun. And there it is, the bearer of bad news, Netflix itself, coming in on Tuesday after the close, as well as Interactive Brokers, United Airlines here. I don't know why I'm not just showing you guys what we got here potentially, but also go and check out Adara's infographic. I know you're going to probably like this one, Adara, coming up on Wednesday before the open. Johnson & Johnson.
I don't love. I mean, I'm kind of neutral.
Right.
They're not that spready.
All right, they're not spready enough. All right, so we'll throw that one away.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it.
We don't hate it. We don't love it. GE Aerospace coming in Thursday before the open. Same with Procter & Gamble, guys. So it might be the following week when we really get into those tech names. But Thursday after the close, Intel, Alcoa. We'll take AA and INTC. Heading a little bit later into the earnings season. It comes and goes so fast, I feel like sometimes. Ryanair as well coming on Monday before the open. What do we have after the bell? Alexandria Real Estate, that one we always have on the upgrades and downgrades. This one you'll like though. Tuesday before the open.
I like two on there.
And Boeing. I didn't have to guess that one. Boeing. I like Boeing as well too. General Motors coming on after the bell. And then Thursday after the close, Texas Instruments. When are the big boys coming in? I know NVDA is always one of the last one. There it is. Wednesday after the close, a star-studded lineup in Microsoft, Tesla, and IBM. And then the one that you were trading here today, ServiceNow.
Yeah, go ServiceNow, go. Chipotle usually reports that day too, so we'll see if they end up confirming, because Chipotle and ServiceNow usually report on the same day. But yeah, thank you guys all for the kind comments here about my memory. I think we're all lucky to have our own gifts, and I think that's one thing that I think I provide to the team, hopefully in some way. You know, Obi talks about providing the liquidity. I think in terms of the chemistry that makes Trader TV live, I think that's one thing that I'm lucky to be able to kind of give there. So I hope that is helpful, and I appreciate James Dell as well saying saying too, Derek, it's the trading from the team and also how to lead from Brendo. Definitely combo. Yeah, I'm very grateful. Like I've always said, I've learned so much from Brendan on the news desk. I've learned so much from everyone here, like Sean, Neil, Sharif, Obi, Joe, everybody here on the trading desk, and even like, you know, Jose in the back, like Wayne, all of the guys that you guys don't see that we talk about all the time, everyone that used to be on the floor. Like what I love about this is the best place to learn, because especially when we have the floor in the back too, it's like a melting pot. You get everybody's opinions and you stir it in a stew and you figure out what works and what doesn't work. Wow, this wrist is really in the kitchen, wrist twisting like a stir fry. The stir fry is not getting cooked the way I'm stirring it, but not the point. The point is I do think it's important to have like a wealth of opinions, and that's certainly what you have here. So thank you very much for the kind words, James Dillon. Just so grateful for this.
Isn't there a saying along the lines like some of the smartest people on the planet take a little bits of information from everyone?
I think there's something to that effect, and I think that's like what we should all do, right? And I think that's why this chat's awesome too, because we get little bits of information from all of you, like service now. Someone mentioned in the chat, and I was like,
I have to read this one out.
Okay,
Someone's
please do.
calling you out. Gotham House says you didn't learn anything from Ram. Is it?
Oh, no, that's not true. I've learned a lot from Ramin with regards to social media. Because, guys, I make my infographics, and I'll go to her and Andre and Fabian, and I'm like, hey, like, what? How does this look? Does this look really dumb? Can I fix this? Right? So that is absolutely not true. And yeah, Ramin's also like great to talk to. Shout out to Ram. We love Ram in this house. Also, if you're logged, you probably love SanDisk. Oh my gosh, this is great. Yeah, I know I said I might revert this, but
you know what I mean. But are you still thinking about a short?
If it shows up, then sure.
Okay.
If it shows up on the technicals, then sure. I would need to see something incredibly compelling, though. I have not seen anything incredibly compelling yet. Before I send it back here, I can't believe we only have 15 minutes left, Joe. Time flies when you're having fun.
Exactly.
Before we send it back over to you, I do want to got a kick out of this coming from David Treziak, good friend of the show, saying, do Adara's parents put her infographics on the fridge? I'm like, no, it's not like, I mean, I'll send them stuff if I think something's pretty funny.
You need multiple fridges.
I make a lot of them. But yeah, guys, I've got some fun stuff here over the weekend in infographic space, so definitely keep an eye on Exit TTV Research.
Absolutely. I love them as well, too. I think they're absolutely fantastic. Especially the ones where I come in third place.
Okay, I know you were really happy about that with the little ribbon.
You got to take it. Hey, listen. So I think you would have approximately, I don't know, about 10 or 12 of those infographics of our like kind of the leaderboard. That
I have like at least 11.
At one point, I was probably dead last.
I was dead last for a while too.
So
with
for an extended period of time, and then I mean to come straight from the mud to third place, and then there's more individuals participating this year, so it's just going to make the talent pool even more aggressive and harder to be in. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I can't wait for you and Obi to potentially put on shorts. You said you might put on a potential short.
I'm heavily leaning towards it, and I looked at the chart from last year, and it kind of increased my confidence in that call. So we'll wait. I saw some people guessing what it is in the chat. I'm not going to say what they guessed it was, but if you are the person who guessed and tagged me in the chat, I did see it, you are incorrect. So it's not that, but don't say what it was now in the chat. I don't want you guys to get confused. I do want to thank, though, Ranch, Texas, for the $20 super chat.
John Ranch.
Thank you. $20 super chat here. APLD and Open wins contribution to your next Tellem trip. Cheers. Thank you very much here to John Ranch out of Texas. Shout out to Big X the Plug. Shout out to DC2 Trail. I love Texas rappers. But yeah, thank you very much, and congrats on your APLD and Open Door trades. You guys are going to laugh because of what I normally trade, but I was looking at Open Door today because Open Door was a nice little long. I know Neil wasn't that long. Let's see what it's doing right now. And shout out again, thank you to John Ranch. Oh, Open Door trying to bounce at VWAP. Are you? Okay. It's not a bad look. Let's see what happens here. I would probably need to see it break that 760 though. I like that you're waiting flat. I honestly really, because sometimes it doesn't make sense to be in a trade, right? So you guys gotta wait.
What about Mexican OT?
I love that Mexican OT. You know I'm a huge fan of that Mexican OT.
Exactly.
I was trying to play him for my dad when I was in Winnipeg. My dad's like, I like this guy. I was like, yeah, like he just rolls R's on rolled R's. He's probably the best thing to come out of the XXL freshman list in like the last 2 years. So I got to shout out that Mexican OT. I also love when he collabs with Big X the Plug, because that is some good Texas rap right there.
There's some good things. Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty big. Big X is a pretty big dude. I mean, not just like. He's a big dude. Anyways, John Ranch, thank you very much for that, for the Tulum trip. I'll tell you one thing for free, my friend. I will not be going back there for quite some time. I can promise you that, and that is some advice I will give you for free. If you're going there, be prepared to spend an arm and a leg.
Keep saying that.
Yeah, and then an additional limb as well too.
What is it with you and limbs today?
Yeah, I'm on the limb thing today, aren't I? Like regrowing them.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
I don't know what it is. Well, that's what things cost around these neck of the woods, Adair, is that you have to give up a limb in order to get somewhere. So. Jordan, thank you very much for all the kind words. Joe TV says, DJ Reese, thank you very much for that one. Your boy Joey brought too much Mexican. Oh, whoa. I'm not going to, hey, angry wife, watch out. Hey, none of that garbage around this neck of the woods. That's for sure. I'm glad I didn't repeat what you wrote out there. So let's go. Is Noodles. I was just there before Christmas too. My girlfriend and I were bummed at how hard it was to find public open free beach to hang out at. Oh, listen, it's all. So essentially, I think I know the problem that you ran into. Sorry, we only got 10 minutes left, but we'll get involved with this. Is that because there's so many storefronts, but the closer you go to the beginning of the strip, there's a public access. So you can just walk in there. Obviously, you have to walk a little bit down the strip. But mind you, that beach stretch is beautiful and it's long. It's a really, if you can walk down any, like it's probably one of the best beach strips I've walked down. It's really long, yeah, really luscious, and then you have all the restaurants and everything along those lines there. But yeah, the snow peso, the Canadian dollar, doesn't go very far.
Why are we calling it the snow peso?
Well, I just seen it on a meme one time, so yeah, because it's not really worth anything at this point compared to the.
Yeah,
I mean, you get it. So instead of the peso, it's the snow peso. But yeah, no, that's. Yeah. I mean, either or, man. Either or. It doesn't go very far anymore. But yeah, I mean, it's a great place. Just be prepared to spend a lot and just get the full effect of it, right? Go do a dinner, but then explore like the town. The infrastructure is amazing. I love the architecture as well too. And everything is essentially in a jungle because the bylaws within that specific town is like, hey, you need to interpret and you need to use natural resources, and that's something that I really, really liked about it. But other than that. Sorry, the Caribbean side of Mexican is brutal most of the time, says Mike. But yeah, anyways, aside from that, guys, Adair is still in 2 positions. I'm flat here. I'm going to wait till maybe later on in the day. ABLD was forming in a nice consolidation right above the volume-weighted average price, and they decided to take in the second leg higher. We were taking a look at the options chain on this name a couple of days ago, and sure enough, that zone is definitely in play right now, 37.59. Now it's 61 on Applied Digital, Adair.
Yeah, thank you very much for Ozzy in the chat for giving me the opportunity to just like wrap part of Still Tippett in the chat. Shout out to Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. I forgot about a lot of other Texas rappers. Like I love Mona Leo, and I'm very sad at myself I didn't mention her.
There's like a lot. We're definitely missing a couple.
Right? No, Mona Leo is, if you like female rap, she's excellent, and she's also married to Stunna for Vegas, who used to be like part of DaBaby's crew. Anyways, I enjoy that. That's fun. But let's talk here about the market because I really want to answer this awesome question from South Jersey Jack, tagging me saying, "Can you put out some tips for shorting?" I'm always hesitant. I was hesitant. I remember there was a day where I was like, I'm scared to short. I can't short. And this is when I was still in the sim too. And then Obi and Sean basically live on the midday were just, hey, like there's nothing wrong with shorting, nothing to be scared about shorting. It's literally the same principle. Obviously there is a little bit more risk if you do this like long-term or swing, so that I need to put out. But if you're intraday, especially if you're lucky enough to be at a prop firm, like I think it's worth trying. But if you actually want tips in terms of like what to know when you do it, the way I've been kind of told that I think is helpful is just like turn the chart upside down. Right? Like if this would make you go long, you know, maybe if X, Y, Z would make you go long, and then you see this chart in the short that looks the opposite, you know, maybe consider a short, but I think that's almost too confusing as I try to say it out loud. So here's what I'll say. I want to give Obi a lot of credit for this because he says this a lot. Guys, reasons to buy and reasons to sell. And those are true if you are whatever direction, right? So I'm going to use Eli Lilly as an example. This short probably here would have been a reason to sell, which is fine. I wait to get stopped out here. But even then I would say this is an excellent reason to sell here. And again, my stop got slipped. But the point is that this was the idea, right? That 1099s, 1098 level. Why? Because this was resistance on the way up. And it was support here as we held. Then we break lower. And that's going to be a reason to get in, right? Even if you miss that, another reason to sell maybe would be this break of that 1094 level. And then you risk again. You're going to have to risk a bit because it's Lilly. But you risk to that area here in the 90 MA, the 1098, right? So I think the same thing is like, why would you sell a long position? That could be a reason to get into a short position. I really hope that helps. I think that is a really, really fun question. I'm really happy that you gave me the opportunity to answer this because I do think I'm probably like, I don't want to say I'm the best person to answer this because I don't think that's fair at all, but I think in terms of my level of experience and my background and my former fear of shorting, I think I can give you maybe a more interesting perspective. So I hope that is really helpful. And I hope everyone got something out of today. I know, I have a lot of ideas. There's a lot happening in my brain, and it's like, and some of the trades were good, some of the trades were not good. But here's the thing, guys. You can't, and again, I talked about this earlier with, I think sometimes my memory being a hindrance for trading. You cannot be so hung up on the things that don't work or the things that you think you're bad at that you forget what worked and what you're good at. Right? So sure, Eli Lilly, I got this short didn't work. I actually think I'm going to try again though and risk to 1080. But look, I was able to have that LMT long. I was so happy I got to take this high of day with all of you guys right here. That's the power of trading. I think you have to, sure, things are going to be bad. Some days are going to get beat up, but you have to think, what's good? What can I learn from? And as Cardi B says, get knocked down 9 times, but I get up 10. And that's, I think, the mentality you have to be as a trader. I talked about Rocky Balboa earlier, and I think you really do have to have that kind of that grind, that hunger, that hustle. And even speaking of Rocky Balboa, I know you have beef with the Rocky movies for some reason, but Sylvester Stallone, writer and star of the Rocky movies, he really wanted to be the star, and they didn't want it if he was the star, but he said, I'm only going to give you guys the script if I star in it. And he had that drive, he had that hustle. It was successful. He wrote that script in I think first draft 84 hours is what I read. So again, I think that kind of drive is really important. Nerd Affiliated saying we need a Dara rap podcast. I would love to do a podcast on rap, guys. I love rap. I love Winnipeg rap from where I'm from. I love all different regional areas of rap.
But you don't like the best artist on the planet.
Who are Drake? Talking about Drake
I didn't
again?
even have to say it.
Yeah, because you do this all the time. I'll say anything about rap and he makes it about Drake. But let's make it
I'm
about
not even
Joe.
a big Drake fan,
I know.
to be
I think you
honest.
just do it to troll.
Yeah, I do.
But as we have, this day is now is almost done. What else are you? We got 4 minutes left here, Joe.
Yeah. I'm just looking here at RKT Rocket Cause here, and it's getting a nice little pop. So I might have missed that entry on the 1 minute, but a nice indecision print off of these lows, guys, holding up through some key support levels. I mean, if you head over to the 5 minute as well, too, you can see a nice indecision print now, getting a nice little bounce there. The open equal to the close. So RKT as a potential opportunity there. Drizzy, yes, Brampton.
Why are we talking about Drizzy?
Raptors, wow, okay, that is crazy. Shout out to Brampton. I mean, not really. Anyways, all right, we're moving on here. RKT is definitely going to be a next potential trade here for me. I'm going to keep my eyes on it. We already would have caught a 1-to-1 on it, but that is what if history. So moving forward, I know Adara's traded more names. I've traded 2, and that's only 2 trades on that. So we'll do a quick review as we are heading into the end of the day. That is going to be OKLO at 9:37. We get that moving. This is going to be our best one here on the session. North of the volume weighted average price right at 114. We take some out and then we get stopped out a fraction of a percent right at the end. And then as for SMR, did that fake. It did the shimmy shake there and a little bit of hesitation nation there in SMR Adara before it decided to take that second leg lower. A nice steady grind. But look how long this breakdown took compared to this one.
Oh, that took a while. Yeah,
this one took a long time, but then it recovers. Sure enough, you enter right back in at 2090s to the penny. You get that more aggressive of a move lower, running into more of our price targets. But finding that base, getting that bounce, you can see these consolidation lows, gives the additional liquidity grab, and then sure enough, we get a nice little pop higher. I hear that as well too. Yeah. Oh, Canadian hip hop channel on Sirius. Much Music. Shout out to Much Music.
Yeah,
RIP. Were you a big? I don't know. I feel like this was you caught the tail end.
Yeah,
maybe?
I caught the tail end, and I only
Much
had
Music.
cable for a very early portion of my life. So probably while my family had cable as well, we had Much Music, but it was fun. I liked watching the videos and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the best part about it.
Yeah.
For those who are, I know there's a couple Alexis on Fire fans in there, but I'm a big Dallas Green fan. City and Color, that is. I love him through and through. One of my artists that I've stuck with the majority of my life. He met Leia. I forget her last name. Leia. She worked on Much Music. She was the female host.
I feel like I've heard of
and ended
this,
up
Leia.
marrying her. Very interesting. There you go. There's your fact of the day.
I like that.
Dallas Green, City and Color, marrying. I forget her last name, but her name was Leia. I'm pretty sure. Be on that point. Now, as for Tesla, what do we got going on? It did show somewhat of a short here. I'm curious if Obi took that little bit of a retracement in Tesla on the 1 minute time frame, showing that inverted hammer candle. Boom, all the way down to 446 with a high of around 449, and then now closing around not closing, but trading around 447. Adara, we got 1 minute left. did you want to leave them with a little bit of a trade review?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I did a lot of things today, but yeah, we'll talk again about LMT. I think the lesson of this chart, I'll just do with lesson of each chart. Lesson of this is you can be wrong, but you have to figure out when to get right, and you have to be aggressive when you believe in what you're doing. VST, I think the lesson is sometimes be more patient with your stop placement. Just take a moment to breathe and don't worry about every single wick in the chart. Lesson with Eli Lilly here, much like LMT, is when you really see what's happening, regardless of the outcome, I think you do need to get aggressive. Lesson of the day with Palantir is like the levels you like and be willing to try them. Lesson with Google, which I just got into a new long, is again, I think kind of similar to a lot of these. These are the same lessons, guys. Just if you're wrong, be willing to accept that, but be willing to get really, really aggressive when you're right, because you're not always going to be right, but I hope you're always going to have a lot of fun here with us at Trader TV Live. As always, guys, I'm so grateful to be here with you guys. I know I'm not always a staple here on the midday, but I'm always in the back, and if you ever have any questions for me, just tag me in the chat, and I will try my best to answer them. But Joe, thank you very much for letting me sit at this here desk with you for, I guess, my second Midday Friday in a row. This is awesome.
Yeah, it was fantastic stuff. Shout out to Devontae, my little brother, coming into the chat here today. So I hope you're having a fantastic day at work, my friend, or my little bro. Good seeing you a couple weekends ago. It needs to happen more often. I hope everyone has a fantastic. You're going to see me momentarily, and then after me, it's going to be Adaira back at the desk.
And Trump and oil at 2:30, guys.
A lot going on. We got the rundown. Looking forward to those things. We'll see you guys momentarily.
See you guys.
Nice.
Oil.
Oil, you
Who
say?
said something about oil?
You said something about oil?
You cooking?
We stay cooking.
Yeah, Chappelle Show. It's always, if you hear me quote something randomly, you're like, what is that? It's like 99% chance it's Chappelle Show. I see, Adair was busy making a lot of trades. I still see those positions.
That VST short, though, I saw that 170 breakdown she had, and then the 166.
Bye. Right at the open, that stock. All of the Meta hype. Well, Meta had some deals this morning. So welcome, everybody. If you missed it this morning, Meta was all about that power, that nuclear power. And it was not, I mean, this is Vistra. It looked like it was going to be good. And you also with Oklo as well, the big powerhouse. Well, you know, that was kind of a fading tower. You got to watch out. Whenever you come into the open and all it's doing is making lower highs and can't hold VWAP, it's never really a good sign. The one that tried to go was SMR, but even that sucker stunk and is now only up 4.8%. So all of the hype train, it feels like the defense plays yesterday, like with Palantir. Like all that hype to the breakout, and we end up in the other direction. Intel has been an absolute rocket ship. I find myself flat right now. If there's one thing that I should be in, could always do better. It's silver. So we missed silver all morning long because I came in today and silver did not make the list. I was like, I'm going to trade SMR, I'm going to trade Intel, I'm going to trade, what else? Occidental and Opendoor. Yep. Those were the four stocks. And trade all four of them, but silver wasn't there, so missed out the big uptrend and caught a reversion, but missed an obvious long off of VWAP. So the market might be slightly up. 1% for the NASDAQ, big tech rebound here, but silver super, super strong. Let's see if we can actually maybe get this one again. MF Dangerous, wonder if Neil sold his Intel at 45 as per the prophecy. I prophesized Intel. No, I didn't.
I mean, somebody sold at 45.
Sell. Okay, first of all, there was 1.2.
I played around.
1.2 million.
I think so. 1.2 million on one gate, 300K and some change on Memex. So altogether, around over. Well, let's just round it up or down to 1.5 million shares being shown on the book, exactly at 145, and that's the same size that was there earlier when price only got to 99.
Yes.
How crazy is that?
But I can tell you, like the first time at 45 was an obvious short, and then the breakout happened. I went for a walk and didn't have the breakout, but then I tried the short like a little bit later when it tried to fail here, and that was right at 45. Got out of it relatively tight, but no. And I don't think I prophesized 45 either, because if I had prophesized 45, don't you think I would have held the original long to 45? Right? Ooh, APLD.
Yep.
Day two.
I got involved just now.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Well, that just make the high. Why do you want my charts? Obi just got into APLD on this reversion here.
I mean, we don't know if it's a well, I don't know if it's a reversion just yet.
Well, it's a topping tail after a parabolic move up, and it's up 17%. So that's the trade. Whether it actually reverts or not, it's still a reversion.
Definitely a little late.
One way or another. One of the strongest walks. And Pops Mafia, Neil went for a walk on a winter's day, California dreaming. It's not that wintry outside. It's like
It's been beautiful.
it's 11 degrees Celsius, so whatever that is in Fahrenheit. I don't know, 52?
Plus minus a few.
What is that?
Yeah.
Is that 52?
Oh, what's the conversion there?
Multiply by 1.8 and add 32.
Oh, I can't. I'm doing that. I don't know.
Let's just call it 52 degrees.
Let me get better at my quick.
So whatever that is. So it's a pretty nice day here in Toronto, Canada.
Let me see. All right, so we're going to Fahrenheit to Celsius? You said
Oh,
11.
you're gonna actually do it?
51.8. You were right. You were so close. Let's go. Round up 52s. Nice.
All right, let's just shut her down. I'm just gonna sit here and chill. Probably won't do anything better than that for the rest.
Look how
of the day.
easy Google is to use now. All I need to type is F2C, and it just knows.
You don't even have to type. You could just say it to your phone.
Yeah, that as well. But then you'd have to say the whole word. You're gonna be like Fahrenheit, Celsius. What if I said F2C on my phone? Would it give me the same result? I don't know.
I doubt it. I'm not gonna try it though.
Yeah.
All right, so Apple, I almost said Apple Oven. Applied Digital, yesterday, rocket ship gives it all back. How many times do you see something like this? Give the entire move back on day one earnings, and then the next day go absolutely ham and really break it out. Maybe that's why it's so good, because so many people got shaken out of the trade yesterday that it's even better on day two. So the day two play on APLD. Ooh, look at that. Good catch. Now I really know why you're short, because this is the October.
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's confluence. Maybe I should get in more.
What do you mean you didn't see that?
I mean, I was already watching it, and I was like, oh, that's a little bit of a break. But yeah, you know, prior levels definitely add some good confluence.
So you're saying you didn't look at the daily chart?
I mean, I looked at it yesterday.
Yeah, well, there you go. So
It's in there somewhere.
Yeah, no, but seriously, as long as you looked at it, you probably in the back of your mind, you know that 38's a level.
I trust my subconsciousness a little too much.
Now I'm half interested in it myself. All right, everybody. We're gonna let Joe matriculate at some point to the desk. Once you see him behind, we'll be able to do the rundown. But what I'm watching outside of silver, obviously now APLD. Tesla went pretty crazy. The overall market has been, I think, what would we describe this as? Like a grind higher with some punctuated moves. The initial dip, or the 10 o'clock dip, is the biggest one on the SPY, and then it's been like a more orderly stair step to the upside. Less than 1% though we're sitting at on the SPY. It's the Qs that are stronger after being weak in tech. Today it's up 1%, but more or less the same pattern in there. Mag 7, meh. You know, like Apple's pretty flat here. Tesla's been relatively strong. If you want to blame somebody for the malaise, just place all the blame on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, nothing. The same range that NVIDIA put in the first, I mean, it's trying to go now, in the first 30 minutes or 10 minutes, it's still trying to break out that same high. Maybe it's going to do that. That could be at least a little bit interesting. But as I'm looking, silver's trying to pull back into VWAP. Do I still like it? This is a lower high. I don't know. I'm not feeling that. Like, APLD actually looks more interesting than the silver. Maybe I'll do that.
I mean, I kind of want to talk a little bit about what happened on Intel here earlier. So we saw this level show up much earlier, and like that was a trade, I think. We kind of talked about it while it was happening too. Funny enough, I don't get a single share on that pullback in, but you can see it pulls up into 45s. And then doesn't really trade any of that size. That size was sitting there, 1.2 million on what gate was it? Was it NASDAQ gate? I think so. I think it might have been. Yeah, it was on NASDAQ. So 1.2 million on the ask, just showing itself, and then it doesn't even get hit. Obviously, gets a little front run, and sellers kind of start stepping in off of that. That was a beautiful, beautiful pullback into VWAP. And then on the second push, I see it. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. This is very likely to break. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm like, I'm going to take the back through because I'm looking for a false break because I'm like, I know people are going to punch in long. And if they do punch in long, I do want to get involved on the back through. And on the initial push, like I take a little bit of size, pulls back in, 87 lows, and I just get out of it right there. That was pretty decent Momo. But then after that, I size down significantly and I start playing the range. I start working this range. Eventually, I'm just like, okay, I have a lot by here. You know, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I let it clip the highs as well. When it comes back into the lows, I'm like, all right, this is, if it's gonna go now. So add. When it starts to step right back up, I'm like, all right, I gotta take this hit because it's not gonna go. I just punch out. I'm like, all right, whatever. You know, give some back, and lo and behold, while I'm not at my desk, this thing goes all the way from 45 tens to 45 halves. So yeah, here the probability definitely changed in my head, where I was just like, yeah, this is not going to the downside like I'm looking for, and very likely to kind of either chop around or continue to push this 20, 22, 23 level that it hit earlier on the initial push through that 45. So that 45 break, that was a nice trade. I missed that one, but that gave me a little bit of information. I was just like, okay, how far is it going to actually get when it pulls back in? Yeah, it doesn't really get any further than 44.87s, consolidates, and then pushes up higher to 45 halves. So this thing is really stepping up. Don't forget, this thing isn't a bigger picture uptrend. I'm just trying to take a quick little scalp. I'm thinking right here it's going to do something similar where, you know, supply steps in front of 45, and I'm looking for it to step right back in on what I think in the moment is a false break of that 45. But when that doesn't come in, I gotta leave. This is way too long of a sideways consolidation, indecisiveness. Players are definitely, you know, there's a bit of a battle that's happening here. Wow, as I'm talking, this thing is kind of starting to pull back in. But you know what? It continues to make higher highs and higher lows. So I do have to continue to look at this with a higher time frame here. Maybe even though it's starting to pull back in through this moving average, it's been holding here as well. I think this is a 9 EMA, I think. But yeah, so all things in consideration, Intel had a pretty crazy move during the midday session, as well as I'm sure there were other things happening as well. But that kind of size sitting, showing itself at the level, doesn't happen every day.
Okay, I just got the greatest update for this poker night.
No, I see. Wow, let's go.
Buddy.
Let's go.
No, so we're about to start the rundown, but
nice.
I mentioned this morning. There's a little bit of a poker night happening. A couple of former traders on the floor have their own office. Now, obviously, here is now just a show, and some of us are going to play poker at their office. Yeah. I just found out that Arun is going to be making an appearance. So I haven't seen Arun in forever, but it'll be good to catch up with him. So that should always be fun. That's the thing. Traders love to hang out and play poker and talk trading. We're going to talk some trading right now, starting at the desk with Joe and the rundown, where we talk about the names you're interested in.
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment where you guys get to pick the stocks that we talk about. So make sure you guys get into both chats, whether it be the midday or with Obi and Neil, and put those dollar signs in the tickers, maybe even leading into Monday's session, so you can see exactly what's going to be at the top of our list. But a lot to talk about. Make sure you get those votes in, guys, and participate. Otherwise, your ticker may not show up on the afternoon rundown. All right, guys, let's get right into things at some of the top performing sectors here today. And leading the way, it's either feast or famine as of late, with the tech sector, guys, up 1.39%. In that second place, we have the materials sector up 1.32%, and then utilities up 1 1/3. Now, as for the bottom three, guys, the energy sector up 0.5%, but the financials and healthcare turning red. We got financials down 0.14% and the healthcare sector down 0.5% as well. But as for the major averages here, guys, on today's session, all of them holding on to the green side of things. With the NASDAQ up 1.1%, we have the SPY up 5.56%, and then the Dow Jones up 0.1%, and the IWM holding on by a thread, 0.02%. Now, as for the week, guys, considering it is Friday, all of them are going to close in the green, with the IWM up a staggering 5%, 4.99 to be exact, the Dow Jones sitting in second place. So a little bit of a rotation, which we were talking about earlier today, out of tech and into some small caps, with the potential of a rate cut looming. Now, as for the Qs, it's going to be in last place. Once again, feast or famine with these guys, 0.96%. Still positive, and we will take it. But let's get right into the rundown, guys. And the first name that we're going to be talking about with one of the most votes is Oklo. And yes, you guessed it, Adara, bringing us this news, and Brendo this morning. And we've seen a little bit of a volatility spike right at the announcement, 6 a.m. sharp, as Oklo shares trade higher after the company announced an agreement with Meta to advance plans for a 1.2 gigawatt power campus to support Meta's data centers. Now, as for the stock and its performance as of late, guys, you can see that we're down still approximately off of that previous high, 45%, but you got to start somewhere. And today's a good start, a gap up, no continuation, but still holding on to positivity, guys.
I mean, it's holding on to gains. But the best you could have, if you were bullish on these nuclear names today, specifically Oklo or like the SMR or Vistra, like your best bet was to not have traded. Or there was like, I mean, what? There was one shot in SMR, and you could make a reasonable argument that you could have caught a couple of like hero longs here, like just sort of random. There's a random turnaround at no particular price on OKLO and another random one near the prior low that you could have got some good gains on. This one, I suppose, too, like a little mini trend break here. But realistically, it's been sell the news all morning. And unfortunately, that's sort of the thing. Like, you get a deal, but then materially, considering these guys don't make any, none of these make any money, it's hard to really project this because these are all relatively overvalued from any reasonable metric. So when they get a deal like this, it gets into some froth. So maybe that's the reason you get the pullback. I would venture to say that the one that had some semblance of a trade, ultimately that didn't matter, and that's going to be SMR. Like if you're a day trader, SMR was the best because it had this breakout. And that was the best, this was a downtrend. You could have taken the same moment, the trend break on Oklo. This one just happened to go nuts, but it ended up flushing. So overall, this was a short today. Like okay, fine. Like SMR was a good long waiting for this one trend break. But if you were shorting this thing, you were short a lot. And you probably lost once, and you had a lot of wins. So overall, your better bet would have been to fade the news here. That wasn't my play. And when I look at these on the daily chart, SMR is a failure of the 50 period and failing this lower high. At least OKLO, to its credit, is going to hold this 100, be above the 50, and still be in a potential stronger position. So despite both of them giving it back, on the higher time frame, Oklo did better today, holding some of the gains, and it makes sense because they got the deal. The sympathy play sometimes isn't going to be as structurally good, but you were just so much better off if you tried to sell. So got away with going long one time, and I don't think I'll try it again today.
Yeah, I think the thing about Oklo was that prior daily breakout level was at 114.29, right? And it had, or if you look at the pre-market action now, we had already broken out of that level on the initial reaction. The initial reaction took us all the way up to 121s, and then we couldn't really hold that 114 coming in off of the open. Not only that, the opening range high comes in at 115.67. So range highs just underneath that 116, flushes lower high, and then since then, again, more pieces of information, more reasons to kind of look for the sell, more reasons to sell when we come into this multi-hour long consolidation. So 2 hours long, right there, all the way from 7 a.m. to 9:30. The lows were in and around 114s. The lower high is made around 114 halves, and also confluences with VWAP rejection. Not only that, a second test of VWAP gives us that flush down and then a slow, steady bleed for the rest of the day. So I think some of the best places to get in, if you were a little nimble off of the open, and I personally only had a long bias on these stocks, but eventually I did get involved with SMR when it was doing something similar, when it was kind of rejecting off of its VWAP, showing us that multiple tests of VWAP, multiple tests of pre-market structure just could not get through, and then you start to kind of bleed off. So yeah, a lot of reasons to sell, some reasons to buy. Maybe off of this dip, you're taking the tape turn into it, maybe pulling into VWAP as well. But more often than not, there were stronger reasons to sell on Oklo, and as well as some of the other names as well. So VRT. was it not VST, right? That was the one. Yeah, Vistra Corp. Similar kind of story here, where we did a bit of a breakout. We pull back in. We try to chop around VWAP, and then VWAP eventually breaks. Eventually, this consolidation low, bit of a flag just underneath 171, starts to crack down, step lower, step lower, step lower. So not as clean of a pre-market structure to go off of. But if you're looking at this from a reversion perspective, even on VST, you can just be like, all right, this is a bit of an uptrend, and we just slam off of the open. You're just like, all right, cool, the bid has been broken. Now we're making lower highs. So I know it sounds nice in retrospect, but regardless, I think getting involved in some of these names with those reasons to sell was definitely worth it throughout the day.
Oh, okay, all right, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. All right, Intel being up next, and Mr. Donald Trump stating that the 9.9% stake Intel has generated tens of billions of dollars for the American people. Now, Intel jumping over 75% in the last 6 months, as shares rose approximately 3.7% off of its previous lows, but now climbing up to $45. We were taking a look at the options chain earlier in the week on Intel, and we were running into supply zones at 45, but those seem to be getting absorbed. What do you guys think about INT?
Well, in hindsight, whomever it was that said, hey, Neil, did you sell at 45 like you prophesized? I did not prophesize selling at 45. And as I said earlier, the plan was actually to take a 42.50 break long. I would have held it to 45 if I actually thought that. But no, I actually thought it was a breakout from here to fill in yesterday's gap. So when it did any kind of a dip, and like I didn't short it. At least I didn't short it at that level. Thank goodness. But Intel then took the next leg up and went into the week high and decided to continue going. I did try a short off the 45 level. Not really. I didn't really give it a lot of room, to be honest with you. Thank goodness, because it's just been an absolute beast. You got the U.S. government investing, not just investing in Intel, causing a bit of a bump, but also talking them up. You have essentially probably bipartisan support wanting a U.S. company to, not just in the fab business, but you want more onboarding here in terms of not just design, but also in fab, which is going to benefit Intel as well. You've got NVIDIA that wants to make it work with them. They've made an investment. That being said, because the yields aren't high enough for Intel on their advanced chips, and NVIDIA kind of has put that on the back burner. But there's always that underlying. It's just starting to get a little bit frothy, considering there's no there yet, which is wild to me. Like, all we have is a lot of hope, some progress, undoubtedly some progress, and the support of the US government and the most important tech company in the world. That counts for a lot. How much more does it count for without some really solid improvement and some customers lined up? I don't know. But I think we're going to find out, because regardless of how far I thought it was going to go today, it's gone even further than that. And when you look at the monthly chart, okay, it seems like we're a pretty clear shot now for the $50 level, and that should be a pretty big test. Like, if you look at the move that this has made on Intel, the real test comes at 50. So we've got another 10% to go. If nothing crazy changes fundamentally, when it gets there, I'd be hard pressed to believe it's going to just blast through. But who knows? By then, you will probably have some earnings to have dealt with in the entire, not just Intel, but some of the other tech names as well. So maybe something will change by the time we get to this 50 level. But it seems like we're on a collision course with Intel. I wish I'd believed in it more today.
Yeah, definitely.
Sometimes it's a weird thing. Like, trading is fickle. That I had 2 longs this morning, and the one that was better for me was the one that was actually, well, not Oklo, was the one that was actually like an all-day short. Like, SMR was a better long for me than Intel. Intel was the one that followed through. It's just like, it is what it is, man. Sometimes it's just how it is. You look back and you're like, how? But what are you gonna do?
I mean, you took the trade that was to be had. That opening range, not really opening range, but pre-market high break, as well as that prior day consolidation high break. But yeah, the long was definitely very strong. Again, another time where Intel is getting that presidential seal, being like, okay, you know, he's talking to the CEO and saying, you know, everything's good. And it catches that bid and continuation with volume off of the open. But yeah, that 45 level, I just want to mention that one again. That one was, it was very obvious when it showed up where that this is going to be a significant level. It pulls all the way up into that 45. Once we see that, we does not get anywhere near it. It got to 99s and then runs right away when that size starts to show up on the ask there. So that was kind of interesting. That was, I think, the second trade to be had, the reversion, maybe a level hold, a held offer, if you want to call it that, which is exactly what it was. Only 99s were the high of day print at this point. After that, it did come in. It did come in for a bit of a test, and we held for that test on top of 45. We pulled back into 44.87s for a little bit, but that consolidation lasted over 30, 40 minutes where, you know, I even was like, yeah, I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it, it's right there, back through 45, and, you know, but it didn't really follow through. It just sideways consolidated for over my time limit, and I punched out. It started to step up, and it's continuing to step up right now, still holding above 45, even though this is starting to look like it's rounding out. That's exactly what it looked like this time on top of 45. So now I'm asking, can you hold the quarter and print the half? It definitely did it before. Let's see if it could do it again here on Intel today. Very, very strong on the day, pushing almost 10%. It is actually at 10% right now on the day.
Next up, we have the very popular Open Door. A big pop here this morning, but a lot of it having to do with Mr. Trump and his potential $200 billion mortgage stimulus plan. A lot of analysts not liking this, and it could backfire. But I think what's more important here to look at, guys, is some of the technicals. From the July lows, Open Door is up a staggering 1,284% from that low to where we're currently trading at. Disregarding that previous pivot high of around $11, does Open Door get back to that $11 mark, guys?
I don't know. I just knew that, and we said this all week, one day, if Open Door breaks out above 7, we're gonna try to go long. So it broke above 7 today. The catalyst, okay, fine. Like, there was a catalyst. It didn't really matter. It was probably gonna try to take it regardless. But it was a little VWAP hold into the high. I'm just going to get to what's happening now because, like, clearly, I already we went over this in the lesson of the day. You know, like, sometimes you hold on, Intel didn't hold, Open didn't hold, both of them look bad, and then SMR looks genius. You got to take the good with the bad in that case and just do you. But this is now in a pretty distinct downward channel, and it's failing underneath VWAP and the open range high. Pun not intended. So while higher, it's another one, consider it like Oklo right now. Where in the higher time frame, it still looks pretty good on the breakout, even though it's giving a little bit up. But when I look at it today for the afternoon, I'm kind of thinking, if it doesn't break this trend higher, I almost want to join it. I was trying to get cheeky with it, which I don't usually do, which is starting to see this channel form. Don't even just get involved and before it breaks out, which was sort of silly. I was like, yeah, let me front run this breaking back out, which is a mistake. So either I'm going to short this, scalp in the range. I also like IBIT for a short this afternoon. But if we break out here, then I can risk and go into a secondary long. You have the squeeze factor that goes with this. So there's always plenty of juice that can come into it. Fundamentally, I mean, how much does this catalyst really do for their bottom line? I don't know. I'll leave that to Eric Jackson. He can explain it. I just like it as a momentum stock. So I try not to get too complicated with it. If there's a catalyst in the space and this is moving, then you trade some Open Door because it give you some good moves. And for now, higher time frame, you'll maybe look for some longs, but that's not the only game in town. You know, right now, it's got this little down channel that I'd work with until it breaks.
Yeah, honestly, like yesterday, I was looking for that $6 breakdown here on Open Door because on Wednesday, it had a pretty aggressive sell-off on that was it the BX news where he was just like, okay, we're going to stop corporations from buying up residential real estate, and we had a bit of a move on Open Door as well. We got to a low of 602. So coming in yesterday, I was like, okay, well, if that trend continues, if those sellers are still here, I want to take some inventory into and through $6. That never really showed up. That never really came. We pretty much traded sideways today, gapping up and holding above prior day's range, as well as the reference price of when that catalyst came out. Not only that, prior day high, which is week high as well, on Tuesday was around 699. We're gapping up and holding above that as well. Bit of a bid that breaks after hours highs and then opening range highs as well. So the long was definitely not wrong in the open session. Nice. But coming in to the end of the day here, bit of a reversion back to VWAP after an attempt again at $8. So 792 is the high here. But I'm open to either way on this one.
Ooh, pun intended. I like that one. Before we head on back to Joe, hey, when seconds count, everybody, you don't have time to just wait for treating symptoms. And with concussions, seconds do count. And that's why NYSE-listed Orogenics, OGEN, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. You can book a meeting with their team today. You can find the link in the description of the video. Big shout out to Orogenics, again, OGEN on the NYSE. Let's go back. I'm going to make an educated guess. I didn't do any guessing as to what the next symbol is going to be, but I'm going to make a guess, and I'm going to guess Tesla, Joe. Is it Tesla?
Sorry, you're just on a little bit of a drawdown, Neil. That's all, my friend. You'll get right back. Now, don't worry, it's on the list. It's second. It's coming up. It's the last one. Be patient. Be patient. All right, guys, let's get into things. APLD is up next there. Neil, Applied Digital. Tesla, listen, Neil, before we get into Applied Digital, Neil, Tesla is at the top of it every single day. We got to switch things up a little bit, no? All right, guys. Applied Digital continuing its climb higher, still on the fact that it had a double beat on earnings, where analysts had expectations of a 10-cent loss, and that's coming in at 0 cents EPS right there. But revenue still increasing 250% year over year. Also signing a big deal with an American hyperscaler for their Polaris Forge 2 campus. Now, we're not too far off of the all-time highs here in APLD, only 8.5%, a little bit less than that, guys, and a nice move here in Applied Digital.
Oh, yeah.
You can say that again.
Yep.
Okay, we'll eventually talk about Tesla, but this is APLD. I think we mentioned this yesterday because on earnings, it was it was kind of a bamboozler on earnings. There's so much gamesmanship that was being played on the stock. In the monthly chart, this is like a Captain Insano candle here, that once this thing breaks 40, and it feels like at this point it's like a, decent probability, I don't want to say high probability, but decent probability that you're going to get a 40 break on APLD. I feel like that's going to be a crowded but exciting kind of trade. For today, I threw my offer on Open Door, and I'll try to get a pop to fade in IBIT. But I was considering this short at 38 because it's a resistance level on the daily as well. But yes, it just goes to show, when you have an earnings day one play, if it's a little choppy but there's good volatility, maybe come back to it on day two. Like I traded, it's weird, like I traded to plan better than any other day this week, but there was a downside to that because usually even if I'm looking at my 4, if something is going crazy, I'll usually jump to it and try something on it. And today I didn't with APLD for some reason, and that was a missed opportunity. I probably would have tried shorting here, so that could have gone either way. But yeah, day 2 long, it holds the range from the open and then just starts blasting. And I think that's the key. Like as long as it held that support that it had the prior day, that was kind of your cue that it was going to be good. So that 40 level, I think on the daily is incoming. I mean, next week, we could be talking about this on Monday morning, to be honest with you, a 40 breakout, because I think that's the next big one here for APLD. Congrats to everyone that tried it on that second day. Don't give up just because day 1 was a little bit choppy.
Yeah, I mean, day one yesterday, you guys saw the trade that I had on it. It was pretty clean off of the open, chop fest for the rest of the day, and then maybe a bit of a fade coming into the end of the day here. Maybe players thinking, well, this is done, coming back into that earnings range high. But today is definitely day two, where we come in, clip prior day's close, and then look at the opening range high break again once more into 34s. Never really looks back on the opening range high. So let's get specific. What is that candle high there that I have here on the 3 minute? That's 33.93, so just shy of 34. Any sort of pullback, that first pullback to 34.11, so held pretty well. Now just step, 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 consolidation here, nice little push and squeeze through the day highs, now consolidating on top of that. Now I am a little bit involved here, just taking a bit of a dabble into this consolidation, looking for maybe a little bit of a pullback, but we'll wait and see. This thing is extended on the day, but if it's gonna stair step up on earnings day two, I do have to respect that as well at the same time. But yeah, solid structure. Day one, bit of a chop. Day two, holding structure pretty well and breaking. This was interesting right here where, you know, it finally breaks this short-term range, then goes into breaking the high, and that was real clean and nice as well as of right now. Let's see if it does more of the same or if it's done for the day. Volume's definitely dwindling relative to what we did in the morning session, but consistent relative volume here. At the same time, I have about almost 2 times, 1.9 to 1.8 times our vol happening here on APLD today.
You know, here is Tesla. Up next, Congresswoman Lisa McClain being allowed to invest into Elon Musk's XAI with approximately a $100,000 to $250,000 investment made on December 15th. Well, Tesla is a publicly traded company. XAI is not, but a lot of investors would like to, but Lisa McClain having the ability to do so. Tesla still down 10% off of that $499 high. Is this the move where we recover and breach that $500 level? What do you guys think about Tesla?
Okay. I think tall tale to get there. We'll see. I mean, the trend seems like it's breaking today. I don't want to completely confirm it because I think it could be a little bit of a jinx, right? Like we could very easily not close above the 50 period today, and then this will look a heck of a lot different if we close at like 440 or something, and there's 90 minutes left to go, so there's plenty of time. I didn't necessarily love this one, and I think it boils down to the fact that there was just other names on my list that I liked better and that were top of the mind. That's all. You know, like I was waiting for the one shot in Oklo. I was sort of engaged in Open Door. It is what it is, but Tesla, yeah, the 440 was probably pretty good. I mean, it gave you, like that's a pretty clean 1% move. If you don't like a 1% move in day trading, then don't day trade, that kind of a thing. But now all of a sudden it looks like it's on the back end. On a 15-minute, well, I don't have to hit save, it automatically saves. See, look at that. On a 15, this just rolled over. So I think we might be headed into VWAP. And I'm looking for some reversion trades. I don't know if I love APLD. I'm thinking about Intel, but it looks good, not great on Intel in terms of a setup for a pullback. So this might be it, only you've missed the first $1.50 of the move, and it's consolidating in here. So it almost needs to pop back up, maybe retest 447. And if I get like a topping tail candle in there, you can short around the 446 level. So when I have Tesla on my mind, I'm just looking for ideas. It's Friday afternoon. I'm not going to force anything. If you have a good day or a good week, Friday afternoon is not usually the time to go too crazy. Actually, how about this? About all out 104, how do you come up with your trades for the day? When we're done the rundown, I don't mind answering that question, but let's get through the symbols. I talked about this a little bit in the lesson of the day. That was around noon, but certainly we can go over that because I think it's actually more important than this is what I'm taking today or this is a stock I'm looking at. It's like, why are you looking at it and what's the reason why you like one trade over another? Far more important than I'm going long at this price. It's where did I come up with it and why. So we'll talk about that in just a bit, but let's get through the rundown first.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, Tesla, will it get to 500? Will it not? I have no idea. But that 430 options level, we covered that in the morning. Joe covered that in the morning. And that is in and around the area where it bounced off of. 430.40s was coming in, and it came in real hot and heavy right off of the open, breaking some prior day levels there. But look at this swipe right back up through the pre-market highs, pulls back in, holds VWAP quite well, and then now a secondary break as well through that 440 gives us a trend to the upside. 449, so 450s incoming perhaps. We've broken this trend, but still holding higher highs and higher lows, Neil. So looking very interesting. Wow, there's some volume coming in on APLD as the lights simmer down. Let's see if the price action.
Turn your lights down low. Oh, we're done the rundown.
Oh, are we?
That was the last
okay.
symbol?
All right.
Okay, word. Okay, that'll play. So actually, the funny thing was when I said it, we could go over like how we find the ideas. I thought we had like one more to go, but no. So here, this is pretty simple. I actually realized I didn't finish the sentence with my 4250 Intel break. I just said 42050 break. I should have said it should be like break out long. But I mean, whatever. Like, if we can't understand that, then we can't understand trading in the first place. So I talked about Oklo and SMR. I was like, there's dip support around 112, but I didn't think that was going to be that realistic, blah, blah, blah. SMR is at the 50 period. So resistance, I believe there wasn't resistance till 23 to 2350. And room to run if 21.5 can hold. So here's the thing about SMR. So I'm favoring along in a stock, right? So 2150 needs to hold. So room to 23.5 if it's going to try to go, but it doesn't break out. So when I say 2150 needs to hold for some kind of a long to get to 23.5, does it hold? No. So where's my long trade? There is none because there's no support at the level that I need, which is here. It tries here and doesn't go, but it's this failure that gave me the setup for the trade. So initially, I was looking for immediately at the open, 2150 holds, taking some longs into the break, and then you just structure long as VWAP holds all day. But it doesn't hold VWAP. When I make my note, it's up here holding the volume weighted average price because I'm in pretty early. By the time we get to the open, none of that's happening, and I have to reassess. So the only trade I come up with is it's got a trend break, so I play the trend break, one and done it, and then I'm out of there. The other idea I had was Intel. 4250 was much easier to come up with because you had 2 days of pullback, structure good. Yesterday filled in the gap to the breakout price, and then set up this high break, which was the opening range. Now I have to go. I use multiple time frames, so I start with a daily or weekly, and then come back in. So where you get the 42.5 essentially is just a pre-market high break, but it's into this level. So it's very much, hey, the structure of it holding the prior day breakout level and then going into this top, just take this break to fill in that gap. That was my idea for the trade. That's why I pretty much got out. And then Open Door was even more simple. Open Door was the most simple of all of them because I just was waiting for it to break 7. There was no intraday break of 7 to be traded. So obviously, like, I couldn't have done that even if I wanted to. I was like, yeah, 7 long, hold over on the 15, look for trend long. I literally say, where is it? Just hold over the 15, look for trend long. Failed break, willing to reverse. Because if 7 fails, it's a key level, I'll trade in either direction. So what happens is there a test of 7, there was one right at the open, that wasn't the first place that I was looking at that time. Intel kind of was, and so was SMR, and SMR didn't do anything. It pulls back in, holds VWAP. So the first thing I look for in a trend is higher low. So 7 holds, higher low confirmed, go long. Higher low holds, go long. Now the mistake here was I didn't get back in on trend, which I could have at the same price I got out. And now the trend looks like it's reversing. So that's kind of the idea. And it starts with the catalyst. Like each one of those had catalysts to be on our watch list. And then on top of that, I will then go to, from that, work on each symbol individually. And I do that for not just the names on our watch list or the 4 I'm looking at, but for like a dozen names and then come up with the ones that I like the best. And Tesla was like 6th on my list or something like that. I just heard RVMD is going. I guess it's not over with. This one, shoot. Adara, Is it RVMD's AbbVie, or they're AbbVie, right? AbbVie was the ones that were supposedly buying them.
RVMD?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Merck has since been confirmed.
It's Merck. That's
It's Merck now.
Thank you. Thanks, Adair.
Also, the oil meeting has not started yet. We're not expecting it to start on time. There's a precedent that's been set, so I'll let you guys know when it does start.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
It's hilarious because Adair was just talking about she doesn't rely on. Well, I don't want to completely rely on my perfect memory for everything. I mean, Adair, you don't have to rely on your perfect memory for everything, but I do. It's like an absolute crutch for me. I'm like, shoot, I should. No, but I literally, this was actually yesterday, like the last 2 days. You think I'd be able to remember? It went from AbbVie to Merck that is looking to buy our VMD, but they're actually starting to break out here. The other name that's breaking out, I saw some people in the chat mention this, and it's too early, Netflix, because I'm not long anymore. I didn't get any more because it got through 90, but it didn't get to the mid to low 80s yet, which I'm a fan of on the daily chart, but it is trying to do something here, which is break out this resistance range. So first step, good, it's over VWAP. Now the hold of VWAP is key, and then the break of the local high. So hold VWAP, break of the local high at about 89.15, and I kind of like that for a potential long, because they just keep not getting filled and open. This time this is stupid. It actually came to the offer, and I'm sitting there at 7:45, and I did not get filled. It's just not filling me on the offer. That kind of sucks. David, thank you for the super chat. If I was a better trader. Dave's if was a better trader idea. Likely first red day of the year. Hey, man, how many trading days have we had? What is this, day 6? So if you go 5 for 6, you're killing it. That's all that matters. If I simply stuck to 3 to 7 stocks I know down to subconscious level, I would be more profitable at the cost of boredom, but not chasing 30-plus positions. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, everyone has like a happy, like a pocket that they can sit in, and I knew a dude who was consistently profitable for years. Actually, the guy who owns the office that we're going to be going to play poker, and he, on an average day when he was going well, he might trade over 20 symbols, and that you could call 5 or 6 of them primary, but he'd be over 20. That was kind of his happy spot. The funny thing is, he had a happy dance he would do when he would have a trade. Yeah,
I mean, maybe we see that today.
He hasn't done it. No. It was when he was younger, when he was in his early 20s.
Yeah.
Kind of funny. He really couldn't dance. It was what made it so good is how bloody awful it was. But no, sometimes you have to find that happy medium. Yeah. I find for myself, I have like 12 to 15 that I'm tracking, 4 on my main, and then throughout the end of the day, I'll probably end up trading 7 or 8-ish. If it's more than that, that kind of ends up being too many. If I only trade 2 or 3, then I'm probably not having a good day. If I only trade 2 or 3 symbols, it just means for some reason I couldn't find anything. If that's it, but yeah, everyone has to find it.
Yeah, no, for me, I'd say it might be the other way around. My worst days, I'm probably trading 1 taker, just like totally focused on it. But I think my sweet spot's definitely like 2 or 3. If I find myself trading like over like 10 or 15. Then yeah, I don't think I've ever traded that many stocks, but anything over like 5 or 6, it's nothing too crazy. But this week has been absolutely wild. Was it even today? Like I'm trading how many symbols have I traded today? 2, 4, 6, 8 symbols on the day today. So that's a little unnatural, but I think it really also depends on like opportunity and what kind of trading you're doing. Like if I'm scalping around, I'll be like, okay, there's a scalp here, I'll take that off. There's a scalp here, I'll take that off. There's a scalp here, I'll take that off. There's a level to level here, I'll take that and hold on to it. Wow, there goes APLD once again. So yeah, the back through 38, I took that piece, it took the stop out when it kind of pushed up and pulled back in. I'm like, all right, I'm willing to give it a tight stop, pull it back in. Through 38, it only gives us like, what, 10, 15 pennies and then slaps right back through. So yeah, strength is very much the name of the game here on APLD. So not really gonna try that anymore. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for as of right now. Let's see what we can find here. Mag 7s, Tesla not really pulling back here, still holding that uptrend. You can see here on the futures, both the ES and the NASDAQ here, you can see both trending up very nicely at the same time. So Apple is just about to break its day high here. What's up? All right, so we got a super chat here. So what are you giving daps or what's going on? He's checking the lighting. He's checking the lighting. Okay.
No, he's
All
weirding.
So,
anyways.
yeah. No, I thought he was like coming out for a punch. Okay, so we'll get to the super chat right after we get back from Adara.
Still don't have, unfortunately, the live stream up yet. I mean, the stream is live. It's just not like Trump and the execs aren't here yet. But I wasn't able to cover this for you guys. I apologize because I was up during the midday. But about 15 minutes before the midday ended, we got a post from Trump on Truth Social about the oil company. So I do want to mention it because I wasn't able to earlier. It completely missed me. So Trump is saying, quote, the largest oil companies in the world are coming to the White House at 2:30 p.m. Everybody wants to be there. It's too bad the ballroom hasn't been completed yet, because if it were, it'd be packed. We apologize to these oil companies that we cannot take today, but Secretary of Energy Chris Wright and Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum will see them over the next week. Everyone's in daily contact. Today's meeting will almost exclusively be a discussion on Venezuelan oil and our long-term relationship with Venezuela, its security and people. So again, he was also talking here about the reduction of oil prices for Americans. So keep an eye here. That's just what to maybe look out for from this meeting, according to Trump himself. But right now we have a special message from Obi.
All right, thank you very much. So guys, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500, with Beta Pro 3 times daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before you invest. All right, so we had that super chat there. Yeah.
And apologies, I didn't be more fast enough. Speaking was checking out the lighting. Thank you, Hal, first of all, for the super chat. Neil, it made all the difference. Have a good weekend over there as well. So, appreciate the words. That being said, I'm and I never really which thing made all the difference. It would be cool to know what point it might have been.
I think Neil has everything with you.
I don't.
You're always dropping that that knowledge, that wisdom.
I mean, to be honest, like 99, maybe not 99.
You're 99?
You
look good for 99.
I'll give myself a little bit of credit. The 90%, like 90% of some of the stuff that I've learned or I will impart to you traders doesn't even come from my own experience. It actually comes from like being in the markets and on a floor for a long time, and even just seeing other traders go through things. Like that trader I talked to you guys about, the one that we're going to go see, about the whole like 20 symbols or whatnot. I'll give you an anecdote. I told you this the other day.
Yes.
I'll give you an anecdote about this trader. So this trader, I mean, I don't want to get into how much risk he had, but it's kind of hard. Okay, let's just say he had the largest daily risk limit on the floor. So he had the largest risk limit on the floor, and he was asking to set risk. He wasn't even dealing with like fluctuating because he'd been trading for so long profitably, and he wanted to double it. And I remember during the conversation over doubling it, one of the things I said to him was, but like in the last 9 to 12 months, he had gone to his drawdown daily loss limit like almost never. I was like, what do you need it for if you're not going to use it? He says, well, if there's like an A+ or like A++, I want to have it on board, but you know when it's not there, trust me, I'm not gonna risk it. And so I kind of did. I had to talk to like the back office and they were like, yeah, okay, trust you. And then after I did it, doubled his risk. Do you think he went like crazy? And first, he had some really good months after that. But that new doubled risk limit, it was in exactly the same thing. Like he almost never went all the way. Like he'd maybe reached the old risk limit if he was drawing down, but he never pushed it the whole way. He stayed just as disciplined when twice as much was online, or he had twice as much room to go. Again, that's what I found so cool about him. It literally didn't matter. It didn't matter that he could risk twice as much. He still treated it exactly the same as he did before. And how many times have you heard me say that to you guys? It doesn't matter how many shares you're trading, or it doesn't matter how much is on the table. Just make the trade, and then unless liquidity is a problem, you should be fine. Now, liquidity is going to be an issue, then you have to worry about sizing and all that kind of stuff. We're like, but otherwise, just work on the strategy first, and then you'll always be able to scale if there's liquidity. Let's go over to Adara because maybe this oil thing has started.
I'm sorry, Neil, it's not, but I do have a fun story kind of involving US President Trump. So if you guys remember, I did mention a lot of people here on X this morning were talking about how it looked like Trump might have actually accidentally released some data early, specifically private payrolls data that it looked like he took a photo of and scanned in and posted on Truth Social last night. Well, now the White House coming out and saying that they are apparently reviewing protocols regarding economic data releases. Now, the reasoning for this is apparently because of a, quote, inadvertent public disclosure of aggregate data that was partially derived from pre-released information. So again, as we get this inadvertent public disclosure, which likely refers to Trump's Truth post last night, White House saying they're going to be reviewing protocols regarding economic data releases. Now, it'll be interesting to see what type of protocols they're reviewing and how that's going to change the release process. But either way, interesting stuff. I think it's worth letting you guys know. Back to you.
Yes, and there's another super chat. Okay, we'll get that in a quick little second. But this whole meeting, first of all, let's just get it. Easy peasy. That was fast. That's too fast. I can get it back up there. 0.2% on a 2K day. Thank you so much. Easy peasy. Like, you're definitely sticking to your word. Thanks, Prof. Obi-Wan, Adara PhD, Joe OPT, Joey Options. There, see? It even took me a second to figure that one out. That's how you don't give me that much credit about anything if it took me more than 2 seconds to figure out Joey Options. But with this meeting starting, I looked over to Obi. I'm like, why? Potentially, this oil meeting. Took one shot in Oxy, got into it and was like, this is so stupid because this is when I kind of like the let's take it breaking out in the long, and I left my order in here and then got filled on the back end and was like instantly punching it. I'm like, oh, that was so silly. Lost like 7 pennies on it. And then it just trended down. But that little trend down could break with this meeting. So I'm going to actually, we're talking about doing this, but where's my edge? Yeah, whatever. It shouldn't matter what stop you use. So I'm going to set a stop. And if at any point we break this local high on Occidental, and I get it, he's probably meeting with a bunch of people and not Oxy. I don't care. If there is a move and we break this, it'll be breaking trend. I'm just going to go long and look for a VWAP or trace on this name. You could make a venture of, like, look at XOM. Like, this is literally trending up all day long. Let's look at CVX. This is trending up all day long. If there's some kind of a crazy spike because of this meeting, I'd look at it 2 ways. Like, I'd rather have the reversion where, like, whatever it's doing now changes and just go for the other way. So on Oxy, that'd be long. It'd be weird to have a stop short. I mean, you could do it too. Like, you could also be playing this in the other way. Like, okay, they start talking, these tank, and then you get a reversion on CVX or XOM. I think that's perfectly valid. I would venture, like, see how XOM is breaking out the high? Like, I would sooner do that for CVX here because it's not really breaking out that high, but one or the other. I'm just looking for some kind of a mean reversion trade because those have typically been better in the afternoons, and then I'm looking for an IBIT short. Why am I sitting too close to VWAP? I'm sitting too close to VWAP here. It's just getting faded. Every little pop, it just keeps on getting faded. MSTR. MSTR is not even popping before it gets faded. I'm just going through my list of crypto stuff to see if there's a better short here somewhere. Ooh, maybe this. BMNR, maybe a flat bottom break if crypto is going to continue down. That could be something. Unfortunately, yeah, I didn't pay for locates this morning. Don't break now, BMNR.
Yeah, so what is this? Forget the name now. APLD coming right back through 38. So I'm just taking quick scalps on this. Now I looked into this. I'm like, is this a small cap? I don't think so, man. This is definitely not a small cap. Market cap 10.5 billion. Yeah, so nothing too crazy. But what is the float? The float is 230 million shares. So not really that small, to say the least here, but trying to take some quick scalps, just seeing that, okay, we did attempt to break through 30. 38 was this level here, and we only got about, what, 30 pennies-ish. I think maybe if you're looking at 37.95s, that was my initial stop there, where if we kind of broke the structure high, I'm just gonna get out, wait, watch. I tried it again, gave it a few pennies risk there on the back through. Didn't really happen. I'm like, okay, what? I'm fine. I'm gonna wait, watch. It could not get past this quarter without any distinction, now pulling back through 38s. What's up, Adara?
Hearing a report here from STAT, which is mostly a medical news agency. They sometimes have info here on some of these biotechs. Anyways, Adam Feuerstein, a journalist here at STAT, saying that his Monday CEO meeting with RVMD, Revolution Medicine, was just canceled, and he also suspects that the company's presentation at this JPM conference on Monday is also going to be off. Now, why is this significant? Because it could imply that a deal might be on the table here with Merck, but this also follows reports that Financial Times and Reuters are putting out here saying that Merck's talks for that $28 billion to $32 billion deal with RVMD are, quote, not a foregone conclusion. So once again here, sounds like this deal could be a bit rocky, though, again, Stats, Adam Feuerstein saying that there are some indications from his perspective as a reporter that do suggest RVMD, I guess, could be a deal candidate here. Back to you.
Yeah, that spread is a little bit wild on RVMD. Yeah.
What is that?
How wild? How many dollars?
I just saw $1.50, almost $2 a time. Now it's tightening up to like 50 to 60 cents. Now it's $1 again.
Whoa.
It's all over the place. Like it.
Wow, look at this thing go.
I think, most people know what I mean by spread, but if you don't, the difference between the bid and the ask, like there, it's like $1.12. It's been $1.50. Sometimes it's $2. Why that matters in trading is what can make it tricky is if you use hard stops, then whatever the size of the gap is, like say it's a $1.50 spread, it's entirely possible that if you get stopped out, say under VWAP, that your slippage can be that. Doesn't mean it will be that, but sometimes that'll happen to you. So you got to be a little bit more careful trading.
I was going to say they better know what spread is after watching the midday today, because it was a word that was used very, very frequently.
I'm sure I know you educate them on that, Adara. I try not to make the assumption because I've made that mistake about something this morning, and then someone was like, Neil, what do you mean by that? And I was like, oh.
That's a fair point.
Right.
I was just joking, yeah.
Because I know what it was. I was talking about a level on NVIDIA out of thin air, as if I had explained it to everybody, but I had talked about it at like 8:20 in the morning, and this was like 10 o'clock or something after the open, and someone was like, what do you mean, blah, 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 on NVIDIA? I'm like, oh yeah, the one we were talking about at 8:20, and then I had to explain it again. Shoot. It was BMNR that I'm watching. I know you're in APLD.
Yeah, I got back in. I mean, I think I covered a little too much too early, but that's okay. I just want to be involved here,
right.
And see if it cracks this consolidation here. I'm definitely willing to take some more, but the selling is coming in distinctly different now, right? I was like, okay, getting stopped out on a range break, fine. High a day push, make back through 38, getting stopped out, fine. It pulls up into what's the high a day right now? 38.32, 30 pennies. I was watching it and I was like, oh, it's not holding the quarter, it's coming back in, and I see it swipe into 38s. A little bit of a hesitation not getting in 38.15s or 38.10s, but once it does crack 38, boom, and it happens to be working right now. But I had to try it like 3 times before it actually comes in. What's up, Adara?
Looks like this oil meeting might be live now. I mean, the meeting hasn't started, but we're now inside the White House. I'm seeing individuals talk to each other. I can already recognize here Chris Wright, who is, of course, the Secretary of Energy, and I believe this might be the back of Doug Burgum's head. He's in charge of the Interior, so if I get more information, I'll let you know. But it does look like we might be off to a start soon for this oil meeting. Back to you.
I almost want to. I have a stop to go long oxy here, but it's going to trigger any second now. It just needs to go like a couple more cents. It's so intriguing to me that you can have that one downtrending when the others are going up. So that's probably going to trigger. BMNR did break down here. Didn't get filled, but it came back and picked me up on the way back through. I don't want to give this one forever. Like I think there's a sizable. Like there's a sizable gap. Like yesterday, when it lost this level here, well, sorry, when it broke from today's low, it didn't really find any kind of a decent pullback until 30.60. So if you kind of like reverse gap this, it's like $1 worth of room. So from here, I do think there's like 70 cents worth of room this afternoon. If I want to scalp out into that 70 cents, like I'm willing to add to it at 50 and give it to that local high, which I should already have a stop in for. Yes, I do. So I already have a stop in. I'm not going to add until it shows me a reason to, but yeah, BMNR in, and then waiting for this Oxy to do something on that all-day trend. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I didn't save that. So like it's kind of already breaking. The reason I keep saying I want to nibble in is if you go from when it lost VWAP, it's kind of breaking the trend already. Like I could already be in this trade. Like nibble in now and then add if it breaks 90, just in case.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I like the 90.
I mean, 90 is just the round number. It's already breaking trend here. That's the thing. Sometimes you get way too cute. Who cares about the round number? It's breaking trend as we speak, so I should already be in something. So I'm going to try and get into Oxy as it's trying to go. Understand that with a meeting like this, anything can happen and spook it at any time. So when I get I still follow the same rule I always do. I'm getting out. This is the trend. The prior bar before that trend is 42.8. I do prefer a tight stop here. So, I mean, I'm not really going to give this more than like 10 cents. The idea is something could cause it to fly. And if it doesn't, I don't mind being out with a relatively tight stop. That's perfectly okay with me. What else is going on? I keep seeing some people, including James Choi in the chat, saying NVIDIA is trying to fly. Yeah. It is, but look at the resistance on this at the open range high. It's trying to fly, but look at what's happening at 186. Someone is really resisting this. Close a bar above this high, and then you got something. Like open and close bars above 186. Hasn't happened yet, and then you're good to go. Adara, what do you got?
Yeah, thank you, Neil. That was really quick. Oil stocks pushing higher here. Again, as Trump takes the stage, they're playing the presidential intro music. I will keep you guys posted on anything that happens, but here is CVX just keeping pushing higher as we send you back over to Obi and Neil. What oil stocks are you guys looking at here?
CVX for sure. I mean, literally, as you said, you know, come to me news. I already had CVX pulled up and saw that it was getting some volume and pushing up to the to some fresh highs. I would say up to the highs. Fresh highs are what are being printed right now. 162.55. Now, you know me, Neil. I always ask the question. A little bit of a contrarian, or I like to think so. Is this a sell the news event? We've been running up.
Well,
a little bit.
That's why I was looking at Oxy. I want something to do
something.
I'm looking at the trend that they're already on, and then looking for the reverse of the trend, right? So yes. CVX and XOM were trending up. So the way I was seeing is I kind of wanted to be. You could either look for a short there, which I wasn't as huge of a fan of. I wanted to try to look for a long if I could. That's why I liked Oxy. I'm like, well, if Oxy decides to reverse trend, maybe I'd go for that. But it's kind of staying on trend as we speak, so I'm going to try to go for that break. I know Intel's trying to do some things. That could be worth it. I still do not see anything crazy in silver happening. There's a part of me that wants to, like, I just kind of want to be short this into VWAP. I don't have a good reason to do it. It's like I'd be getting into it because it worked before, which is not a good reason to be in a trade. There's just nothing happening here. So it might not be that. RVMD is continuing to look crazy. I just want to see this. Like the spread is starting to tighten up, so it might be a little more tradable now. But then the downside to that is the spread tightens up when it settles down on a stock like this. So it's not always kind of a double-edged sword. By the time the spread looks better and more tradable, you're kind of trapping yourself at bad prices on RVMD. But there's still some room on this to go a little bit further. So that should be on the radar as well. Tesla is literally barcoding at 445. That's a nothing burger. I can show you, look, here's a 1 minute chart of Tesla. Look at that 445 level. Usually I'll use a 3 minute, but the 1 minute, oh, what the heck is, oh, these wicks. Yikes, yeah, I'll get rid of those wicks at some point. But yeah, absolutely barcoding on Tesla. So there's not much that's making big moves. I think it's right to look at things like RVMD, find an oil stock that might be going. Crypto seems to be working, moving around as well. And then let us know which ones you want. Save Man Woman, CVX is the only one that's in Venezuela right now.
Yep.
The idea being that who knows what will happen over the next couple of years, but you're correct. Chevron is the only one with U.S. oil company with interest currently. The rest had to give them up. That was part of the issue, right?
So Neil, I had a question about the whole thing where they were just like, oh, they got like how many tens of millions of barrels of oil from Venezuela, and they're going to sell them, and they're going to split that between the U.S. and the Venezuelan people. That was the statement made. My question is, if that were to happen, does that mean that we're increasing supply, or was that supply already kind of like priced in?
So it was 50 million barrels that was talked about. The U.S., so the United States uses 20-ish million barrels a day. So you're talking about 2.5 days of supply.
Okay.
For the U.S. economy.
So just a little, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
cool.
It's not, look, don't get me wrong. Like,
I mean,
it's 50 million barrels that you didn't have before. It's not, there's nothing bad. Like, you can't spin that as a negative if you're gaining them for the U.S., but to act like it's a gigantic amount that is, making a big deal. Like, ramping up production there from the sub 1 million barrels a day to, like, it used to be 3 million. They used to produce 3 million barrels a day.
Wow.
In Venezuela years ago. And the infrastructure has just deteriorated over the years to the point that now it's under 1 million. So getting that back to like 3, it seems like a smaller number, but when you really start thinking about that, if you got back to 3 million a day, and producing, you could be producing 200%. Like 800 or 80, 90 barrels a month. Like, you're talking about some real gains. Like, that would be a big deal. This 50 one-time shot, I don't know how big of a deal that ends up.
Okay, fair. Okay, that's why. I mean, that's good to know. Thank you, Neil. Yeah, so not really budging in terms of like increased supply or anything like that. So I was just curious, but yeah, this APLD coming right back in. There's the bit of a sell there on Chevron coming right back in. 162.69s is the high there. You can see a nice grinding trend. This is a 1-minute chart here on CVX. We did break out of this prior high, 162s. Bit of a pullback, but eventually caught the bid and got us about 69 cents higher from that 162 breakout from this morning high. And then a bit of a pullback right now, 30 pennies flush with some volume. I guess this volume bar was when he started talking or when he came on here, and we're kind of retracing that candle as well. So high volume candle, we're breaking back below the low of that candle, which was in the midst of a stronger uptrend, bigger trend on the day is definitely to the upside as well. So now I'm just going to ask the question, is this breaking any sort of real trend? So view ups far away, 161.20s. I'm just going to take that out of the way. Let's add an EMA on here. So EMA, moving average exponential, 9 is fine. And let's move away from the 1-minute chart. So we've been holding the 5. Maybe I'm doing a little bit of line fitting. That's fine. We're holding on the 5, but we're kind of chopping around right now. Let's see how this pans out. What's up, Adara?
Drop here for UMAC here, and Unusual Machines and RCAT, Red Cat. Both of these names kind of in that drone space, in the American drone space, pushing lower here as we do get a filing showing that the U.S. Commerce Department is dropping its plan to impose restrictions on Chinese-made drones. Now, why is this significant? Because if we have these restrictions on Chinese-made drones, there's going to be more of a need to use these U.S. drone companies. If these restrictions are gone, these U.S. drone companies might be threatened a bit with that competition. So again, RCAT and UMAC down on that news as we send you back over to the main guys.
The first thing I pulled up was AVAV because I own AVAV. And, well, it is pulling back, but not too crazy. RCAT a little bit more. AVAV just dropped $10, but it's a $360 stock, so it's not necessarily the end of the world, but it's kind of a big deal. But you got to figure you're still going to want U.S. ones anyway. So remember what these stocks have done. So it's maybe an impetus for some profit taking. But if you look at where these are coming from, this is not really that crazy that you'd get some kind of a dip, even if I don't think it's the end of the world at the end of the day. But yeah, thankfully mine doesn't. Yeah, the one I'm in is just kind of reacting to it as it's like the algos. Like the algos will drop the bid on like a group of things when there's a headline. And then after that, you'll sort of figure out the ones that should have dropped and the ones, some should, some shouldn't. And the ones that shouldn't have dropped won't end up being that bad. You can usually tell on the second candle if they got it right or wrong. But I looked over, my first thought was, is there a dip by an AVAV? Wow, and it didn't really fall far enough. Like if the initial drop had been down to the low, I think that would have been a nice long, but it's it didn't really fall fast enough or far enough in that first initial push there. I keep hearing keys over there.
Oh, that's okay. So no, Chevron is falling right now, is even further. So it came right into the moving average, flushing even lower. So 162s and some change here. So I am going to pull it up. CVX. Look how slow I am. All right. So high day 162.69. Nice. And then pulling into moving average, which is currently at 162.20s, and that's been holding since 2 o'clock. So, okay, cool. A little bit of information. Let's see if we can exercise a bit of a trade here. Let's start off slowly. See how that goes here.
Exercise.
Throw in, stop. Oh, what? Can you not do that? Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, I was like, it said it couldn't be triggered without me actually hitting what the next thing is. So that's fine. Have the stop in. Let's see what CVX does here as it pulls back into the moving average it's been holding for the past couple of hours here. So we did get a bit of a dip through this level. When was that? That was in and around 12:30. 12:30, we did break the trend. Pulls back in, holds higher lows, holds this structure, kind of comes in, starts to test this structure as well, and then now pushing up higher. So let's see if is this going to continue to hold. I have no idea. I do want to get involved. Again, sell with the sellers, buy with the buyers. That's kind of what I like to repeat to myself sometimes. Another phrase that I like to repeat to myself is slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Who is this calling me right now?
Say slow is what? Say that again.
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Something I was taught a very long time ago, and I was like, yes, that is a good way. Because it's just like, sometimes, you know, you can be a little, hold on, what's happening here? Be a little clunky or just like not really used to doing some things, especially, you know, when you're kind of on the keys or learning something. So you learn it slowly, and then you bring in that smoothness. And when you have that smoothness, it automatically, like, you know, eventually that's fast.
Yeah.
So slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
I like that. I think I
taught that a very long time ago, and it stuck with me. It's for life. So
someone just said someone in the chat says it's a racing term, and someone said it's a woodworking saying. Yeah, I could.
Mufasa Smith got it right there. That's the one. There you go. Workouts.
Armed forces use it. Military saying. Okay, gotcha. No, I was. Yeah. See, you learn something I love this community. You learn something every day. That's a really good saying. Yeah. Because it's a concept that's an easy concept that's very well. Yeah. By the way, this is a second test on Oxy. I just wanted that whole, are we going to make a move because the president's going? So tried it, but it broke the prior bar. So that is what it is. Thank you, President, for doing absolutely nothing for that stop. But I wanted to break out and then to just give it to that prior, and it doesn't hold. The M&R is working out, but kind of mildly. Like I said, I wanted to add to it at 50 because the structure has room to fall all the way down. So I'm not going to bid again until 30 at one point, and then looking for it to get down into 29.7 here. So at least that is trying to go. But this market's not really doing much. Like, this is the NASDAQ here this afternoon. Friday afternoon, everybody, with 45 minutes to go. This is what the NASDAQ is doing. Not too crazy. What just happened? Humble Nation just said, what happened to gold just now?
Ooh.
I have silver up, and silver did nothing. It's kind of moved.
What frame are they looking at?
What time frame are you looking at? It's not really moving that much. Silver is...
Look at it on a monthly, you might be like, whoa.
Yeah, like silver is right now. No, yeah, you guess. If you're looking at the higher time frame, I suppose. Whoops, and then I just went to a TSX stock. It happens all the time.
Muscle memory.
So what happens is here in P Pro, the platform, there's a drop-down menu. So when you start typing in a company, it gives you some options. But because you can trade every single market here, if I type in GLD, well, believe me, there's more than just GLD in the US. Like, there's some penny stock, the TSX Venture. There's probably some other stuff in like Australia. Yeah, there's like a New Zealand stock. So they all show up in the drop-down. And if I'm not paying attention, I'll call it the wrong symbol. So just BM&R looking to maybe get like another few pennies to the downside and then take the next out. If it ends up bouncing here off like 10s instead of off of O's, then I don't mind getting out a little bit higher the next leg. But we're looking for the low of the day press here. The market's not doing much, and crypto's been heading to the downside. So I picked on BMNR because I couldn't find an entry into IBIT that I liked. So I just kind of went down the list of crypto things worth trading and settle on them. I bet you could have just gone short MSTR as well. Yeah, but that's not even moving that much. Still, you could have shorted that pop. I just like BMNR's breakdown a little bit better.
I'm looking at APLD here on a 15-minute. It's about to go green to red with the high of 37.44. I pretty much covered everything there when it kind of slapped back up into 40s. I did add below 40s a little bit there, nothing too crazy. But I'm willing to take a bit of continuation here if it's going to have me. But CVX trending back to the upside, so that one is definitely not working right now. I'll kind of look back at it. Let's see. Did I put my stop in? I'm sure I put my stop in there on that one there. CVX. Okay, yeah, the stop is definitely in. I'll wait and see if that actually gets hit. But APLD looking very interesting here. What's up there?
Just be aware right now, Trump is just naming the different oil companies and their executives. Keep an eye on the stocks. They're not doing too much right now. He's just named CVX and XOM, and he's asking if they're doing well, saying they're going to do better now. So again, just be aware these execs are being introduced. Trump also saying there's going to be another meeting on Venezuela and oil next week. Unclear who's going to be at that meeting and what the focus is beyond the overall oil issue. Back to you.
There you go. So yeah, we're also getting low volume this afternoon as well. I feel like maybe there was a wait and see what Trump gave us in the afternoon, or the president gave us in the afternoon. It's just not really anything too crazy. This is a good one because it's not often someone in the chat brings this stock up, and the question was, Neil, do you think BlackBerry can make a comeback? And my answer was this: a comeback is literally impossible for BlackBerry because that would suggest they could be some semblance of what they were before. Could it possibly be a sustainable business that has a recovery? Sure, that's possible. So like temper your expectations. I think what is happening sometimes is like you'll see what Intel's doing. It's like, well, Intel was trash for a while and fell behind and kind of behind the 8 ball. And look at this thing. It's going crazy. So everyone wants to find what is the next stock that can return to its former glory, that have been languishing and had everyone pass them like 10 times over, and then they're trying to get back. I find if you lean too much into that, what'll end up happening is like you're chasing some kind of like a miracle, just because it happened to these guys, it's happening to Intel price-wise, doesn't mean it's going to happen to a bunch of other places that failed or that struggled. You know, there's stuff that BlackBerry's got that can make it not go to zero and possibly have some moves back to the upside, but I wouldn't necessarily compare it to something like Intel, where there's a legit turnaround that they're trying to pull off. Do I think it's gone a little too far, too fast? I kind of feel so, but the U.S. government feels otherwise, and so does a lot of people, and so does NVIDIA, because they invested in them as well. So we'll see. Let's go to my left.
All right, guys. So PDS Biotechnology, that's PDSB on the NASDAQ, is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the US in a few years. Learn more at pdsbiotech.com. All right, so yeah, a little bit of a bid coming in here on APLD, stops me out, that's fine. Let's see if CVX comes in and stops me out as well. That's coming into its highs. I did add a little bit there, but again, more than willing to be a little wrong on this one. Again, who cares? Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking as of right now. So I did get involved. Sorry, what was that?
I was like, these nuclear names.
Yeah. Remember CCJ? Remember, I was like, this is a great reversion. Yeah. Look at what CCJ has been doing.
You had this short?
No, I sold my long.
Oh.
Remember, reasons to sell, yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
At the 14, I was just like, yep, nope, I don't want it anymore.
Damn.
Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, that would have been a short. And it was at the highs. Oh, I remember you were mentioning this. It was because it's at the highs. That's the confluence. Always look at your higher time frames when you're setting up a trade, because that's what can turn a maybe good reversion into an A+ one, because it's confluence on the daily chart. Look at that. All green on the 3. First red candle, every short good after that. These nuclear names got absolutely rugged. Harry Pages, you know what? You're going to win you win this one. That is the most random question of the week. Brief thoughts on using Tums as a mint?
What?
No. I mean, not only is it the weirdest
even is
question
that?
we've gotten in a week, but no. That's an easy no. Why would you use Tums as a mint? That doesn't even make it. First of all, there's like plenty of other really easy, cheap mints that people probably have. Right? I got mints in my bag. If any, like I always have mints. Usually I have mints in the car. Why would I need to? I wouldn't need to use Tums, and Tums is Tums. So anyways, very random. Maybe there's an inside joke that I just don't know, or some kind of meme out there. Like, did I miss something? But yeah, okay. Well, we had a little fun with that one. We got a.
I got no comment. Oh, what is
That's a lot of emojis. Oh, here it is. See, the problem is you can't. It doesn't do the emojis.
Right.
That little thing. So, love the. Oh, you just love the taste. Oh, then
the
what are you
taste
asking
of
me for? If you just like the taste of Tums, then what do you? What
you know,
does it matter
Tums
what
is
I
just
think?
like flavored chalk, right?
Yeah, like whatever. It doesn't really matter.
Literally what it is.
Some people like pineapple on pizza, and to each their own. I think it's disgusting, but some people like it. So do you? If you like Tums, enjoy it. I would just. You got Mentos. I'm just throwing stuff out there. Like, oh, what's the really good? No, I can't remember the ones in the tin that are really good.
Oh, Altoids.
Altoids are legit.
Altoids are sick. There's another one as well where it's like I forget what they're called. Altoids are good, but in that circular plastic one, and they have a really strong kind of flavor and like a smell as well. Almost a mouth freshener as well. I don't remember what they're.
Tic Tacs are legit. My daughter loves Tic Tacs.
Yeah.
I have to literally have in our kitchen counter, we have a little thing that is like our vitamins and whatnot. And there's always like 2 things of Tic Tacs in there. Both vehicles in the glove compartment have to have 3 or 4 things of Tic Tacs. Because if we come back from like, she had ninja parkour, he's like, got any Tic Tacs?
What is that?
Oh, it's.
Ninja parkour. That sounds sick.
Look, it's a kid's thing, first of all. They just set up a bunch of, like, so there's like it's like a big massive field house or like gymnasium. There's like there's an actual gymnastics thing that runs on one side, and on the other side is just like obstacle course stuff that you'd find in like American Ninja Warrior, but it's all set up for kids. Then they give it a really cool sounding name like Ninja Parkour that just makes kids want to go to it even more.
I mean, hey, it got me.
They do birthday parties. My daughter's doing it once a week with her best friend, so that was last night. And of course, after they want treats, because that's what you got to do. So they
parkour.
No, it's pretty cool. Like all of her friends loved it on her birthday. They have like climbing. There's like a climbing wall as well. Like,
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
so it's like
I haven't been rock climbing in a while.
they basically just stole the American Ninja Warrior and threw that with parkour. Because kids love the parkour thing because it's a big Minecraft game.
I've tried Minecraft, but yeah, no, I know what parkour
Building
is.
Parkour courses in Minecraft is a thing.
Oh, is a
so
thing,
like,
okay.
So Erin loves parkour because of it. She has no idea what parkour really is. She just knows that from Minecraft and knows American Ninja Warrior. And so mash that together and charge parents money. And then, yeah, that's how it works out.
Good business idea.
Whatever, she's
Business
active,
venture.
as long as she's doing it.
Yeah, good stuff there. Market continuing to push highs here, and wow, I didn't even realize we don't have more than 35 minutes left, 34 minutes left in the trading day, Neil. So the market seems like it's closing at a high of the day there. CVX just holding around. So we did pull back into that moving average and pushing right back up once again.
How about this? Like, how much are we condemning Bitcoin for this today?
Wow, what a short, man. Oh my God, on the day.
Bitcoin, NASDAQ.
Yep.
Bitcoin, NASDAQ.
Boom.
I don't care what it did yesterday.
They do.
Bitcoin is a short till it's not, and nothing about that is really changing. This is the daily chart, and as far as I'm concerned, anytime it makes that high and fails to break out this top or fails to break out that, and you see the turn, you just short it until it makes some kind of a change. So it's doing it again. It could put in some higher lows, but until it puts in that higher low and gets back on track, this thing is a short into 94 or 95, and then when it fails that, just short it for a couple of days until it finds a bid, and that's what's happening here. Let's go over to Adara again.
Beware here, executive at Chevron speaking right now. I believe they said he was the president or vice president. This stock is trying to make potentially a new day high as this individual speaks. If I get more details, I'll let you know. He's just thanking Trump right now. Back to you.
Okay, Chevron is about to push to its highs as well. So eyes on Chevron, about to make a fresh high of day. That's CVX, 162.69, currently trading at 162s here. Yeah, I did attempt a bit of a short. Didn't really work out. That's okay. It is very clearly holding trend there as well. So, yep, a bit of a miss on my part. Where's the next trade? Still involved with a little bit of this APLD as it just kind of chops. This was an interesting wipe all the way from 37.20s. Looked like it was going to break this 20 level here, but rips right up for another, what is that, 60 penny pop into 37.80s pretty aggressively, almost as aggressively as we pulled back in here on APLD. So this thing maybe just holding structure, stepping up a little bit there, going into the end of the day. Maybe APLD is poised for a strong close. So that's what I'm looking at here. Okay, so we got a super chat here. Thank you, Skirt. Neil, based on your experience, what daily profit range do you believe is suitable and realistic for beginning day traders without excessive risk? Oh boy.
So here's the biggest limitation to all the experience that I have and the experience that Sean has, or you know what? And actually, weirdly enough, most of the like whether it's Joe or Obi, Sharif, I've only ever traded on a prop floor. I've only ever traded a firm's capital that gives me an amount of capital that I can trade and I get a commission on it. So all of my experiences in terms of risking to like your daily loss limit and building from there, that's very difficult to apply to what most people have to do on a retail account, which is you're putting up, maybe you're starting with 10K or something like that, and you're trying to work off of that. So I don't have any experience doing that, and I can't pretend I do. I know others have. I'm pretty sure you have. I know Joe has. I know Sharif has, because I started on a prop floor as like legitimately like one of the first jobs I had outside of university. I did some other stuff, but you know, the first real thing that I did for a long time was trading on a prop floor, and I'm still doing it. So having said that, you have to have some kind of a style that gives you a long enough runway to properly test your strategies. And one of the biggest reasons why I'll advocate for a sim mode isn't necessarily because you can learn everything you need to learn in sim, but it allows you a longer runway. Like if you have a small account, unless you have very good leverage, it's going to be difficult to build a strategy without blowing up that account. That's why people blow up accounts a bunch of times. So to the extent that you can get as many months as you can in the simulator so that you kind of have at least a bit of a running start, because if you start with a small account, you need to be able to figure things out for months. That's the tricky part. So you try to leverage to the best of your abilities some kind of a simulator or just being in like a training mode. We call it here training mode. So I'm trying to not say training mode for as long as you can so you can develop something which has a positive expectancy. And then you apply it to live, and then once you work out the kinks in live, but you've got yourself a head start because you've figured out what it is that you want to do as a trading strategy. So that's not going to be some kind of easy direct answer. Here, full-time traders start with, like you've always just started out. Once you make X in a month, it used to be $3,000 in a month, you become a full-time trader. You go from trainee to full-time trader. It then turned into $2,000 a month. And then from there, you got to risk based on your performance. Like it would be a minimum because you're a full-time trader. It would never drop lower than X, but it was based on a rolling total of your last 2 weeks. And then you were always risking to that. So it was built in as a prop trader, like built-in discipline. Like that's why I never find it that difficult to be disciplined, because I literally learned in a structure that reinforced all the skills that came somewhat natural to me. So I know it's not a perfect answer for you, but I never had the retail trade. So I can literally do some swing trading in my personal account now because I've been trading for 20 years and I'm just messing around with it, and it doesn't really matter to me. I've already built up all this discipline the easy way. But it's not an easy thing to do, retail. That's one of the reasons I think people gravitate toward the show, is because we're just trying to give you guys advice for free and in a very, very difficult game in which most people fail. And there is no easy answer when you have a small account. It's incredibly difficult. That's when people blow up. Leverage any kind of simulator if you can.
I just want to let you guys know here, XOM CEO now talking. After that, we'll get the CEO of ConocoPhillips, COP, CVX exec done talking. We know CVX did move a little bit when the exec started, so just be aware, XOM, then we're going to get COP.
I mean, I'm willing to get right back in.
Thanks, Adair. I was just asking Obi. Sometimes like Adair is talking and I go into, you're not on camera mode right now. I just turn and ask Obi, are you still in CVX? And that's starting to come back in here. I'm starting to lose some faith in the secondary push of this stock, BMNR. So I'm just going to set a trail. Now, it's one of those Friday afternoons where, in complete hindsight, given the fact that it's not giving that push, I don't think I would have taken the breakdown trade and then added here. I think I would have just done nothing and then waited for I could have elected to, on a slow day, sometimes what you should do is only take this trade. Don't get involved in the flat bottom break, just only take this trade with tighter risk. But I kind of felt we had more upside. So because you're coming back up to this trend line, I drew it for this purpose. I'm just gonna get out if it breaks this. So that's the plan of action. I always find that you have to have some kind of a plan, but if it's not doing the move or trading the way that you expected, then what you want to do is be able to alter it. So sometimes that means tightening up the stop because it's not moving as much. So I'm going to get out if it breaks 30-30 and maybe just accept the fact it's not going to go more than 1% on this move and get out in front of 30 even.
Yeah, I mean, CVX taking a little bit of a pullback there. Got out of APLD. I'm just like, yeah, that's coming into 38s once again. That was a bit of a key level there. So I did hold a little too far against me on APLD. That's fine. Where's the next trade? The market is still continuing to push up here, Neil. But yeah, no, in terms of kind of going back to that question, I think even if you're trading at home, what I realized, because I'm I used to trade at home, and then I joined Prop Floor, and I was just like, I absolutely knew nothing coming in. That's what I realized. And then eventually, you learn risk structure, and you're like, this is how you should kind of conduct yourself on a day-to-day basis. So my biggest thing would be have a daily stop. Even if you're trading from home, have a daily stop, and that's how you can work your discipline, right? If you can work within your daily stop, and can you make good decisions around that, then you can be like, okay, it's like how much money can I make in a day is very arbitrary. It doesn't, like Neil said, it's a very hard question to answer. But going back to, again, what Neil was saying is can you build that structure? Can you build that discipline? Can you build the right kind of decision-making process? And then you can up that daily structure. I think you can even look up the stats. You can just ask ChatGPT, be like, if my daily risk, let's say, is $500, and I make half of that daily risk every day, where do I stand in the arena in terms of traders? How consistent can you get with that on a day-to-day basis? Right, and then I think it's all about consistency. That's a big thing. Consistency and process, and then over time the P&L just follows. And I understand. Being retail, you're thinking about the money. You're just like, how much money can I make? This is not like a job. This is not like any other job in the world. It's more like a business than anything. And you're going to have red days. You're going to have red months, and sometimes you're even going to have red years. So you cannot think of it with that kind of perspective. Now, that's just my opinion.
I would say this: if you have having read one of the things, and this is the other part about prop trading.
Right.
If you're prop trading, one of the things that it makes it easier is you answer to somebody that isn't yourself. Therefore, some of the whole to have a red year, that stuff will weed itself out on a prop floor. You don't have that benefit when you are sitting at home by yourself in retail. So to the best of your ability, the other thing that I would say is have some kind of a community. If you're sitting there saying, and you have somebody that you talk to, this is my trading, and they know your trading plan because you talk to each other, and then you violate it, then you're going over your day, and then Obi might say, or I might say to Obi, this is what I was planning to do, and then he'll look at me, but didn't you say you'd get out there? And then he's holding me accountable because that's all I have, because I don't have a risk manager. Here you've got somebody that literally is going to you get shut down automatically. You lose too much money. They can you can get fired. Which, by the way, that's one of the, there's nothing fun about firing a prop trader, like, because traders have so much passion for what they do. It literally sucks because, you know, and then you make friends on the trading floor. Man, it just, trust me, it sucks. There's nothing. I've had to do it, and I can't. When you're a trader, I hate it even more because, like, you lose friendships over that nonsense. And every time this comes up, I'm literally just thinking of a good friend that, you know, stopped talking to me after I had let him go off the floor, and it sucked. Like, what do you want to do? Like, I couldn't do anything about it. Well, yeah, it is what it is because traders are so passionate. But that same passion, if you don't control it and you don't hold yourself accountable, can also lead to, like, really bad patterns. So, you know, try to find, like, a little trading group. You call it your pod. I like that. Have a group of people that you discuss your ideas, you hold each other accountable to your trading strategies, and I think that'll help. Let's go to Adara. 12 minutes to imbalances.
Keep an eye here in XOM, guys. We do have he just finished speaking now, but when he was speaking, the CEO of ExxonMobil saying that they're ready to put a team on the ground in Venezuela. Trump saying that they're looking for speed and quality. So yeah, again, it looks like XOM is ready to get going. COP CEO currently speaking. Let's take a look at ConocoPhillips. He just finished speaking. COP not at all having the same reaction as Exxon or CVX. So keep that in mind. While Exxon and CVX are both near day's highs, COP has not been near its day high since the open. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So we'll see. Hangry Wife, wish you guys had a Discord. Maybe. There's lots of ideas that we kick around, and I'll be straight up honest with you guys. It really just comes down to, like, our primary thing here at Trader TV Live is the U.S. markets are open, then we are open. We're trading, we're looking at the markets, we're giving you the news, and we're doing this live while the U.S. markets are open, and then in the pre-market as well. So that when there's breaking news, we're going right over to Adara, and that's a lot for us to do. So let's go to Adara again.
COP dropping here sounds like, from what I could hear, Trump asking about a $12 billion write-off that the company had. So he said they'll make it back. Like, Trump's very optimistic here, but the market is not liking COP here. Again, $12 billion write-off. I don't get the sense that this is a brand new development, but the market does not like the sound of that, especially, again, compared to what Exxon and Chevron are doing right now. Sounds like, I believe Exxon has been called on again by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio to speak again. So there really seems like they're focused here on XOM and Chevron. They seem to care very little about what COP has to say, and unfortunately, market reacting in kind. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And I just got a good question here. I was typing the answer, but I'll just, because we're back, I can answer that one. It was Gotham Group. Shoot, where'd it go? Do traders get let go if they don't make X amount regularly? So at Real Trading, every office, like, if you own your own floor, you have autonomy. There's risk limits for individual traders, so, like, you can't lose too much without there being consequences. But an individual office manager owner, like Luis, we have on Barcelona, he can say whatever he wants. He can be like, look, as long as you're up X amount, you're good to go with me. Or I could say, as long as you're positive, who cares? And someone that could have exorbitantly high limits. If you're not meeting that, they can let you go. They have autonomy on their own floors. I can tell you from the floors I ran, never had any rules like that. You had to treat, as long as you are within your risk parameters, I would understand that some guys can be crazy good for, like, a few months and then go on the back burner. I told the story of a trader who basically made enough that it was a side gig for like 4 or 5 years. And then a specific strategy went crazy in the OTC markets, and he made more in 3 months than anybody had made the last year on the floor. But it's like, you always keep that guy around, because if certain things start to happen in the market, he's a monster. And when they don't, he just sits there making a little bit of money and running a side business. But if things pick up the way that he trades, he's insane. So you wouldn't want to let him go when he wasn't making a bunch of money, because he wasn't losing you anything either. It was just taking up the seat. But we had, it is what it is. Let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, the CEO of Chevron kind of getting interrogated here, which is interesting. U.S. President Donald Trump asking, well, do you think your guys are in a better position than other oil companies because you already have operations in Venezuela? He's being very coy. He's just saying that the CEO of Chevron is just saying, yeah, I mean, it does put us in a good position. Then Trump's asking, have you guys cornered all the best oil spots in Venezuela? And he's saying, no, like, there's a lot of other spots. It's not just these one spots. Then we have now Trump asking CEO of Chevron, hey, Do you have plans for new infrastructure? Where are you trying to go next? So it's almost like a job interview, which is really quite odd to listen to. But yeah, either way here, job interview for Chevron CEO does continue. And again, certainly a little bit of emphasis here in the wording of questions by US President Trump, trying to potentially pit Chevron here against COP and XOM. Again, COP with that $12 billion charge they had to take at some point is struggling here, as XOM and CVX fare relatively well. Back to you.
Yeah, a little bit of interrogation, maybe some, some troubles in the water.
Yo, we got Danny's.
We got okay, so Danny's boy, what's up?
Thank you, Danny's boy. I'm gonna leave out this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, YouTube, stop with this changing everybody's name. After almost 2 years of listening to Trader TV, I can't imagine trading without the safety net of Adara covering all the breaking news with her background and a wonderful gift of a brain. I'd be terrified to trade without that. I can't tell you how true that is now, to the extent that Adara is turned into a literal crutch, I think. In some ways, it's true, Adara. I know you laugh about it, but how many times a week am I sometimes I'll actually be smart enough to just type it into the chat to it. I'll have a chat open and I'll message Adara asking a question so that I'm not always just constantly saying, Adara, can you remind me of X? Adara, can you tell me when this happened? Adara, do you remember the name of this company involved in this deal? And then she'll immediately know it. Or, Adara, what's going on with this stock because I can't find anything. And so sometimes we'll ask it live, and that's great. But other times, just so that doesn't seem like I'm badgering her. Just put it this way, I badger her more than you guys realize because I'll also have a bunch of other messages where we're asking questions. That is the reason for this. And, Sia is learning under there so that we'll always have it covered for you. And we do have your pieces on, so I'm listening to news nowhere near as good as Adara, keeping you guys abreast of it. But you don't want to trade blind. I was telling Obi about a story about how back in the day you didn't know news. There was no social media when I started trading, so sometimes you'd just be sitting there and you'd get swiped and you'd find the reason why you just got destroyed before. I was literally trading a penny stock when they went Chapter 11, and it happened as I was trading. And in 2003, there's no Twitter. And nobody is covering this stock on a news squawk. So you're just sitting there, and the price action told me that something was crazy, and I remember losing half my day and being like, something's messed up here. And then when it went from 48 cents to 21 cents, and I was out at 43 or something like that, I lost 10%, got destroyed. And it wasn't happy, I was having a really good day. But others that didn't just take the price action and realize something was messed up, some people held and got shut down. We had a guy that degraduated that day. He had graduated that month as a trader, and he degraduated because he didn't listen. We didn't have news. Right. If we had Adara, we would have been short and would have crushed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to thank you guys for the kind words, and thank you very much to that individual with the super chat. I'm just really grateful to be here and be a part of this community and give you guys all the news.
Oh, I definitely agree with you, Neil. There, thank you very much. Just over the past couple of weeks, how many news trades have I taken? I don't know about you guys, but I've taken at least 4 or 5 news trades just off of reports. Some of them even being before some of the Twitterverse even picks it up. Right? We saw Sean take that Tesla trade when she was listening in to Jensen Huang, basically talking live. Nobody had really tweeted about it. Basically said that Tesla has the best stack.
He just said it. It wasn't.
Sean heard that, and he knew exactly what that meant. And then the volume comes in afterwards because people start reporting that news. So it's just we're doing it live. We're bringing it to you here absolutely first. So thank you very much, Adara, for that.
Absolutely. We have 3 minutes to go until the imbalances come out here. I've now moved my trail all the way down to 30 and change. Look, BMNR might have a sell imbalance, and I'm still shorted, but who cares? BMNR has an imbalance every day, and it never seems to matter. GM with a 1.6 million imbalance really could matter. That's in 3 minutes. We'll get those. SOXS, 1.3 to sell. It doesn't really matter. MCR is there every single day. BSX, who cares? OCG. There's nothing too big. RKT, early look of a buy. 570. QSR, 580. So nothing crazy. If BMR for some reason doubles, that'd be fantastic. I'm no longer, actually I should still sit at the low of the day. I was like, I'll just leave it until the imbalances because it happens to be a sell. That's kind of stupid. I'll just sit at the low of the day, and I've already moved my trail from 30.20 on the trend line to really tight to this prior low here. So if it breaks that prior low, I'm going to jump out. If it comes out as is a gigantic sell. That'll be fantastic. G. Franco, I think it was actually, asked about APLD on the imbalances. The early look before 350 is only ever New York and Amex. We don't see anything on the NASDAQ until they actually come out. So you never get an early look on NASDAQ stocks when it comes to the imbalances. Believe me, we'd love to, but I'd love to every single day be able to tell you, oh, NVIDIA's got an early look imbalance on it. You just never know with NASDAQ. And all the big names are now in NASDAQ or moving to NASDAQ, it seems.
For sure. I'm curious about how some of these imbalances will potentially come here on the day. CVX still a little bit involved in this one. APLD got out of that one. Thank you, come again, for that one. A little bit of a chop, but closing strong going into the end of the day. Only about less than 2 minutes left here on the until those imbalances come out. So I'm going to pull up some of my imbalance locators here so we can get a bit of a perspective of that. Wow, on this side, I guess I don't have too many. There's my NY. Where's my, okay, sort by that. Okay, cool, yeah. All right, so we'll wait and see how those potentially come out. But let us know in the chat, what did you guys trade today? Did you guys get with the trend of the market? All-day trend on this one, man. Those are real tough for me because, you know, I like my reversions and some of my biggest losses come from all-day trends. I'm still trying to figure out what the magic secret sauce is to figure out what's going to trend all day before it actually starts doing that. What are the early
like mayonnaise
signs?
ketchup with a little bit of relish.
Yeah, oh, thank you, Neil. I'll try to concoct that soon enough. But yeah, so I traded a lot of names today. I got Amazon, APLD, Intel, CCJ, CVX, Oxy, and a little bit of SMR as well. So throw it up in the chat. What were the stocks that you guys traded today? That's a lot for my roster.
This is a stock so BM&R happens to be a stock that I think you would like because it does a lot of big trend reversions. Like when Bitcoin if Bitcoin is bouncing around, sometimes this won't be following it. Like here's IBIT, breaks up, and when it turns, look at how much cleaner this kind of pullback trend trade was on BM&R. Like you could try to get into the Bitcoin short, but look at this turn. I didn't notice this until later, but crazy parabolic move up. You could take a reversion here off the open for the long, but even just the short, boom, higher low, break, consolidation, take it to VWAP, lower high, lose VWAP again, bang, another short. Like this sucker, when BM&R wants to fall, that's it. So if it's going up and you like a reversion, sometimes pick on them, and then it's all the better if IBIT happens to be crapping all over itself for most of the day.
Yeah, so we got these imbalances now. So let's see.
Ours working.
We've got
and balances are out,
but is there.
Kind of disappointing.
Nothing crazy, man.
And unless there's nothing crazy. Comcast, BT, but that's pretty small. Ford, 900,000. Mobileye, 900,000 sell. The biggest big cap is a sell on Netflix of 800,000. No Nvidia, no Apple, nothing burger on these imbalances. When was the last time we didn't even have a single Mag 7 name over 1 million shares? Yet somehow the market is a 1 billion to sell. Okay, fair enough. The NASDAQ is 560 and the Mag 7 is 240 million to the sell side. I'm just going to pull up, maybe Mobileye is doing something on that. Answer is
Daily Double.
No, the Daily Double.
The Jeopardy show. Yeah.
I missed when you guys did the Jeopardy show.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun as well. Yeah, Jeopardy was a lot of fun. Definitely have to bring that back a little bit here. So okay, so we got a bit of a super chat here. Bearded Warrior Trades. Thank you everyone on the TTV team. All-time high on my account today. Congratulations. Adara on the news, Neil, my fellow bearded warrior, and everyone that makes this show the best.
I love the absolute irony. Congratulations on your good day. I guess bearded warrior is obviously ironic, certainly. The only, my brother goes a mean beard, not me. You will not see me with a beard that is not my look, and my daughter can't stand it, so. Even we go camping for a week, she's like, I don't like it. She's like, I don't like it. And she'll let me know about it too. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's only a week. I don't even grow that much in a week, and she'll tell me how much she hates it. And you learn that eventually you just do whatever your daughter likes. I've grown my hair out too, but I can't even do that anymore. All right, I'm just going to jump out of this. There's bottoming tail candle on volume, like as if that's not a reason to get out. That's as far as it's going to go. There's our big volume candle and kind of a reversal. So I gave it a shot to when it opened, like it opened testing to break lower. So I kind of gave it a shot on the next candle, but the second it started going green, I just punched out of it. So I'll be out of the MNR. And I was saying this before you went to the super chat, but I wanted to show IBIT. I eventually shorted BMNR, but that's a force. Like I didn't even wait for this to try to confirm, like, nah, I'm just gonna try to front run this move up in IBIT, despite the fact that I've been bearish on IBIT for like weeks now. I try that one and get cute, and eventually join the trend with BMNR, but that kind of gives you an example. It's never too late to join the trend, especially if there's room to go. Like if it's trending and there's a distinct area that it could get to, you know, the worst mistake you could make is fighting it all day long, but you can always rectify it if there's still some room to go to join a trend. You know, short a pop if it's going down, buy a dip if it's going up. That sort of a thing. Sounds easy, but that's just, you know. If it was that easy, you got to say it over and over again. You got to remind yourself over and over again, because it's not that easy.
I mean, hey man, that's why I'm just like, I have, sometimes I definitely struggle to be like, all right, I get skeptical sometimes, you know, a lot of the time of a lot of things, and I ask a lot of questions in terms of the validity of certain kinds of price action, and that sometimes, you know, bites me in all the wrong places. So it is something that I am kind of working on. I'm just like, okay, you know, if I see something trending all day, the first question I'll ask myself is like, all right, really, how far is it going to go? Instead of being like, oh, look, someone's buying this up. They might not be done, so I want to get with the trend. That's like the switch that I need to kind of work on. But sometimes that helps me out, right? When something does go what I think is too far too fast, and I hit the reversion, then you know, that ends up working out pretty decently as well. What do you? I see your eyes there.
Grunfeld in the chat just messaged me and said, thoughts on Dow Chemicals long. Chemicals been beaten down, but now trend seems upward. Cross the 200 SMA on the daily chart, which I was just looking at. Well, you guys, I've spoiled it because you guys, while I was reading that, you guys just saw the higher time frame. Look, if materials are going to be big, I've never been invested in the chemical space. I've never owned the stock, but there's it breaking the 200 on the daily. But here is the monthly chart of Dow. So look at this 2020 low. Like look at the wick bottom on the 2020 low, and then just have a look at what it's trying to break out now. Like it's trying to break back out and do this range. This is a monster reversal candle on this chart on the monthly. Monster. I mean, Obi.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen a reversal candle like this on a monthly chart?
Maybe, yeah.
This setup?
I mean, yeah,
Rarely,
I'll be watching it for sure now.
This is like Dow is on my radar. 100%.
What's the market cap though? That's the first question.
That's sort of the thing. Like no, Dow's.
What's the market cap?
Dow's pretty big. I've never owned it. I don't know it offhand. I have to look it up. But like they're not. These guys aren't chump change. Dow yada 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 3.8. Whoops. This is so annoying. I type Dow and it doesn't go right away on. Thank you, Benzinga. There we go. That's a little bit better. 18 bill.
Okay, that's not too bad. And the float is hopefully a few hundred.
600 mil.
600 mil. Yeah. Okay.
They're trading.
Like
they pay a 5% divvy.
Okay.
Still have declining revenues. Margins are kind of pissed. Yeah, it's
looks good.
The fundamentals don't look fantastic. They've lost money the last few quarters. So, okay, fine. The fundamental, again, I hadn't looked at the fundamentals. I just did now. But yeah, deeper dive is worth it. Maybe they are making a bit of a turn on the fundamentals. I'd want to look at sort of the trajectory of their earnings and some of the fundamental aspects. But from a pure technical perspective, I mean, come on. That's at least a little bit interesting. So good one. I like that. And the dividend of 5%, I was literally just reading some stuff out there. You don't make a play like this off the lows because it's a 5% dividend. You make it because you think there's a turnaround technically for a trade, or you think the company is doing something different. Because otherwise, you're going to think the dividend's fantastic all the way down. You're going to get burned. So that wouldn't necessarily be the reason. Bottom picking is difficult, but if it's making a sign of a turn, that can be a different story, and this certainly is. So 3 minutes to go here, everybody. Thank you for pointing that one out to me. It is going on my radar. David, last trade of the day, Intel puts February 20, 45 have lots of volume. You think it's gone too far? Well, there's overhead resistance at 50. I don't know off the top of my head when they report earnings. That would probably be pretty important to know if you're going to make that bet. That is for sure. But sounds like you're looking a little bit bearish. It's been a heck of a run by Intel.
Yeah, I mean, Intel's still holding as of right now. Like today's action, it's still holding near the highs there. Still trading at 45.60. So talk about continuation off of that 45 level where we saw that ridiculous amount of volume, right? I think that's something to be watching going into the next week as well. We broke through what seemed to be like an intraday level and then continued another 50 to 60 pennies above that. Bit of an uptrend here on the week as well. We saw some aggressive bidding a couple of days ago and then once again today as well. So Intel on the rise, man. I think it's finally Intel's time to shine, but we'll see. We'll wait and see. It's been consolidated.
January 22nd.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
earnings.
A few more days.
Earnings will be like a month. You'll have a month after the earnings for that to play itself out. So I think that's probably a good thing. I don't think you'd want that expiring too close to earnings. You'd be in trouble. So yeah, I mean, like I'm still bullish till we test 50 based on what the chart's looking like on Intel and some of the sentiment around it. But you know, you're not that far away and you're giving yourself a little bit of time. So it's worth keeping on the radar. And just to the point about Dow, like I do not like investing in stocks that stink and struggle live as well. But when the setup, very quick, but when the setup's on a monthly chart, like remember Lululemon? Wow, less than 1 minute to go. When the setup's on a monthly chart, you don't have to be in early. You don't have to be trying to catch the bottom. There's a 200 period on Lulu, 1 month, 2 months, green month, go. And it's already given you, it filled in this gap to the prior low. That's a long in the 170s to 80s to 220 to 225. Like what's wrong with that? And then you can hold some for the drain when you have a natural stop out. So if Dow does something like this off of these lows, fine. And that works, that kind of works. And I'd make an argument that you'd probably already be in this one off of like 24 if you were doing that reversal type play, or you're just waiting for them to get a turnaround. So yeah, we like these types of setups. We'll look at them. But the closing bell is upon us for the last time this week. So sorry to tell you, but the market is closing off the highs just a little bit. Shout out to not just Origenics, but Beta Pro as well, as I see on the countdown there. Yeah, the market closing at 1% or just underneath 1% on the NASDAQ, but we did give up like right at the end of the day. You gave up a little bit off of the highs here. So we're not going to end up at the highs, but we're going to end up close to the highs. So strong overall week in the markets. We didn't end up getting a decision from the Supreme Court on tariffs. They pushed that, they essentially pushed that down the road a little bit, but that's not the end of the world. You did have strong moves in energy, nice bounce back play for those, and certainly lots to trade. Disappointment in the nuclear names unless you were short. They basically reverted the entire day after the big news from Meta with a couple of investments. But it's been a fun week. I want to thank you guys. Lots of great questions today, which is always fun on a Friday when the market isn't really doing as much. So always keep those coming. And a big reminder, on Monday, obviously we'll be back at 8 a.m., but on Monday at 3 p.m., 3 p.m. on Monday, we are giving our 2026 picks. So come back and tune in. Yeah. Sharif is back from holiday. Sean had the day off today. Obviously, he'll be back as well. You're going to be in.
Yep,
hopefully,
I'll be here.
Obi's going to be giving his picks. Joe's still here. He'll be giving his picks. Adara as well. I don't know about Sia for sure. I think Fabian's going to get on it. So we're going to have a heck of a lot of fun on Monday at 3.
We can also take shorts.
Yes, which
I'm so excited. So
I think the rule we set for the shorts is it has to be in a major index. None of this I'm going to short some Mullen nonsense.
No, for sure. It has to be either Nasdaq or NYSE.
Yeah,
Nasdaq or ES.
No, I'm only gonna put longs in.
I'm gonna have shorts and longs.
Because I would find like a Mullen and just be like, yeah, short that.
There's something easy overextended.
I just think it gets
like
a little too
parabolic. And they've already started to curl on a higher time frame. On a multi-month chart, they're already breaking trend. For example,
you're going to give one?
Have you seen Netflix? It is breaking a 3-year-long uptrend.
I don't want to hear that you want to short Netflix.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's a good example of if you had picked that at the beginning of this year, how would that have, or at this, not this year, at the beginning of 2025, how would that have gone?
I know we're going to get out of here. Let's
quickly check the,
you want a weekly on this one? Okay,
Sure.
well, the last thing, I know you guys want to get out of here. Yeah, breaking, it's obviously breaking trend. But
if you pick something like this, like if that had started then, you know what I mean?
83, baby. We're waiting for 83 on Netflix.
Yeah.
But that will add some spice to it. So on Monday at 3,
Higher time
our
frame
picks,
charts.
longs and shorts, apparently. Mine will all be long. Bet you Sean's will all be long as well. But, you know, to each their own. We'll have some fun with it. Enjoy your weekend. I'm going to go with Go Indiana because that's who I want to win over Oregon for no particular reason. Michigan State's not going to sniff the finals anytime soon. So if you happen, it's college football, by the way. So if you happen to be interested, enjoy the weekend. It's also wild card weekend, so I have to end it with this. For Obi, for Sean who's not here, for Adair, for Joe, for Sharif who's not here, for Brendan, Fabian, Ramin, and Andre, the entire crew, and for the greatest community out there, we'll see you Monday morning at 8 o'clock, and let's go Buffalo.
See you guys.